already clay. I was like, I'm not giving you any more fucking clay, Mom. I learned my lesson. I think Sam won that one. Yeah. Are those the type of cars that use the that special type of like gasoline? You know what I'm talking about? What's that called? Yeah.
But it's all you though. It's what you want. It's like depending on how you.
What you're running it. Yeah. They had this. One of my coworkers was on one of these. Like he was on the crew and he didn't actually. He was just when I was working at Hobby Lobby corporate, and they brought out a blue fucking gas can. Like this
just go to old fastest side by side pass 590 to 560.
And they poured it in baby lotion.
Are you racing that
like you know what I'm talking about? That fucking.
Okay, well you guys just did first
yeah,
of all,
like
liquid,
super fucking, but it was thin, super thin, but it had that texture, like it coated my hand, and I was like,
I don't even know what I went.
Oh, sorry.
and like they told me, I don't remember the name of it, because I have to see things written down for my mind to fully remember it long term, which pains me, because to this day, I only know 80% of my coworkers' names because they have their name tags right here. So, do I casually look in your breast area to catch your name, or do I just like with time listen to people's names and then I have to associate it? And even then, I forget sometimes because I have to see it. And so I see a list of all their names every now and then, and the interesting names always catch me, like Deidre. We have like a lady in her mid-40s named Deidre, and I was like, I don't know Deidre in my life. They surprisingly, you ever played Oblivion or Skyrim? Deidre is spelled surprisingly close to Daedra, like the demons. And so I was like, when I first saw the name, and I didn't know who it was connected to, it was one of my big go-tos. I was like, who is this?
Let's see if we can do this weekend. With an 8 at 207, not bad. That might actually be his personal best. Was that his PB?
No, he's been 706 so far.
I didn't know if he'd done a 7.0 before, so 7.11 is not bad, right?
Yeah, we're close. We're half a tenth away.
Let's get that 6.
All right,
baby. Thank you. See ya. All right, guys, we're going to stop the video right here. Remind you that we do have a store, 1320video.com/shop. We have a bunch of new designs, over 200 items on there. New designs including Booze Season 2022. Saturdays are for Mexico. America Turbo Drip in t-shirts and hoodies. So go to 1320video.com/shop. Go shop. 205 Kimbo. With a 6 at 203 for Patal. Oh, here's this guy. They're banging on a Puerto Rican cowbell.
205. Holy.
Yeah, it looks extreme. Brother-in-law just stopped by. We just had to talk about basically ancestry and what makes you feel like why you're a good person. It's a pretty good talk.
Forgot to put you on. Oh, to put you on the whole conversation. I forgot to switch it over.
The sun has set here at MDIR. The temperature's gone down about 10 degrees. The cars are going to start flying now.
Starts right there.
Management products. From drifting to time attack to outlaw drag racing and more. Their new PD16 PDM. This plug-and-play power system
I was just driving through the pits and I saw them have an engine up and I was like, oh, they're about to push that thing. Oh, they're about to drop that thing in. It's pretty genius. They're using the lift gate on the trailer to lower and raise the engine out of the engine bay.
Keep it iceberg. He's scared. Yeah,
David's been trying to run a 6 in Wally for at least a couple of years. I think tonight's the night. He's run 2.70 so far this weekend. Let's see a 6 tonight.
a little bit. Yeah, but I like a little more family oriented. But he could switch it.
We spent 703. I don't know.
Oh my God. Are you serious? How many 7.0s do you have in that car?
Too many. Too many.
Like 15?
Almost.
I just found out the driver of the Civic is 19 years old and has run 790 at 190 some miles an hour. Talking to his dad. Let's see what he runs here. We'll go talk to him. I told his dad if he ran another 7, I'd go talk to him.
Man said you go 7s, you get an interview.
Right, that's right.
Time to go to work, baby.
Nice work.
Thank you, man. I don't even know what to say.
Is that your second 7?
That's my first. That's
Oh,
my,
it's your first?
That's my second full pass.
You told me he ran a 790 before.
The car.
Oh, the car. Now you've done it. Okay. Who ran the 7 before?
Chupa.
Okay.
But he went 196. Chupa went 194.
What was your quickest before that?
819.
Really?
That was my second full pass in the car.
So what was your quickest before the 819 in a car?
1090. Something like that.
Oh, no way. You can't just skip ahead to 7s. That's not how it works.
Came here Thursday for a private rental. First pass went 81, 196, which got a lot of people talking.
Yeah.
And some said it was a fluke, but
No.
I don't think so.
What the hell is going on? 3 strikes, we're done. Jamie, you're our last hope. Don't break, Jamie. Yeah, 856, 174. Jamie breaking the 3-car streak. Not breaking, so we're happy about that.
So we're at the end of our first day here at World Cup Finals, and the pits are a mess. There are engines out of probably about 20 cars here. Let's see what's going on here with the G8 stroker to start off.
Yep, been locked real good.
Having fun?
Oh yeah.
Lots of fun, man.
DSM things.
Wait, let me wash my hands first.
Oh my gosh. How long did it take you?
What, take it out?
Yeah, to get to this point.
3 hours. Yeah, about 3 hours.
Not bad. Not bad.
Not a drinking and eating breaks.
Alright, so we just came from down there. I found 3 Evos. There's guaranteed swap party. Yeah, we got one engine. We got an engine going in. Oh, just two. Okay, we're good. Number 4 for the year or the weekend? That looks nice. Let me get a good look at that. Woo! Hey, where's the fleet? Another billet engine going in this one.
Woo! Is that too high? It is too high. What about now? What about that? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody on live. We're on live right now on the OBS Streamlabs. So get a little bit more freedom when it comes to
go out there and lay some numbers down
like
tomorrow.
my cameras and
Nothing
stuff.
too major.
So yeah, big face cam.
There's a crank on the ground,
and
yeah, the pistons aren't looking so hot.
So what you watching? 1320 right now.
As you can see, it's been a rough day here at World Cup Finals. The pits are literally scattered with broken cars. There's got to be at least 40 cars that are all torn apart right now, and it's only the second day of qualifying. We got 2 more days of this,
Siege. I might play a couple rounds of
they're
Siege,
still fighting to stay in the race. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning for some more racing. It's going to be a good one.
Harry Potter was fun. We didn't even get to like action yet. We were actually just looking for these like these demon guys statues so we can get unlocked. So we can start unlocking the locks. Hit me up. Come say hi. Twitch.tv/Dabsensei405. And I'm still looking for mods, 2 mods. 1 mod maybe, but 2 for sure. I mean, 1 for sure, 2 maybe. But if you're interested in being a mod, hit me up. It comes with a
Big picture. Okay, click a 6 or 2.
There we go.
a payment or a monthly payment.
Give me one second. Follow me with the camera. Excuse me, guys.
Easy, low payment because you're just watching me and supporting me basically. Basically, I'm just buying your friendship just to come watch my stream. So, and then you get to control chat in a sense, like kick people out and
Yes, I do this to myself.
promote me pretty much. But yeah, that's what. If you want to know more about trying to be my mod, hit me up, DM me. I'll give you more information.
Which is fantastic. And as you can see, we can back out.
Come say hi though. Twitch.tv/Dabsensei405.
Nowhere near the 18, we get that. But if I can shave off 2 tenths, so high 6s, and then we start racing instead of playing around with qualifying. That's the goal.
I want to see this thing running for a good 6.
It's pretty good time. I've stared at this camera how many times? 6s. And if I don't get it, it's the camera's fault.
Okay. All right.
Awesome.
6s today.
Brett, it's always great to see you.
Isaias Rohan, the MechTech C7 Corvette pulling up. He's had the overall record for the event a few times now. Let's see how deep he can go into the 5s on this pass.
And while we watch this 1320, and it's because my leg is how I had to sit.
251, 254. Holy shit.
What can we watch? Can we recap?
Some of my favorite cars here at World Cup
Well,
Finals are these short
as well,
wheelbase
if you're a
Toyota Stylish.
streamer or
Couple of them
content
right
creator, but
here.
you're
The
always
red one
crying
is
why
running
you
680s
broke,
this week,
then
and
probably
let's
the
go
reason
check
why
this
you're
thing
broke
out.
is
So
because
sitting in about the middle of the class
you only
right now
have
with the
one
Toyota
avenue of
Stylish,
getting to
which is
somebody,
crazy with a
and it's
6.8
because you're selfish and you're only looking out for yourself. Let's say if you're an OnlyFans girl or anything like that, or anything like that, the reason why you don't get people to come watch you because somebody probably don't want to see you in that aspect, and they probably just want to see you in a like dominatrix or some other aspect, but you won't go that way because that's not you. To me, that you're not about your money. So why even doing OnlyFans? Oh, it's because doing OnlyFans because you want guys to like hit you up and basically praise you and put you on a pedestal, and then use your OnlyFans as a way to have sex with dudes because you're saying you're polyamorous. But yeah.
Wilbur Performance,
100% that's y'all.
How much does it weigh?
It weighs 22.19.
That's pretty light.
Class for it is heavy.
Yeah. You can be what, 1900 in the class?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. What's how much power does it make? Have you ever dynoed it?
It should be like around 1300.
1300. This little car, I love it. Yeah. Well, good luck today. Hopefully we'll see you around a 6-7.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Max, get out from here. Go, get from here.
Yeah, there's that 7.
There it is.
Is that your new PB?
That's PB.
Yeah. Nice. 794.6.
794.6.
That's badass. And you're out in front of him?
I did tree him a little bit. I did cut a good 60, but then it kind of felt, it bogged a little more. That kind of hurt the 330 a little. I think it can go an 80 for sure, but I mean, honestly, my goal's met, so I could not even care. I honestly did know he would win. It's a little better setup. I mean, carbon everything. I got power windows still. I'm a little heavier. He's got a bigger front tire, but man, I can't be mad about that.
It's fun to line up next to each other. That's badass, man.
Yeah, awesome.
Congrats on the 7 here. That's
Appreciate
badass.
it. Thank you.
Miles out here with his all-wheel drive Integra. He's had it all-wheel drive for almost 2 years now. It was a pretty big mess last year, but he's got that thing sorted. 790 in the quarter mile in Integra is freaking fast.
now it's kind of in the drivetrain, and just recently we swapped to an 8.8 Mustang rear end.
Oh.
And like some nice big rear axles.
That's
so
pretty serious for all-wheel drive.
yeah, we would break the rear ring and pinion and rear axles maybe every 2-3 times a year. So it's kind of taking us out of competitions, So.
Well, hopefully everything's lined out for tomorrow because the stick shift class needs to get their shit together. It's been messy.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Brandis didn't qualify. Tick's having issues. Everyone's inconsistent. Perfect, yeah. Yeah, elimination is going to be very interesting tomorrow. Congrats on another one, man. Keep her consistent.
And I'm
It's
just
Sunday
like,
here at
what
World
the
Cup
fuck?
Finals. It's time to find out who's
Get
going to
the
take
fuck
home
outta
the
here.
$180,000 across all the different classes here. It's eliminations time. Let's get to it.
Oh, your boy got some Twinkies. Thank you, wife. Said thank you, wife. That's my wife. My wife.
Who's driving this one?
Mine.
Yours? Yeah. That was a freaking bumper stand. What the hell?
I know, my buddy was like, if it wheelies again, don't fucking let out. So I didn't wheel out, and then I felt the back tires come off the ground, and I was like, fuck, dude. And then I just stayed in it. I kept staying in it.
Is everything okay?
No.
Oh, what happened?
I broke another engine mount. It's like the third one.
The third one this week?
This weekend, yeah.
Do you have a fourth one?
I'm probably gonna pull it out of his car and speed him.
Well, thanks for giving us a show.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you.
Get it
guys.
ready. We'll see you second round,
Thank
man.
you, bro. Appreciate it.
What are you making? Eggs erroneous. Huh? The bread good?
TF5 speed in the house. Jamie's rolling up her first round. He's racing an all-motor nitro car. The car's been 880s this weekend, all motor. Let's see how Jamie does against this car.
Huh? Who got that? 2 weeks ago.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Here he comes. Oh my God.
Man, another Boeing whistleblower got killed. Yeah.
It makes me think about Thomas.
The train?
The guy who works for Boeing. Thomas. He's Corey Lee Gustafson's roommate.
The nice one?
Thomas Cabrera.
Oh, yeah.
He worked for Boeing. He has to approve like orders tell you about like the order. He has like non-disclosures though.
The 90
He's not gonna
$900 bolts.
Right. The what?
Those $900 bolts. Yeah, like
In 1979
like they
in
make
Alaska,
them.
a
Oh,
pilot
Boeing.
calls his base to inform them he
Everybody
saw
has to buy
something
these
strange in the
bolts,
sky, and the technicians
since
discover
all the
their
Air
sensors
Force
going
had to
crazy.
go through that
Meanwhile, in the
government,
forest,
whatever, it's
two lumberjacks are
$900
done
for those
working and ready to go
washers and
home.
shit like that.
As they drive
Oh.
away,
Yeah. Here.
When you get an Ace Hardware and stuff.
Here you go. No. Yeah, something like that.
Oh, that's fucking
Here, I'll show you.
Not taxes. That's illegal.
It is. We gotta type this in stream. That's not what I typed. See, it's trying to mess me up. Expensive. Dude, are they demonetizing it? Did they demonetize it?
Huh?
Did they demonetize this? It's crazy, I can't even find it. This is nuts. Well, they're expensive, and I can't find it no more. That's crazy.
suddenly one of the trucks floats up for. In the near future, a mutated form of rabies known as mad dog disease spread the world.
I'll watch this one.
In the near future, a mutated form of rabies known as mad dog disease spreads through the world, quickly jumping from animals to humans. It only takes 90 seconds for a bitten person to go rabid, so soon over 7 billion humans are either dead or infected. The ones that become zombies have a very high resistance to pain and suffer from hyperviolence, which means they're eager to kill. The world becomes a post-apocalyptic wasteland and violent zombie hordes become the norm. In an underground nuclear base, the military has gathered all the healthy survivors they could find. The soldiers have also teamed up with scientists from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to run some experiments and find a cure. However, to do so, they first need to find patient zero since their blood holds the answer. They keep a bunch of zombies locked up in cages and regularly interrogate them to determine where it all started. Morgan is a civilian who was bitten and infected, however he didn't transform. It seems his blood is resistant against the virus, yet they haven't been able to make a vaccine with it. Thanks to that bite, Morgan is capable of understanding and communicating with zombies, so he's joined Dr. Gina's team to help with the research. The soldiers bring in a raging zombie for interrogation, securing him to a chair inside a glass cell. The process starts by playing some music, which is painful for zombies. The infected guy wriggles in pain on the chair as he tries to break the bindings to no avail. Once the zombie has suffered enough, Morgan turns off the music and starts speaking the growling language to communicate with the guy while sending notes to Gina through a tablet. After nicknaming the guy Joe, Morgan learns that he's from Minnesota and is one of the first few people who got infected. Trying to connect with Joe to make him say more, Morgan admits that sometimes he experiences intense urges too and begins talking about what's left of the world, saying he hates it here as much as the zombies do. At that moment Colonel Knox uses a microphone to interrupt the interrogation, which sends Joe into another raging fit. Frustrated, Morgan leaves the glass cell to give Joe time to calm down. However, Knox sees this wait as a waste of time and urges Morgan to continue the interrogation. In the cell, Joe is getting crazier by the second, which annoys Knox so much that he ends up shooting him in frustration. Gina and Morgan immediately get furious because Joe could have provided more clues, and Gina threatens to have Knox removed from his command if he abuses his authority in her lab ever again. Morgan punches the cell, proving he indeed has some violent urges that he must keep contained every day. Afterward, Morgan hides in the bathroom and tries to calm down. Soon Gina finds him and offers her comfort, so Morgan uses the chance to rant about the situation and the pressure he's under. Gina also offers him some medicine, but Morgan turns it down and admits he's been having nightmares about his wife, who was bitten too.
Guy in his movie.
They both admit they miss the simple life and end up doing the dirty in the bathroom.
I'm talking to myself.
Minutes later, Knox sees them leave the bathroom and mocks Gina for her bond with Morgan, so Gina accuses him of being jealous and says Knox would never have a chance with her. Meanwhile, Morgan goes to the underground cells and stops by a very specific cell at the back. It turns out that the zombie there is his wife Janet, who was bitten the same day as him. Morgan gives him an injection with a serum based on his blood, which doesn't cure her but at least slows down the infection and keeps her lucid. At first Janet smacks it away, but after Morgan begs her to cooperate, she says that she still remembers the music and gets the injection. The next day, the soldiers bring to the cell a zombie nicknamed Pete. When they're about to tie him to the chair, he fights against the bindings until he breaks free and immediately attacks the soldiers. As the men struggle to keep him down, Dr. Scooter rushes into the cell to help, only for his arm to get bitten in the process. The team immediately takes to the medical room, and Scooter keeps asking them not to let him turn. They inject him with the serum and Gina cuts Scooter's arm off right before the 90 seconds run off. At first it seems he's alright and everyone celebrates, but suddenly Scooter goes into shock and the group has to hurry to tie him down before he transforms. They aren't fast enough and Scooter sits up growling, so Knox shoots him down and says that's what Scooter wanted when the others get angry. Morgan and Gina have no choice but to accept he's right. Later, while the soldiers wash the cell, Knox gets drunk in the bathroom. Gina has a breakdown in private, but Morgan finds her and comforts her through it. Then they visit the memorial of Scooter's son, leaving a little cupcake for his birthday. The following day, they try interrogating Pete again. Morgan is angry over the loss of Scooter and keeps using the music to torture Pete for longer than usual, turning it on and off a couple of times just to mess with him. When the questions finally start, Peter shares he's from Minnesota and that he was infected in October, but he refuses to say more. Getting angrier, Morgan snaps and points his gun at Pete, who still doesn't answer the question and just says do it. Frustrated, Morgan leaves the cell. Later, Gina and Morgan meet with General Pierce and explain that both Joe and Pete were infected in Minnesota by a very early group. Gina wants to expand the search into Minnesota since the chances of patient zero being there seem to be high. Knox immediately complains about the idea, saying it would only cause them to lose more soldiers. However, Gina keeps going, pointing out that the zombies have evolved into a more intelligent and dangerous breed, showing their strategic attacks. Morgan also reminds them that zombies can't lie. In the end, General Pierce authorizes a search in Minnesota. After the meeting, Morgan brings Janet another injection. As they chat, Janet realizes Morgan is having mixed feelings about her and Gina, but Morgan swears that Janet is his everything. Janet freaks out as she demands to be released, saying she would rather be free outside than safe in a hellhole. She also mentions how much she shares some human experiences like crying, so Morgan takes her hand and tells her not to lose hope because the injections will help. All the while, Morgan continues to have flashbacks of his old life with Janet. He kept insisting he wanted a child, but Janet wanted to wait to find the right surrogate. The couple was still very happy together and even had their own code to show their love. Later, Gina takes another blood sample from Morgan while ranting about the fact they can't figure out why only he is immune. She's tried a few solutions on rats, but nothing has worked so far and the rats keep killing each other. Morgan's resistant blood can reduce the viral levels in the body, slow down infection, and calm the aggression, but the effect only lasts for 5 minutes. They're far from getting a vaccine yet, so Gina points out Janet's recovery isn't guaranteed and Morgan gets upset. At that moment, Gina chooses to confess her love for him, however Morgan just leaves the room. That night, Morgan dreams about the night of the incident. He and Janet had been driving through the city and when they stopped at the traffic lights, 2 zombies jumped on their car and broke their windows. Morgan drove forward until the zombies fell, but when the car stopped, even more zombies jumped on the vehicle and reached through the windows, biting both of them. In the present, Morgan wakes up from the nightmare with a scream. Sometime later, Gina discovers that she's pregnant with Morgan's child. She can't help having a breakdown since she has no hopes that Morgan will return her feelings. Meanwhile, Knox and his men bring the fallen soldiers from the search mission to be cremated. After paying their respects, the soldiers get ready to move the bodies, only for a dead man to suddenly wake up and attack. It turns out he's a civilian zombie who dressed as a soldier to infiltrate the base. As the creature starts killing the medics and the soldiers one by one without hesitation, Knox sneaks around to get a gun, waiting for the right moment to strike. The alarm wails throughout the labs and soon more soldiers rush to the crematorium, where Knox is searching for the enemy that went into hiding. A newly transformed teammate jumps on him, so Knox quickly shoots him before he keeps on moving. At that moment the infiltrated zombie jumps out and tries to attack him, but when he's about to bite Knox, Morgan comes in to pull the creature back. The soldiers want to shoot him, however Morgan asks them to leave him alive for interrogation. Then Knox points his gun at the infected, who shocks them by instantly surrendering and asking to speak to Morgan. The zombie is taken to the glass cell and the music is turned on, however the guy isn't bothered. In fact, he just sits there and takes out a cigarette to smoke. If it wasn't for his different colored eyes, nobody would be able to tell he isn't human. The soldiers found a campus ID on him, so Morgan nicknames him the Professor. The interrogation begins, yet the Professor isn't intimidated and answers with vague philosophy. He admits he's been looking for Morgan, who apparently is very popular in the zombie community. When Morgan asks him why the music doesn't affect him, the Professor explains that each zombie is unique just like humans, pointing out that Morgan's ability to talk to zombies is his own brand of infection uniqueness. This offends Morgan, who insists he isn't a zombie. The Professor also says that the zombies are a more evolved species than humans, who destroy whenever they feel like it too. Then he shares how he was infected. That day he was giving a lecture at the university. He kept getting calls from his wife, so he went to the corridor to take it. When his wife told him about the chaos taking over the city, the Professor heard a noise in the classroom and turned around to discover a horde of zombies breaking in and attacking everyone. The Professor tried to run away, but soon the zombies were rushing through the corridors and infected students jumped on him, biting him. His body transformed, but his mind was still clear enough to return home. However, as soon as he saw his wife and his daughter, the virus triggered his inner rage and forced him to eat them both. Morgan is disgusted by the story and calls him out for his lack of control, but the Professor simply repeats that zombies have risen above the limitations of humanity. He doesn't think there's such a thing as a patient zero and ignores the questions to rant against the government and the system. This causes Morgan to finally snap and punch him before leaving the cell. After taking a moment to calm down, Morgan returns to the cell and accepts a cigarette, pretending to be friendly. The Professor teases him by asking about Janet and says she doesn't need a cure because zombies are actually the solution to human infection. As the philosophical rambling continues, Morgan realizes that the Professor is making him waste time on purpose. Getting suspicious, he uses a device to scan the zombie and when he finds nothing, he rushes to the cells. He finds Pete and shares his theory. Pete got captured on purpose as part of a plan. When Pete realizes Morgan is going to hurt him to make him talk, he tries to self-delete and falls unconscious. Morgan uses the scanner again and gets a signal, so he opens a scar on Pete's body and finds a hidden tracker. His theory turns out to be true. Pete let the soldiers capture him on purpose so the other zombies could find the location of the base, confirming they're becoming smarter and planning to attack. Morgan runs to inform Pierce of the incoming danger, so Pierce orders a full lockdown of the base. Unfortunately, the zombies get inside before they can finish securing the entrances and soon a bloodbath ensues as refugees are attacked without mercy. A creature sneaks to the cell area and releases all the prisoners, making the army even bigger. The soldiers try opening fire, but their numbers aren't enough and the zombies keep on advancing while killing everyone in sight. Soon the horde rushes through the tunnels and the labs are also invaded, causing everyone to start running in panic as more people get killed. Knox takes Gina through a safe escape route and Pierce tries to follow them as the zombies chase after them. However, Knox shoots down Pierce so the zombies stop to feed on him, giving him time to escape with Gina in the elevator. A horrified Gina insults Knox's actions, but Knox says it was a necessary sacrifice for survival. Furious, Gina takes his gun and stops the elevator. She wants to go back to the lab to get her samples since her research is their only hope, but Knox refuses and tries to stop her. In the struggle, the gun is accidentally fired and kills Knox. While the bloodbath continues in every corner of the base, a scientist tries to hide in the rat lab. However, a zombie finds her and quickly attacks her, knocking down the cages in the process. Now the infected rats are on the loose as well.
Damn, the rats
Meanwhile,
are
Morgan
loose.
runs to the cells to free Janet and run away together. Morgan grabs a fire axe on the way and eventually they bump into Gina, who doesn't think it's a good idea to free Janet considering the injections were temporary. However, Morgan refuses to leave without her. At that moment, a zombie appears behind them but Gina immediately shoots her down and then announces she'll be retrieving her samples. Morgan and Janet follow her to the lab fridge and while Gina grabs what she needs, another zombie attacks only to immediately be killed by Morgan's axe. At the same time, the Professor lets out a very loud roar and soon some zombies come to rescue him. Back to the trio, they climb into the vents, carefully avoiding some dangerous wires in the process. As they crawl away, Gina sees the refugee area through the grates and is horrified to discover a complete massacre. Their weight causes the grate to fall and now the zombies know where they are. The trio tries to keep on moving and finds the path blocked by a zombie rat that leaps toward them to attack, but Janet quickly grabs it and kills it with her bare hands. Then they discover the zombies are starting to crawl through the vents too. The group hurries up and Morgan has to kick a zombie until the vent breaks, dropping the creature to the ground. Morgan almost falls too, but Gina rescues him just in time. Eventually they finally reach the parking lot, where the professor is waiting for them. He explains he came to the base to kill Morgan because his blood could prevent the zombies from having a future, calling him the zombies' version of a patient zero. Morgan and the professor start to fight and the women try to help, but the professor easily overpowers them both. Using every object in the room, the men continue to fight and the professor knocks Morgan down, but Morgan quickly recovers and pushes the professor back to impale him on a pipe. Morgan gets hurt in the process as well, and before dying, the professor roars again to summon a huge horde. The trio starts running, but when they reach the door, Janet announces she's staying behind to slow the horde down. Morgan refuses, so Janet reveals she can sense Gina is pregnant to distract him and locks the door. After taking a moment to cry for his wife, Morgan escapes with Gina through an emergency tunnel that drops them in the woods. There are a lot of zombies around, yet Morgan is sure they'll make it. His bike is hidden nearby, so the couple jumps on it and speeds through the forest as the zombies begin chasing them in the distance. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. A few years ago, an asteroid carrying an alien race called the Mimics. In 1979 in Alaska, a pilot calls his base to inform them he saw something strange in the sky and the technicians discover their sensors going crazy. Meanwhile in the forest, two lumberjacks are done working and ready to go home. As they drive away, suddenly one of the trucks floats up for a few seconds only to then drop to the ground, crashing in the process. The other lumberjack tries to check on his friend, but at that moment he's shocked to see an alien spaceship appearing above him. He immediately runs into the forest to try to escape, but soon the aliens catch up to him and beam him up to kidnap him. On present day in California, computer engineer Isaac arrives at the offices of NASA where he works. His co-worker Beck informs him that they're getting a signal from Canada, which is strange because there's no grounded satellite in that area. Later, while Isaac is at the computer, he receives a signal from an unknown origin and wonders if it's a glitch. The next day Isaac goes to his appointment with his psychotherapist, who asks him to start recording video diary to help with the process of self-healing. Isaac feels rather awkward on camera but does his best to record whatever comes to mind. One afternoon, everyone in California stares in surprise as a burning meteorite enters Earth's atmosphere. Isaac is hiking in the mountains with his camera when it happens, so he sneaks around to avoid the incoming law enforcement and finds the perfect spot to record. To his shock, he discovers that the meteorite is actually an actual alien spaceship that landed on the mountains. Suddenly the ship disappears from sight, only for an alien to then appear behind Isaac. When he turns around, he can't believe what he sees, yet he still keeps recording. The alien walks away and Isaac tries to follow it, but after a few steps he falls unconscious. Soon every media outlet is discussing the meteorite and random theories about it. Isaac's work team is supposed to collect samples, but he doesn't show up to work. Sometime later, Isaac wakes up on a cliff, confused about what happened. He checks his camera and sees the recording of the alien, making him realize he may have been abducted. There's also some pain on his arm, but it doesn't look hurt. Isaac makes his way back to his apartment, but things keep getting more confusing. When he stares
What you need? Kiss. You smell like eggs.
Project through the years. That night, Sarah can't sleep because she's afraid, so Isaac comforts her and says he's glad to have met her. 2 days later, the group sits in the cabin waiting for a sign of the aliens' arrival. Suddenly they feel a tremor in the area, so Isaac goes to the forest to look for the ship and encounters 2 aliens. The creatures cooperate and go with him to the cabin, where Carl's device translates for both sides so they can chat. The aliens explain that their race has conquered every aspect of the physical world, from medicine to technology, so now they're searching for something greater beyond their understanding, like the origin of the universe. They've been studying humans because they have a special amount of aura in them, and by touching Isaac, they show him a vision of Jesus. Apparently they believe Jesus is the origin of everything because the humans with the most aura are his followers. Sarah takes the chance to ask why her arm always hurts since the abduction, causing the alien to take out a bracelet device that it puts around her arm. Suddenly her arm splits in two to reveal the tracker that the aliens put there, and now they take it back before making her arm looking normal again. Next they start working on Isaac's arm, but at that moment Graves and his agents arrive, blocking the road with their cars. Graves asks Carl to come out as he demands an explanation about what happened to his father, who was the lumberjack that died in the smashed truck and whose body disappeared. When Graves threatens to open fire, Carl finally comes out and explains he doesn't know what happened to his co-worker's body, which he already said in the past. Graves still doesn't believe him and makes his men shoot him down. Sarah immediately runs out to check on him, only to get shot as well. In the cabin, the aliens finish with Isaac's arm and give him some final advice: he should use his senses and focus. As the aliens disappear, Isaac concentrates and finally gets a grip of his power, allowing him to become invisible and pick up Sarah while the agents open fire on the cabin. Then Isaac picks up Carl and Zed as well, keeping them in the invisible realm where they meet with the aliens again. The creatures immediately heal Sarah and Carl while Zed enters the cabin only to find it empty. While all the agents are confused, the group follows the aliens on the road, walking among the men without being noticed. Soon the spaceship is seen leaving the planet. 6 months later, Sarah and Isaac are a couple living a quiet life in Costa Rica. Isaac still has his power and sometimes uses it at work to do things faster. Zed and Carl are working together for Zuma, a new underground tech intelligence agency, and Graves gets fired from his job for taking things too far. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. On the beaches of Peru, a fisherman goes out on his boat and throws his net. Suddenly, the net is pulled down by something in the water and the man falls along. He decides to swim down to retrieve the net, which is stuck on a bunch of rocks. However, a huge swarm of fish begins to surround him and then kill him. In Scotland, biologist Charlie is on a research mission sent by the Institute of Marine Biology in Germany. Her co-worker Raheem sends her instructions to map a specific section of the seabed using OVs, which are autonomous underwater vehicles. At that moment, Charlie sees an alarm on the computer and discovers that one of the OVs has stopped working, so she goes out on a boat to check on it. It turns out the OV is stuck in the chains of a buoy, thus Charlie dives underwater to untangle it. As she works, she can't help sensing something strange surrounding her, but she can't see anything. Nervous, she finishes the untangling quickly and resurfaces, only to discover her boat has drifted away from her. Charlie swims as fast as possible and gets back to it just in time. Sometime later, Charlie receives co-workers Jess and Thomas, who will help her get the OV operational again. Thomas is surprised to find burned parts inside, but Charlie swears that she doesn't know how it happened. The duo leaves as soon as the repairs are done and now Charlie feels very lonely, so she goes to a pub where she meets fisherman Douglas and they end up spending the night together. The next morning, Charlie takes Douglas with her to launch the repaired OV. It goes well, but before they leave, Douglas notices something weird floating in the water. Charlie grabs it and sets it on fire as she explains it's methane hydrate, which is released by algae and then freezes. Sometimes a few pieces break free and float to the surface, however there are tons of them surrounding them now, which isn't normal. Charlie records it all and later sends it to the Institute for Professor Lehman and her other co-workers to analyze. Lehman asks Charlie to investigate if this is happening anywhere else in the area. Meanwhile in Canada, Leon and a co-worker of the Vancouver Marine Institute discover a dead orca at the beach with strange bruises on its body that could only be made by humans. Calculating the direction it came from, the duo visits the local fishermen at the cove and learns that the orca attacked their boat, which isn't normal behavior. The fishermen had no choice but to fight back to save their own lives. Later, Leon keeps an eye on the whale tracker and worries because the migrating whales haven't shown up at the usual time, which never happens. This is also causing trouble for local tourism since many people come by just to hire boat rides and watch the whales. Leon's girlfriend Lizzie runs a small boat and worries she may have to sell it if the whales don't arrive soon. The following day, Leon gets very excited when he hears signals indicating the whales have finally shown up. He calls Lizzie to let her know and is surprised to hear that all of them have come at the same time all over the coast. While Lizzie takes some tourists out on her boat including reporter Alicia, Leon heads out to do his research and is startled when a whale surfaces just to stare at him for a moment before leaving. Then Leo discovers multiple orcas advancing toward Lizzie's boat at a great speed, so he immediately goes after them to check what's happening. At that moment, a whale begins performing a few flips for the tourists, only to suddenly land directly on the boat and break it in two. People fall into the water and the orcas arrive to start feeding on them. Leon calls for help before bringing as many people as possible into his boat. Alicia manages to get aboard but Lizzie goes back to save a child. She pushes the little girl onto the boat safely, however before she can jump in as well, an orca eats her. Meanwhile in a restaurant in France, a chef is getting the lobsters ready for cooking. He suddenly notices one of them is exuding a weird white liquid and the lobster even squirts it in his face. Furious, the chef makes 2 employees take care of it and the lobster ends up in the garbage disposal. Soon the chef begins to feel unwell and goes outside for fresh air, only to collapse to the ground. Sometime later, one of the employees is sent to the hospital because of fever, black vomit, and diarrhea. Doctors Sophia and Cecile hear about the chef's death, who was found with the same black vomit, and request permission for an autopsy. Cecile worries that this may be something contagious going around the restaurant staff, so she goes to talk to one of the cooks and learns about the lobster incident. Afterward she goes to check on the other cook that handled the lobster, who has missed work today. Unfortunately by the time Cecile makes it to the cook's apartment, she's already dead. At that same time in the hospital, the first cook goes through a cardiac arrest and Sophia with her team try to save him, but sadly he doesn't make it. In the meantime, Leon is trying to deal with his grief when he meets an astrophysicist called Samantha, who compares the sea to space and gives him her card in case he ever needs someone to talk to. Then Leon visits the port offices and is shocked to learn that humpback whales have been attacking ships all over the area. Usually they're only aggressive to protect their babies, but it's not mating season and only big whales have been seen around. Leon also notices that the ships are covered with way more mussels than normal, so he takes a few for his research. In the Norwegian Sea, Professor Sigurd is brought to a charter ship hired by Havestad Energy, where he meets with his old friends Captain Jasper and Tina, who works as Havestad's compliance officer. They show him footage of the area where Havestad is looking for gas and oil, which has been covered with ice worms feeding with frozen methane. They're multiplying at an alarming speed, but when their camera tries to get closer, a strange interference interrupts the recording. Afterward Sigurd gets to study one of these worms up close and notices they have different claws from usual, they're bigger, and their reproduction is happening faster as well. He tells Tina this must be a new species and that she should consult an expert in the field, but Tina refuses because she wants to work with him. At first Sigurd refuses because the two of them have a past and because he doesn't like Havestad's shady practices against the environment, but Tina says she'll let him sign all the reports to avoid hiding information and he accepts. Later, Sigurd and Tina bring their discovery to Lehman's lab and she agrees it must be a new species. The really disturbing part is that these worms are going through the ice on the sea floor even though there isn't anything for them to feed on, as if they were self-destructing. Tina must report this to Havestad and Rahim gets annoyed that a company gets a say before they can release new discoveries to the world. Afterward Sigurd and Tina have a meeting with members of Havestad, who want to know how to solve this quickly so they can keep on digging. Tina convinces they need more samples before they can make a decision, so the board approves another trip. On their way out, Sigurd offers Tina to take her home, but he's disappointed to see her boyfriend is already there for her. During their exploration, the camera reveals that the worms have gotten even bigger. As a test, they activate the ship's drill, but it immediately begins malfunctioning. Suddenly the ship starts shaking and swaying before something explodes underwater. Sometime later, they bring this issue to Lehman again, and she explains that the drill released the trapped methane and caused the explosion. If the ship had been smaller, it would have been destroyed. From what they can see on the scans, the bacteria mat is also eating its way through the ice, and if they reach the bottom of the seabed it'll be disastrous for marine life. Since this is getting serious, Tina invites Sigurd to come with her to an energy council meeting to find out if other scientists have also seen the worms. Back to Charlie, she's doing some work at the pub and sends Jess a birthday message before taking a break with Douglas. Jess is currently with Thomas working on another expedition in a boat, and when Jess sees Charlie's message, she starts recording a video for her. Suddenly the computers start to malfunction and weird readings appear on the screens. The ship begins to shake as the sea underneath takes a weird consistency and swallows it down, killing Thomas and Jess. While Raheem and Charlie are devastated to hear the bad news, weird things continue to happen in the sea. In Venice, the locals are shocked to discover that the waters are suddenly full of jellyfish. Meanwhile, Leo shows the mussel samples to Alicia and other scientists at the Vancouver Institute, who are shocked to see the results. These mussels are much bigger than usual and their rate of reproduction is too fast, so they could be a new species or a mutation. They also notice a white substance coming out of them, so they'll have to test it too. Then Leo asks for permission to do an autopsy on the dead orca because even if it died from its wounds, its weird behavior needs an explanation. There are no signs of infection and nothing weird in its stomach. However, Leon is shocked to find a strange white clot in the dead orca's brain stem. They think it's most likely a fungus, but they'll have to run even more tests to confirm it. Later, while they analyze the pattern of the whale's attacks and other anomalies, Leon recognizes that they've all happened in the migration path of the whales. Wanting answers, Leon takes a boat with his co-worker and Alicia to the middle of the ocean, where he dives in and finds the pod of whales he tracks sleeping. Very carefully, he manages to place a camera on one of their backs, but suddenly they wake up and start acting strangely. Leon swims quickly and returns to the boat, which leaves right before the whales hit it. Sometime later, Leon is alerted that the camera has come off the whale, so he rushes to retrieve it from the ocean. In France, Cecile runs some tests on the blood from the 3 cooks and even double checks with her own blood. She reports to Sophia that it's a bacterium called Vibrio vulnificus, which produces toxins when it comes into contact with blood and causes infections. However, these infections are very rarely fatal, and what these 3 people had is a new mutation that actually consumes the person's blood at an alarming rate. Sophia informs her she's heard of more deaths with the same symptoms in a restaurant up at the coast, so it's spreading. In a car wash nearby, an employee starts feeling dizzy as a client yells at him, only to suddenly throw up black vomit and collapse. He's immediately taken to the hospital, where Sophia notices that there are 2 more cases like this coming. She discusses theories with Cecile, who discards that the infection may be airborne because they'd have even more sick people. Then it hits her, the infection must be in the water system because the lobster was thrown in the garbage disposal. While a special team closes up the car wash and takes water samples, Cecile sends her children to stay with her ex-husband and reminds them not to drink tap water. Meanwhile, Sigur travels to Switzerland to meet with Sato, a representative of Mifune Industries. Sigur knows they're losing ships to the recent trouble in the oceans and gives them an envelope with his findings about the worms. Later, Sato takes this information to the company owner Mifune, revealing they already knew about the worms. Mifune orders his employees to find out where Sigur's loyalties lay since Huvestad is the competition. In the evening, Sigur meets with Tina and demands to know if she truly only wanted to see him for work. Tina admits that she missed him and they end up spending the night together. The next day, Sato calls Sigur and shares his own information. They've found the same worms in China, Japan, and India. Sato also implies that Huvestad doesn't have an exploration license and that Tina lied to him. Seconds later, Sigur receives a video from Sato that shows Huvestad's practices are harmful to nature. Sigur calls Tina to tell her about the worms in the other areas but doesn't mention the video. Their conversation ends abruptly because Tina is currently with her boyfriend, who doesn't know she cheated on him. In Germany, Charlie returns to the Institute because she wants to watch the footage of the search for Jess and Thomas' sunk ship with Raheem and Lehman. The bodies haven't been found yet, but the camera shows a mysterious white substance floating around the ship which defies explanation. At the same time in Canada, Leon and his co-workers watch the footage from the whale camera, noticing the whales are diving deeper than usual. In the end, they find the same white substance surrounding the whales and a strange sound that doesn't sound anything like a whale's song. In the meantime, in South Africa, a couple is having a nice moment on the beach when suddenly the girl is pinched by a crab. They turn around and notice an insane amount of crabs emerging from the sea and invading the city. The couple tries to escape on a bike, only to end up falling on the streets as the crabs surround them. In France, Sophia and Cecile explain their discovery to the government, but they don't have a cure for it yet. They ask for all fishing to be stopped and for water systems to be shut down, but the government doesn't want to do it because of the potential economic consequences. Later, Cecile watches the news and learns that the same crab invasion is now also happening in Brazil, Japan, India, and Morocco. Back to Sigur, he and Tina board Jasper's ship again to find out the spread of the ice worms. The screen reveals there's absolutely no life in the area, and Jasper confirms that Huvestad's ships have been around here the last few weeks. Sigur tells Tina that Huvestad has lied to her and in the guise of laying pipes they have breached the terms of their permit. Tina is hurt that he knew about this and didn't tell her sooner, showing a lack of trust in her. Sadly, Sigur admits he indeed doesn't trust her because of the troublesome history they share, so an argument ensues until Tina walks off. Later, when Sigur tells Lehman what happened, the professor says it's very possible that Tina didn't know. She also advises Sigur not to leak the story, because Huvestad will just blame it all on Tina. In Canada, the Institute learns that their weird mussels have also been found in Madagascar, Uganda, and Paraguay. To their shock, they all have the same genetic barcode as theirs, which should be impossible. They suspect the white substance found in the whale's brain is the same that the mussel was leaking the other day, but sadly it decomposed as soon as it touched air, so Leon will have to get another sample. Leon returns to the port offices, but this time he isn't allowed in because it's become a restricted area. He pretends to leave, only to return seconds later to jump over the fence. Unfortunately, he isn't sneaky enough, and soon the guards are chasing after him until they arrest him. However, the port's boss gives Leon a chance and makes him talk to Sato, who quickly worries when he hears everything the Institute has discovered. Sometime later, Alicia points out that they should check with other organizations to see if they've heard the sound they noticed in the whale recording before, so Leon tells her to contact Samantha. In France, a bunch of boxes labeled biohazard are brought to the university so Cecile can run some tests on the crabs that were sent from Morocco. They have the same weird white substance inside their bodies, and when she tests it with human blood, the same infection starts feeding on it. This means it isn't just the water, the seafood isn't safe for consumption either. Afterwards, Cecile and Sophia discuss that the shell color indicates these are the vent crabs, which usually can't survive on land. They're either a mutation or a new species. Meanwhile, Charlie returns to Scotland and discovers she has a message from Jess recorded right before she drowned. To deal with her grief, she watches it a couple of times, only to discover the white substance appearing on the window. She also notices there's a weird noise in the recording, and when she compares it to the footage from the underwater camera, she confirms they're the same. She immediately calls Raheem and asks him to share this with Lehman. At the same time, Sigurd tries contacting Tina on her work phone since she won't pick up her personal number, only to learn she doesn't work at Huvudstadt anymore. Afterward, he goes to see Lehman, who tells him of a slide in Japan caused by the ice worms. This slide was small, but it could be an alert of bigger disasters happening, and Sigurd points out the worms are only appearing in areas where they can do the most damage to mankind. Lehman thinks that's crazy, but Raheem takes the chance to tell her about Charlie's discovery. However, even after hearing Charlie out and seeing the matching wavelengths, Lehman still thinks it's just the same glitch on the comm signal and not a sign of anything. Charlie insists she's onto something and shows that before all the ships sunk, there was a spike in water temperature above a vent that is supposed to be dormant. Lehman refuses to believe there's a force on Earth that could take the water from the vent to the ship and yells at Charlie, forbidding her from going down there to investigate. Sometime later, Sigurd learns that the International Council for the Protection of the Ocean has called for an urgent meeting in Switzerland. He calls Sato to explain he wants to go to see the council because he has a theory that all these incidents are probably connected, and in return Sato gives him Leon's number so they can compare notes, promising to get him a place in the big meeting. After calling Leon to share the information they have, Sigurd goes home and is surprised to find Tina inside. He tries apologizing for not trusting her, but Tina just says she's tired of lying bosses and announces that she is going away alone. Hurt, Sigurd tells her that he can't imagine life without her, but Tina only responds goodbye before leaving. Later, Sigurd checks out Leon's footage and realizes that the noise is the same as the one Charlie identified. He quickly sends it to the Institute, and this is enough proof to send a Deepwater O for further testing. Lehman also authorizes Sigurd to go along. While Sigurd brings the OV and Leon's footage to Charlie, everyone in the Institute gets a warning about a tsunami forming near the coasts of Norway, Denmark, and Scotland. Raheem tries to contact Charlie, but she left the phone behind while saying goodbye to Sigurd, who is now taking off in a helicopter. At the same time that Douglas is arriving to visit Charlie, Lehman manages to get in contact with Sigurd, who immediately tells the pilot to wait. He runs to warn Charlie, who wants to go after Douglas to save him too, but there isn't enough time. Sigurd drags her into the helicopter and it flies off, so Charlie has to watch her boyfriend die and her home get destroyed. In the meantime, Tina goes to see her boyfriend to break up with him. She's near the beach when she suddenly sees a bunch of birds flying by and the water begins to form a giant wave right in front of her. Everyone in the area begins running away and Tina tries to get help from her boyfriend, who escapes in his car alone even though he did see her. Knowing there's no hope, Tina gets in her own car and leaves a message for Sigurd, saying, "I cannot imagine my life without you either," right before the wave kills her too. All news outlets over the world cover this disaster, which caused thousands of deaths. Charlie leaves Scotland and Raheem tries to take care of her while Sigurd goes home and finds Tina's message, which causes him to have a breakdown as he plays it on repeat. Soon Cecile holds a press conference, attended by Samantha, Alicia, and Sato while the others watch it on TV. She shares everything she's discovered about the crabs and how she believes it's connected to all the weird things happening, even saying the deaths caused by the tsunami could have been prevented. After the conference is over, Sigurd calls Sato to ask for a meeting with both Cecile and Leon. In the evening, Cecile and Sigurd meet through a video call and discuss the possibility of all these events being strategically planned. Cecile even theorizes that whoever is doing this is learning from previous events because the infected lobsters were fished but the crabs came to town themselves. The next day, Sigurd meets with Leon, Charlie, Cecile, and Raheem at the Institute and they try to convince Lehman of their theory. They think there's a mysterious sentient being that is coordinating all the animals to cause these attacks to get back at humanity for how they've ruined the planet. However, Lehman refuses to believe it, saying this goes against all the foundations of science, so she won't endorse Sigurd's presentation for the council. Afterward, Sigur informs Sato that Layman isn't coming, but Sato isn't worried because he thinks they have enough proof. Raheem and Cecile chat for a while and think that this being's actions are defensive, not aggressive. Later in the evening, Sigur notices Leon's bracelet and hears a story about the symbol on it, which his mother gave him for his curiosity because it means unknown. Sigur likes the symbol and draws it on paper, inspiring him to call the mysterious being The following day, the team brings their presentation to the council, explaining they want funding to make contact with and ask it to stop. Unfortunately, the council thinks the idea of nature attacking humans for revenge is ridiculous. They don't consider there's enough proof and are suspicious of the fact the team has connections to Mifune Industries and Hubestad but no support from any of the actual science organizations they work for. After the disappointing meeting, Alicia brings Samantha to meet the team with some big news. This weird signal they found near the beaches has also been picked up in Antarctica and the Arctic Ocean. Samantha agrees with the team's theory and wants to join them. Meanwhile, Sato and Sigur have a chat with Mifune, who approves of the theory too and has decided to fund the project. Afterward, Sigur tells the details of the mission to the rest of the team, explaining it's very dangerous so he won't judge anyone that wants to quit now. Charlie has no relatives so it's easy for her to accept, but Raheem informs her he won't join the project because he's worked enough so now he wants to spend with his family. Charlie can't help feeling betrayed. The rest of the team does accept to go, but they visit their families before leaving. Cecile doesn't tell her children of the danger, but in private, she arranges all the paperwork with her ex-husband in case something happens. Sigur spends his evening hearing Tina's message until he's finally capable of deleting it. Soon the team leaves on Jasper's ship and by analyzing all their information, they calculate her must be somewhere in the Mali Deep located in the Arctic Ocean. They contact Mifune to inform him of their plans, and he makes sure they'll keep both video and written logs of everything. Jasper teaches them about all the security cameras the ship has, but Alicia still goes around interviewing everyone for her own video logs. The scientists still run tests to keep their intel up to date and Charlie works on maintenance for the submarine with crew member Luther. After traveling for a while, the ship's equipment starts flickering with interference and the scientists manage to capture a signal. Samantha immediately begins designing a message to send back by using Earth's signal with slight modifications. She adds a slight spike and the sound of a baby's cry to indicate they want to communicate. If returns a message with the same spike, they'll confirm its intelligence. Meanwhile, Cecile and Sigur confirm that the white substance controls the animals by inserting itself into their nervous system, as if forming an army that follows its orders. Later, Jasper stops the ship and while they transmit Samantha's message, Charlie and Luther take the submarine for a test drive. After just a few seconds, the radar detects something big in the water, but the duo can't see anything. In the ship, their sensors also detect this mysterious mass and pick up another signal before the computers start flickering again and they notice the mass is coming closer. At that moment, Luther notices they've lost their fans and are running out of air, so he has to switch to backup. He tries to inform the ship of this, but they've lost communications too. Worried, Luther wants to abort the mission, but Charlie asks him to turn off the lights because she thinks there's something out there. Jasper and Sigur try to tell them to come back but their messages won't go through, making Samantha and Leon realize that although they stopped broadcasting, the signal is still coming in. The situation in the submarine is too tense and Luther decides they're going back. As the submarine makes its way back into the ship, Charlie notices the glowing white substance floating in the water. Afterward, Samantha reports that they've made contact with her because it sent back their signal with an alteration to the baby's cry, meaning it understood what they did and replied in kind. By assembling the wavelengths of the message they received, she can create an image that she can send as a new message. Meanwhile, Alicia is checking out the submarine when she suddenly notices a glow in the hangar pool. The ship lights start flickering until they go completely out, only to come back in a few seconds. To the crew's horror, they see on the cameras that Alicia is unconscious and bleeding on the hangar floor. Cecile immediately rushes her to the medical bay and finds cerebral fluid in her nose, meaning she fell and hit her head pretty hard. It'll be hard to keep her alive. Later, Samantha tells the team that during the voltage, there was a blast of sound that emanated from inside the ship. While Jasper orders his whole crew to double-check their equipment to make sure the signal isn't a machine malfunctioning, Leon visits Alicia and notices her body is covered in strange spots. Cecile says they aren't blood clots, so she asks the others to hold Alicia down while she does a lumbar puncture. After running some tests on the spinal fluid, Cecile confirms that Alicia is infected with the same white substance the injected in the animals and is trying to fuse with her cells. At that moment, Charlie admits she saw some glowing in the water, and theorizes it followed them back inside. The hangar is immediately secured and samples are taken for testing. Then Sato calls Mifune to tell him about the accident and Mifune informs them that the crabs are now appearing in the Adriatic region too. In the meantime, Samantha finishes designing the message and makes the wavelengths look like the graphic of evolution because she wants the to know that humans also come from the ocean. The message is sent and now the team will take turns waiting in front of the computer for an answer. While Charlie watches the pool from the window, she suddenly notices the water starts glowing, creating all kinds of beautiful shapes with the light. At the same time, the computer picks up a response from that also creates an image. Moments later, Mifune arrives by helicopter and the team shows him the recording of the lights in the pool as Sigurd explains it's a single-cell organism that can fuse into a larger multicellular mass capable of taking shapes. Next, Samantha shows the image from the message, which represents the superoceans surrounding the supercontinent that existed 250 million years ago when Earth's continents were joined. This means the has a collective memory that passes from generation to generation through their DNA. The probably sent a message to tell people that they've been here since the beginning and won't let humans destroy the environment, but Sigurd thinks the responses are a sign the is willing to talk. When Cecile informs the team Alicia is stable, Charlie shares a theory. She thinks that the wasn't trying to kill Alicia when they entered her, it was actually trying to find out about the crew. It was the first time they tried to send a message back, so the probably wanted to confirm humans were intelligent. Then Leon uses some whale sounds to make a new message and let the know that humans have helped animals as well. In a private room, Mifune brings Jasper some bad news. Another tsunami has destroyed most of Nigeria. During the following hours, Cecile continues to run tests and finally devises a medicine capable of destroying the infection that consumes the blood cells. Mifune wants to test it on the actual and Sigurd immediately protests, saying killing the would cause irreparable damage to life in the ocean and that they're supposed to be negotiating. If the ocean dies, so will humans. An argument ensues since the team feels divided on the issue. In the end, they agree to test it only in the pool so they can later negotiate with a backup for their safety. Cecile and Luther suit up and go to the pool to drop the medicine in the water, which causes an instant effect. The lights flicker as the raises in a solid wave and screams before dying in a small explosion that breaks all the windows, makes the ship lose all power, and knocks the duo out. Cecile quickly wakes up and drags Luther inside to do CPR, but it's too late, he's already dead. All propulsion is gone too, so now the ship is just drifting, and in just a few seconds it hits a big iceberg. Suddenly the ship begins moving back and they realize the eye under them, moving the ship as it pleases. Samantha guesses that the scream from the pool must have sent a message to the ocean. The ship won't stay afloat for long though, so Jasper wants to know why they aren't killing the whole Sigurd points out they got terrible consequences for just killing a small part of it, so killing it all would only make it worse. Their only solution is to try to negotiate, and Sigurd makes a plan. They should inject Luther with the white substance and Charlie can use the submarine to take the body in the most concentrated area of as a message of complete obedience. Suddenly the ship shakes and they discover the has pushed them against another iceberg. They need to start evacuating soon, so Sigurd tells Cecile to leave with Alicia and Mifune's helicopter. As everyone rushes to get everything for the plan ready, the brings more icebergs to surround the ship and trap it. Once Luther's body is in the submarine, Charlie dives in. For a while she sees nothing but darkness, but eventually she finds the glowing substance at the same time the ship picks up more wavelengths. Now she's deep enough, Charlie makes a difficult decision. Luther is too far gone, so to make the message valid, Charlie will use her own body instead. People on the ship cry for her as Charlie proceeds to inject herself and lets the water enter the submarine. Soon the shows up and takes Charlie out of the submarine to slowly enter her body. This releases its power from the icebergs and the ship is free to sail again. Sometime later, Charlie's body appears on a beach. She's alive and when she opens her eyes, they're glowing blue. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this.
What does that mean?
Thanks for watching.
What does it all mean, Basil?
Even more Cadian flesh. This time I'm just adding it to the mix I already have, creating somewhat of a 80-20 mix of Cadian flesh tone and Bugman's glow. I repeat the same step as before, but adding it to a slightly smaller surface, both locally on each muscle, but also on the general area, which is the whole miniature. I wouldn't add as much highlights underneath the armpits, for example, or at the...
Teach me how to paint.
Ragged.
In the near future, a calamity known as the ruin causes society to be reorganized. People don't have any sense of emotion anymore, they see all in black and white, lying is illegal, and medicine is used to repress any naughty desires. This is why babies are born through genetic engineering. Such reorganization has removed all pain and conflict to allow for peaceful coexistence, but it's also left people without individuality, since they're all one and the same. The city is surrounded by a mysterious mist and people are told there's nothing beyond it. A boy named Jonas rides his bicycle to the nurturing center with his best friends Fiona and Asher to do volunteer work with the newborn babies. The three of them have turned 18, which means soon they'll be assigned a place in the community. Fiona and Asher are excited about the upcoming ceremony, but Jonas is scared because he feels different and he doesn't know what path to pursue. Nobody knows this, but Jonas can sometimes see color, like the real shade of Fiona's hair. At the nurturing center, Jonas's assigned father is working with a newborn who is still uncertain, meaning he hasn't been assigned to their family unit yet. The baby suddenly starts crying, so Fiona soothes him while Jonas's father says his name, which is Gabriel. Jonas is worried because knowing a newborn's name is illegal, but his father explains that hearing their name calms babies down. After a morning filled with volunteer work, the friends go to the park fountain and jump through the mini waterfall, which has become their little ritual. At that moment they make a promise: no matter what role they get assigned during the ceremony, they'll always be friends. The next day all the teenagers attend the ceremony, which is hosted by the chief elder. First they say goodbye to the retired elders, who will be sent to a retirement home called Elsewhere. Next, all newborns are assigned to their new families, and 9-year-olds are given a symbol of their responsibility. Eventually it's finally time for the teenagers to get their new roles in the community. Fiona becomes a nurturer, and Asher is chosen as a drone pilot. However, when it's Jonas' turn, the elders skip him and he has to watch how literally every other teen gets a job except for him. When only Jonas is left on the stage, the elders make a special announcement: because of Jonas' capacity to see beyond, been chosen to be the next receiver of memory. This means he'll get all the information about humanity's history so he can protect the community and advise the elders to avoid making the same mistakes. Jonas was left for the end because the elders had to think extra hard about their choice. They even say they can't afford another failure. After the ceremony is over, Jonas asks his mother what the elders meant by that, but his mother quickly changes the subject. Then Jonas goes to his room and activates a chip that teaches him more about his new role. He'll have to report to the current receiver for training, and after every training session he must immediately return to his house. All the details of this training must be kept secret. This role gives Jonas the privilege of many legal exceptions. He can ask any question and lie without being seen as rude, and aside from the daily anti-desire injection he mustn't take any medication, especially those that stop pain. The following day, Jonas puts on his new uniform, which makes him look different from everyone. He rides his bike to the edge and enters a lonely house where he meets the current receiver of memory. Since he'll be passing the memories to Jonas to be the new receiver, the old man says he's now the giver. The man explains that Jonas' training will be receiving humanity's history and learning to guide the elders, then makes him sit across from him. Jonas notices a mark on the giver's wrist which matches the one he has. The giver makes him move until they're as close as possible and takes Jonas' hands, causing him to start having visions. He suddenly feels cold and is shocked to see snow, which he never saw before. There's a sled nearby, so he tries taking a ride, only to stop when he spots a house with a happy family singing a Christmas song. Before he can learn more, Jonas appears back in the giver's room. Apparently this is all for the first day, but the giver promises that there's much more to the world than people think. In the evening, the mother says there's something a little different about Jonas. At that moment the father comes home with Gabriel because the baby needs help to catch up on his development. Jonas notices Gabriel has the same mark on his wrist and can guess what will be his future. The next day, the giver announces they'll learn more about color. The giver shares that his first color was yellow, and Jonas tells him about the red of Fiona's hair. Then the giver sends Jonas into another memory, and this time he can see lots of wonderful colors in the sky. It seems this is the first time he gets to look at a sunset. When Jonas returns to reality, he's shocked to see colors in the room, although some of them are still a bit muted. It's explained that the elders decided to get rid of colors because it encouraged envy, but as Jonas advances with his training, he'll see more colors and in brighter tones. When Jonas looks out the window, he's surprised to see a wonderful tree among the mist and realizes that they were lied to about there being nothing beyond the mist. The following morning, Fiona finds Jonas laying on the grass and watching his surroundings. He's amazed by all the colors he can see now, but Fiona of course doesn't get it. The teens dare to hold hands only to be interrupted by Asher, who invites them to watch the drones fly. The group moves to the best viewing point and Asher shares that in his new job, he's seen elsewhere. It turns out it's just a few farms with houses, but he also saw 2 huge rocks that formed a triangle. Next, Fiona and Asher ask Jonas about his job, but since he isn't allowed to answer he wants to show them a trick. Not taking him seriously, Asher goes back to his own training, but Fiona follows Jonas' instructions. They grab some trays and sit on them, then they push themselves down from the viewing point into the grass as if they were on sleighs. Both teens laugh as Jonas helps Fiona to her feet, but the community radio reminds them that it's rude to touch people outside their family unit. Meanwhile, the chief elder meets with the giver to discuss Jonas because he was caught almost sharing his training with his friends. However, the giver says that this is inevitable and that he used to do it too when he was young. Angry, the chief elder tells the giver to behave, reminding him of what happened to the last receiver. Sometime later during another training session, the giver hands Jonas a bunch of books for him to read. During the process, a map falls out and Jonas sees it shows their world with a border around it called the boundary of memories. Jonas realizes that if a receiver crosses the boundary, then all the memories of the world would be set free. Then the giver takes him to the basement and reveals he has a piano, which fascinates Jonas because he heard music before. The giver starts playing as he explains that the morning injections remove people's ability to feel emotions. When the giver grabs Jonas' hand, he has another vision. There's an old-time wedding going on full of food, music, and dancing. People are clearly happy and feel connected with each other. Once he reappears in the real world, Jonas realizes he feels lots of new emotions like he never felt before. The next morning, Jonas tries teaching his sister how to dance, however their parents catch them red-handed and are disturbed by the activity. Suddenly they receive a hologram message from the chief elder, who is wondering if Jonas is being trained properly. Jonas assures her that he is and lies, saying he and the giver sit together and just talk. Then Jonas leaves for training, but instead of taking the injection, he grabs an apple. Once he's gone, the chief elder asks the mother to keep a close eye on her son. Days pass and the giver continues to show Jonas all kinds of memories from the old world. Jonas gets to see how different people could be and learns about concepts like culture, art, and religion. He also learns about the animals that used to coexist with humans. The giver makes sure to touch every important historical milestone, and Jonas slowly understands how the old world was richer and more complex. All this also helps him see better colors in his city. After a few weeks of training, the giver announces Jonas is finally ready to know pain. He grabs Jonas' hand and shares the memory of some poachers killing an elephant, which leaves Jonas crying for the first time when he returns to reality. The giver comforts him but also warns him that it'll get worse. That night, Jonas can't sleep and decides to comfort Gabriel instead, holding his wrist to show him some memories of animals. Gabriel sees it all, confirming he'll be a receiver in the future. Afterward, Jonas watches Fiona at the window, and as he falls asleep, he sees the two of them kissing. The next day Jonas tells the giver about this, expressing his confusion because that memory didn't happen. The giver explains that Jonas had his first dream, which is a combination of reality and fantasy. He also points out that Jonas is finally starting to feel love. Sometime later, Jonas goes bicycle riding with Fiona and can't stop thinking about the concept of love. She tries to ask him about his job, but this time he knows not to try anything weird and avoids the questions. Afterward at home, Jonas asks his family about love, but they just say it's an old concept that no longer has an application. After dinner, Jonas tucks Gabriel in and tells him that he loves him as he shares a few more happy memories. The next day, Jonas arrives at the giver's house only to find him on the floor. He immediately rushes to help him and the giver tries to stop him, but it's too late. A memory puts Jonas in the middle of a battlefield, and next to him there's a man bleeding to death. There is violence, blood, and death all over the place. Jonas then fires his gun, supposedly killing someone. Soon Jonas wakes up and he's horrified by all this pain, grief, and suffering he just experienced. The giver tries to explain Jonas wasn't supposed to see that yet and that this training is precisely done to prevent another war, but Jonas has taken too much and announces he can't do this anymore, so he leaves. Watching him go reminds the giver of the time Rosemary left him too. As Jonas crosses the park, he realizes he can't just go back to his old self because he has this knowledge that makes him see everything different. Asher notices he's acting weird and tries to check on him, but Jonas ignores him. However, he does react when Fiona approaches him and admits he stopped taking his injections. He also confesses he wants to quit his job. Jonas encourages Fiona to stop taking the injections too and asks her to meet him tomorrow at the fountain. Later, Jonas returns to the giver's house and finds him in the basement watching a memory of Rosemary and his younger self at the piano. The giver explains that Rosemary was his daughter and she was supposed to be the next receiver. However, when he showed her a memory of a mother losing her child, it was too painful and she couldn't take it. The next day, Rosemary told the elders that she quit and she was sent to elsewhere. Jonas thinks that living in elsewhere doesn't sound too bad, so the giver shows him a hologram with the truth. Jonas' father appears handling a pair of baby twins, only to take one into another room and inject the baby on the head. Because the society only accepts there can only be one of the same thing, twins are always separated and one is sent to elsewhere, which is just a metaphorical name for execution. This means the retired people who were sent to elsewhere are dead as well. Jonas is horrified by the baby's death. His father doesn't appear to understand what's happening. The giver explains that humans don't grasp the concept of death because they've never been introduced to it. Furious, Jonas demands to know why nobody ever did anything like this, so the giver reminds him that people can't feel and therefore don't have any emotions to act on. Moments later, Jonas arrives at the fountain and finds Fiona feeling rather unwell. She confirms she didn't take the injection, so she's overwhelmed by all the new things she's feeling. Jonas holds her hands and kisses her, making her feel better and promising more wonderful things in their future. After Fiona leaves, Jonas finally remembers that he dreamed about her when he was a child, and when he told his parents, they fixed it with an injection. Afterward, Jonas goes home and notices Gabriel isn't there, so the mother explains that Gabriel failed a maturity test and will be released into elsewhere. Knowing the real meaning now, Jonas refuses to have dinner with his family and rushes to his room to pack a bag. Then he escapes through his window and rides away on his bicycle. Suddenly, Jonas finds the way blocked by Asher, who reminds him leaving his home this late is illegal. Jonas tries to explain that there are more important things, but Asher still grabs the bicycle to stop him, so as they fall, Jonas shocks Asher by punching him. Then Jonas manages to escape and goes to the giver's home to ask for his help. The giver is glad to see this rebel act and they make a plan together. Jonas will take Gabriel to the boundary of memories to release humanity's history while the giver stays to help guide people once all those memories come back. Meanwhile, Jonas's mother hears what happened from Asher and reports the incident to the chief elder, who immediately makes a hologram call to the giver. Jonas hides just in time and the giver tells the chief elder he doesn't know where Jonas is. The chief elder can tell he's lying, but she can't force him to talk, so instead she concentrates on tracking Jonas on the security cameras. Then the giver gives Jonas the map, and as he says "I love you," he shares some memories of revolutionary events to fill him with courage. In the city, a message is played announcing Jonas is a wanted man. Soon he makes it to the nurturing center, which is seen by the chief elder on the cameras, and she sends her men after him. She also finds a recording of the kiss, which horrifies every elder in the room. In the nurturing center, Jonas convinces Fiona to take him to the restricted floor while explaining he'll be leaving the community for good. After they find Gabriel, Jonas asks Fiona to come with him, but she refuses to leave her family, so she says goodbye with a kiss. At that moment the guards enter the building, so Jonas takes Gabriel through another door while Fiona takes an empty cradle and starts running, causing the men to follow her believing she has the baby. After a long chase, Fiona is surrounded and captured, but Jonas manages to escape by stealing a guard's bike. Unfortunately, guards soon catch on and start chasing him too. Jonas goes as fast as possible, crossing the city as he makes his way to the edge. The guards follow him there, but they immediately stop when they see him jump into the mist where they don't dare to follow. The chief elder receives a message saying Jonas was lost to the edge and the search is cancelled. Refusing to give up, the elders bring Asher and Fiona in for interrogation, and Fiona is given the injection again. After the chief elder finds the video of Jonas telling Fiona the plan, she and the guards arrest the giver by knocking him out. When the giver wakes up, he finds himself in a prison with Fiona. The chief elder holds a ceremony of loss for Jonas so people won't be surprised by his disappearance, while at the same time she orders Asher to find Jonas and get rid of him. Meanwhile, Jonas safely lands on a desert and is amazed to see nature outside the giver's memories, especially the warm light of the sun. He only stops riding at night to rest by the fire. Eventually the bike stops working, so Jonas continues traveling on foot while carrying Gabriel in his arms. At that moment Asher's drone friends him, so Jonas begs his friend for trust. Without a word, Asher starts chasing Jonas and Gabriel with his drone until it's close enough to pick them up. Asher guides the drone to the river and drops the boys in the water, hoping this will help them escape while still looking like they're dead. Once Asher sees the duo is okay, he takes the drone away and tells the chief elder that he successfully finished his mission, which is the first lie he ever told. Minutes later Jonas and Gabriel leave the river to continue traveling under the harsh sun. Jonas thinks about Fiona to get strength to keep going. Speaking of Fiona, she's visited by Jonas's mother, who informs her she'll be sent to elsewhere. A desperate Fiona starts sharing all the wonderful things Jonas taught him, saying humanity has been robbed. Eventually Jonas and Gabriel leave the desert and make it to the snowy mountains. While dealing with the bitter cold, Jonas takes out the map and starts looking for a tower, but he can't see anything and passes out. Back to Fiona, she's taken to the chamber room where she'll be released, so the giver joins the watching elders and begs them to end this unnecessary drama. However, the chief elder refuses, reminding the giver that love only brings jealousy, hate, and violence because people are weak and selfish. At that moment Jonas wakes up because Gabriel is crying. Buried in the snow, he finds a sled and remembers his first given memory, so he sits on it and the duo quickly slides down the hill. This helps them finally reach the tower that marks the boundary, and as they cross the force field, all of humanity's memories are released just in time to stop his father from giving Fiona the lethal injection. As the city fills with color again, Jonas and Gabriel find the house from the memory and settle down to wait for Fiona. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
It's a good movie.
This girl, John Jian, is being attacked by a sniper, but she refuses to give up. Instead, she seizes a broken mirror, attaches it to a broom, and
Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, in a prison known as the Vertical Self-Management Center, Goreng wakes up in a concrete
I've already
cell
watched
with
this
a
one
number
before.
48 on
I
its
don't know if
wall.
y'all remember this.
There's nothing but a bed and a sink for him to use and a hole in the middle of the floor, which his cellmate Trimagasi calls the pit. There are hundreds of floors like theirs, all of them with 2 prisoners using fake names assigned by the management. Every day, food is lowered on a platform through the hole, and you have 2 minutes to eat as much as possible before it leaves to a lower floor. The lower you are, the fewer chances you have of eating anything. At the end of each month, prisoners are shuffled and sent to different floors. When Goreng sees the platform for the first time, he decides not to eat because he isn't hungry, and he'd rather leave food for the lower levels. After eating as much as he can, Trimagasi spits on the table, knowing people above probably do the same. Goreng decides to keep an apple for later, but after the platform leaves, the cell begins to feel extremely hot. It turns out that keeping food is forbidden, so Goreng has to get rid of the apple or they'll burn to death. This makes Goreng think about the interview he had before entering the place, when he had to sign a paper accepting the fact he can't get out until the agreed period is over. Every prisoner has a choice to bring one item with them, and Goreng chose to bring a copy of Don Quixote. Goreng came here voluntarily, he'll spend 6 months in exchange for an accredited diploma. The next day, Goreng refuses to eat again when the platform comes, and Trimagasi thinks floor 48 is wasted on him. Goreng asks Trimagasi for his story, and Trimagasi explains it all started with a television ad. He bought an extraordinary knife that he saw on TV, but only a few days later, they released a new ad promoting an even better knife. This made him so furious that he took the TV and threw it out the window, killing a guy that was passing by. Trimagasi was given a choice between a psychiatric hospital and the hole, so here he is. The lowest he's gone was 132, thus he knows there are more floors than that because he could see them below. No food reaches the lower levels, and a month down there isn't that bad. The problem is when you get 2 lower levels in a row. Goreng is scared of this possibility and tries to talk to the people on the other floors to ask them to ration their food, but he's ignored. Trimagasi replies by pissing into the lower floor. He also reveals that the item he chose to bring with him is the knife he bought from TV. The next time the platform comes by, Goreng finally begins to eat. He also sees a person from the upper levels fall through the hole, and Trimagasi says this is very common but nobody will do anything about it. Trimagasi tells Goreng about all the floors he's been on and mentions they'll be together next month. Goreng realizes that cellmates are kept together when they're shuffled and finally understands Trimagasi ate his previous cellmate when he was on the lower floors. When the platform comes by again, Miharu is sitting on it. Goreng worries about her because he notices she's injured, but Trimagasi tells him to ignore her. Miharu comes down the hole once a month to look for her missing child. She also kills every cellmate she gets in order to have more chances to be paired with her child the following month. The guy they saw falling was probably her victim. Trimagasi then explains that unlike her, he never killed anyone, he just ate the body that fell on his floor. When the platform goes to the next level, the prisoners try to take advantage of Miharu. Goreng yells at them to leave her alone, but it isn't necessary. Miharu just kills them and returns to the platform. When the month reaches its end, the prisoners are put to sleep with gas and shuffled around. When Goreng wakes up, he finds himself tied to his bed on floor 171. Trimagasi explains he tied Goreng up because he's younger and stronger, so Trimagasi has to protect himself. Screaming can be heard from the other floors that indicate people reacting to their new levels, and when the platform comes, there's not even a crumb left. After 8 days, Trimagasi announces it's finally time for him to get some food. Ignoring Goreng's pleas for mercy, Trimagasi uses his knife to get some meat from Goreng's thigh, but before he can eat it, the platform arrives, bringing Miharu with it. Miharu remembers how much Goreng worried about her and jumps on Trimagasi, attacking him with his own knife. Then she frees Goreng and hands him the knife so he can use it to finish Trimagasi off. Goreng passes out after that, and he wakes up later to find himself on the bed. Miharu has bandaged his leg with a piece of bed sheet, and she's now eating Trimagasi. She brings some meat to Goreng who accepts after some hesitation. She also brings him some water before leaving on the platform without a word. Days pass and Trimagasi's body begins to rot, giving Goreng the chance to feed on worms too. Goreng also begins hallucinating, seeing Trimagasi's ghost judge him as he eats. At the end of the month, gas takes over the cell and Goreng dreams of being with a woman again while Miharu watches. When he wakes up, he discovers that the one licking him is a dog. To Goreng's shock, his new cellmate is Imogiri, the woman that did his interview when he volunteered to enter this prison. The dog is the item she chose to bring with her, and they're now on level 33. Goreng remembers the day of the interview and how Imogiri made creepy pauses between questions. In the present, Imogiri explains she volunteered as Goreng did, and that she didn't know people died here. As far as she knows, there are 200 levels, and when Goreng explains there isn't enough food for all the people here, Imogiri points out that the amount of food would be fine if people only ate what they needed. Something that fosters a spontaneous sense of solidarity needs to happen, but Goreng finds the idea ridiculous. He does wonder if change could be achieved by the death of a child, but Imogiri's sure that company policy doesn't accept under 16s. When the platform brings them food, Imogiri only eats what she needs, and after giving some to her dog, she begins preparing 2 rations of food. Once the platform reaches the lower level, Imogiri tries to reason with the prisoners, telling them to eat the rations she prepared and make 2 more for the next level to pass on the message. Obviously she is completely ignored, and Goreng points out that the administration doesn't actually want solidarity to happen. Imogiri hates that Goreng thinks all administration is bad because she worked for them without issues, but Goreng replies that being a former worker gave her the privilege of choosing her cellmate. Imogiri doesn't give up and keeps on trying to ration the food every day, but she continues to be ignored by the lower levels. 2 weeks later, Goreng finally gets tired of all her yelling and tells the people that if they don't follow Imogiri's instructions, he'll relieve himself on the food every day and they'll have to eat poop. The threat works and the prisoners start passing the messages to the lower levels. Sometime later, the platform comes down with an unconscious Miharu on it. Goreng and Imogiri put her on a bed and take care of her while the dog steals some food. Once the platform leaves, the cell begins feeling extremely cold, and Goreng has to chase the dog to take back the food he stole before they're killed for breaking the rules. In the evening, Goreng leaves the bed to Miharu and sleeps on the floor, only to wake up to find the girls fighting. It turns out Miharu killed the dog to eat him.
Man, the dog died. Right now, doing some movie recaps. Twitch.tv/Dabsensei405. So twitch.tv/Dabsensei405. Doing some recaps.
scientists. She tells her to stay on her path and not to be Wells' puppet because she suspects he's tampering with the results of the tests. When she's about to say more, she's interrupted by the nurse and the guards, who take Chase away in a truck. During the trip, the guard punches her, so she fights him off and jumps out of the truck to escape. Chase sneaks around in the tall grass while avoiding the searching lights and eventually finds a building with a guard outside. She waits for the guy to leave with a scientist and gets inside, where she finds an advanced control center and has to knock out another guard. Then she steals a white coat and moves around with her head down until she discovers the disturbed main room. All the other criminals from the island are floating in tanks while wearing strange suits. Suddenly she's surrounded by Wells and his men, who hold her down as the nurse gives her an injection. An unconscious Chase is put back in her tank and reconnected to the simulation. In seconds, Chase wakes up on the beach again with her hands tied up while the group discusses what to do with her regarding Brody's murder. She remembers everything about the prison and tells the others, but no one believes her and they refuse to untie her. However, Chase's words cause Hayden to have a vision of her in a car with a guy, who she kisses before stabbing him multiple times, then she crosses him off a kill list. Afterward, Chase tries running away, so the group goes after her and tackles her to the ground. While they're struggling on the sand, they're suddenly interrupted by two new people called Bonnie and Clyde. The more Clyde speaks, the more he sounds like Wells, so Chase thinks the Warren sent them to manipulate them. When nobody listens to her warnings, she makes an observation. The duo doesn't seem bothered by the body on the beach. Now exposed, Bonnie and Clyde threaten everyone with their weapons and make them drop anything they can use to defend themselves. Then they ask about the boxes from the raft, revealing they know about the gun. While Clyde argues with Chase, he suddenly stabs Hayden in the stomach, explaining she was killed Brody for what he did to KC. That's why she was arrested. She killed a bunch of abusers as some kind of vigilante. Clyde confirms the prison is real and they all signed waivers to agree to the rules, which include getting killed if they did any killing. He and Bonnie only appear when the rules must be enforced. They also reveal that the memory wipes have been reversed. Soon everyone's mind will be flooded with images. Then Clyde frees Chase and tells her to leave. She rushes to find the boxes she hid and retrieves the gun, which makes her have the vision of her shooting the lady, and she thinks that would have been her crime. Afterward, Chase takes the medicine box to the group and leaves with the gun. Bonnie and Clyde scold the group for spending the past few days doing nothing and tell them there's a village on the other side of the island, so they should head there. After reminding them they'll always be watching them and that leaving the island is forbidden, Bonnie and Clyde go away. The group buries Hayden and Brody and discusses what to do. KC, Cooper, and Moses decide to look for the village, but the others prefer to stay at their camp. A few hours later, the trio finds a bunch of huts while Bonnie and Clyde smile from afar as they say let the games begin. When the prisoners start receiving their memories back, Mason sees himself shooting people at a mall with blood on his face. KC is in her car having a mental breakdown near the sea while a storm rages outside, and Blair sees himself as a nurse in a hospital telling the doctor that the patient filed a do not resuscitate. The doctor didn't have such a note on the patient's file, so he couldn't help the patients that were in pain because they weren't in a euthanasia state. Refusing to let her patients suffer, Blair tampered with the patient's IVs, killing lots of people before she was caught. At that moment, Blair sees Taylor dragging the raft into the water to try to escape, so she rushes to stop her as she reminds her of Bonnie and Clyde's warnings. Taylor just pushes her away and keeps going, so Blair runs to tell the others. Unfortunately, they arrive too late and Taylor escapes in the raft. At the same time, Moses is getting his memories back too. He used to be a rebel, and with the help of a friend, he put a bomb inside an empty building as an act of protest. However, they were wrong and the building did have people in it, which ended up dead. Moses and his friend were both arrested for murder. KC also continues to see her memories. She was married to Rick and they had 2 kids together, but Rick was physically and verbally abusive towards her. Since Rick wouldn't get a job, KC worked at a bar where she met Jordan, who she fell in love with. They started to see each other in secret very often, but one day KC was disappointed to discover Jordan left town. Later she asked Rick for a divorce, mentioning the affair and letting him know that any man was better than him. Furious, Rick pushed her head into the sink, keeping her underwater for a few seconds before aggressively announcing she wouldn't see her sons again. This caused her to have a mental breakdown, during which she sedated her sons and put them in the back of the car before driving into the sea. The kids died, but she managed to get out, so she went home and self-deleted in front of Rick, who quickly saved her. On the beach, KC has a breakdown as she remembers her dead sons and starts seeing hallucinations of her kids in the car. So Moses tries his best to comfort her and shares his own story.
Kill the kids.
Then they agree that to survive, they'll have to find Chase. As they
the
walk,
fuck?
Casey is too afraid of going near
There
the
you
water
go,
because
there's
of her
women's
traumatic
choices
memories.
right there for
so
you.
Moses
What
provides
the
her comfort to help her enjoy swimming again. While Donovan chats with Blair and jokingly asks her to marry him, he also goes through his memories. He used to work in an office and was obsessed with a coworker who kept turning him down. Eventually she told HR about his harassment, so one afternoon she cornered her in the bathroom and killed her while blaming her for leading him on. Blair and Donovan's conversation is interrupted by a sudden shot. It's Mason, who has found a flare gun and says he was just testing it. In the woods, Cooper is searching the area and suddenly overhears Bonnie and Clyde talking. Apparently they're planning to do something against the rules and mention some kind of boss. Meanwhile, Chase makes it back to the abandoned hotel, and in a room, she finds the lady from her visions, whose face is quite damaged. The lady suddenly appears by Chase's side and grabs her by the neck, telling her she's killed her own mother. As the lady laughs, Chase reminds herself this isn't real and her mother disappears. Then Chase approaches a chair and finds a key for room 39, so she heads there and begins searching every nook and cranny. Behind a painting she finds an envelope full of photos and a title for a house that she suddenly gets a vision of. The photos are of her and her mother, the house, and to her shock, one of her hugging Cooper. At that moment she hears a noise outside and bumps into Cooper, so she uses the chance to show him the pictures. Then they both admit that they remember being happy as a couple. In the meantime, Taylor shipwrecks and gets hurt, but at least she reaches another island. As the raft floats away, Taylor searches the area and finds a skull that has the property of Island text. At that moment she's hit by her memories. It turns out she and her boyfriend tried to rob a bank. Afterward she eats some fruit and takes a nap. When she wakes up, she finds her hand wrapped in bandages and a bowl next to a plank that says chicken soup, so she drinks it all. Minutes later, she's found by Bonnie and Clyde, who congratulate her for finding a place called Two Land but explain they're here because she broke the rules. Taylor explains she didn't mean to kill anyone and it was an accident during the robbery, blaming her boyfriend for the deaths. The duo then reveals that the island only has one resident who happens to be a cannibal, and the soup she ate was made with her own fingers. In the evening, Casey wakes up to see her son burning the abandoned village. She approaches the boy to stop him, telling him how much she loves him. However, the son is just a hallucination, and Moses so she drinks it all. Minutes later, she's found by Bonnie and Clyde, who congratulate her for finding a place called Land but explain they're here because she broke the rules. Taylor explains she didn't mean to kill anyone and it was an accident during the robbery, blaming her boyfriend for the deaths. The duo then reveals that the island only has one resident who happens to be a cannibal, and the soup she ate was made with her own fingers. In the evening, Casey wakes up to see her son burning the abandoned village. She approaches the boy to stop him, telling him how much she loves him. However, the son is just a hallucination, and Moses has to pull Casey away from the flames, which are very real. Nearby, Bonnie and Clyde happily watch the fire they started. Back to Chase, she has a vision of her childhood. When she was a kid, she was bothered a lot by her classmates, but her mother was never sympathetic. She would yell at Chase and demand her to solve her problems because she didn't want a weakling as a daughter. From then on, Chase started to take fighting classes, but her mother disapproved of that too because it wasn't very feminine. In fact, the mother told her not to come home for the holidays if she didn't give up the fighting, so instead Chase joined the Marines. Cooper also has a short vision and sees himself at war, surrounded by bodies. When he sees Chase with the gun in her hand, the rest of the memory comes to him. The two of them met when they joined the Marines and fought together during the war. During a mission, Cooper was hit by an explosion and was seriously damaged, so a helicopter took him away. Chase also remembers this, and they realize the house from the pictures is the ranch they moved to after the war. Another flashback reveals that after Cooper recovered from the explosion, his face was still severely damaged and he was worried nobody would hire him like that. In the present, Cooper is looking at himself in the mirror when suddenly he sees Chase's mother next to him. She removes the bullet from her forehead and hands him to Cooper, but luckily at that moment Chase makes him snap out of it. She explains that she also sees her mom and that she thinks she killed her even if she doesn't remember it, but Cooper says they were framed. At the beach, Mason gets his leg hurt after slipping on rocks, so Blair takes care of the wound. Donovan sees this and gets jealous because Blair had taken care of his leg first and he had thought they had something. After Mason leaves, Donovan pretends he has something in his eyes to get Blair's attention and begins talking badly about Mason. Suddenly he tells Blair that he loves her, but Blair turns him down. Meanwhile, Mason has another flashback. After killing all those people at the mall, he could hear the police coming for him, so he took a gun and tried to self-delete. However, he couldn't do it and he got arrested. At that moment Blair approaches him and asks him to never leave her alone with Donovan because he's dangerously obsessed. In the woods, Bonnie and Clyde see Casey and Moses bonding and decide to let them be because they'll probably attack each other soon. Clyde opens a screen on his arm to search for different victims, revealing he has access to all the cameras on the island as people in the control room do. This causes two technicians to notice something is wrong. Later, while Blair is away, Mason is taking off his shirt and Donovan uses the chance to choke him. Mason struggles against Donovan and they fall to the floor, but when Mason tries to grab something to defend himself, Donovan finishes killing him and hides him under some leaves at the same time by the sea. Blair suddenly remembers that she was married to a woman and rushes back to tell Donovan, only to see Mason's body on the ground. Disturbed, she falls to her knees and pretends to accept Donovan's feelings while secretly taking the flare gun from Mason. Then Blair pretends she's about to kiss Donovan to get close enough and shoot him at point-blank range, killing him instantly. Back to Casey and Moses, they arrive at the hotel and find Cooper and Chase. An argument ensues over secrets and information, so Cooper takes out a gun to shut them up, causing him to have a flashback. The farm they were renting belonged to Chase's mother, She refused to extend the lease because they weren't making enough money. Cooper tried to plead for mercy, but the old lady began insulting him and Chase, which made Cooper angry. Chase's mother took out a gun to make him leave and Cooper tried to take it from her, so she hit him with a vase, and in the struggle the gun was accidentally shot, killing her. In the present, it's revealed that Cooper was so lost in the vision that he has fired the gun here too. Moses. While Casey hugs the body, Cooper tells Chase he killed her mother and made it look like a break-in. Chase gets very upset and is about to punch him, but suddenly Clyde shows up and stops her, saying he'll take it from here. Clyde starts fighting Cooper while Bonnie goes after Chase. All four of them are great fighters, so lots of hits are exchanged as they move all around the room and climb on the furniture. When Clyde is about to stab Cooper, Chase hits him first to stop him. Clyde retaliates with his machete, but Chase dodges it and the blade kills Bonnie instead. Then Chase stabs her with a spear, making her disappear from the simulation. Cooper attacks Clyde with an axe at the same time Chase turns the spear on him, but Clyde uses it to stab her before disappearing too. The spear also disappears, but Chase is still bleeding, so she leaves the building to die alone. When she finds the sea she passes out, only to wake up in the prison again. Dr. Wiss welcomes her and explains they brought her back right before dying because thanks to Cooper's confession, she's been exonerated of her crimes and she's off death row. She also says that Bonnie and Clyde were marshals who went rogue and were removed for interfering with the results of the game. While the doctors check on Chase's health, Wells tries to visit her, but Wiss stops him and implies he'll be investigated for his involvement in the marshals' misbehavior. Furious, Wells finds the nurse and convinces her to be on his side because otherwise she'll go down with him. When Chase is taken to see a psychiatrist, she learns that the names on the prisoner's shirt labels had been their surnames, and her actual first name is Gabriella. The doctor reveals that all the prisoners went into the simulation voluntarily because it would get them out of death row and they signed non-disclosure agreements. This was mandated by the government, saying the experiment should only be done on those truly irredeemable, which in Texas is a low bar. To this day, nobody has reached redemption in the game to win it. After a few more tests, Chase is taken to see Wells, who reveals all her mother's money went to a hospital so she has nothing to go back to. He also admits he did try to sabotage the program because the other prisoners are awful people who don't deserve a second chance or to get tax money wasted on them. Then he offers her a deal. If she doesn't tell the scientists about his plans, he'll take Cooper out of the simulation so she can have her revenge. Chase immediately accepts. Meanwhile, the scientists tell Bonnie and Clyde that they'll go to jail for their actions, but their sentence may be smaller if they were under someone's orders. However, the duo is too scared of Wells and doesn't mention his name. Afterward, Chase has to meet with the scientists one last time before she's released to tell them about her experience. They ask her about the gun she found because they didn't put it in the code, yet Chase doesn't mention Wells' name either. Then the scientists explain that 39 is the number of steps from the end of the cell block to the electric chair. Chase finds this very sadistic and points out there's no way all this money is being spent to rehabilitate criminals, so she suspects they have a secret profitable reason. Wells agrees and an argument ensues, but at that moment he gets a call from the governor, so the meeting must be paused. A guard takes Chase back to the lab while explaining she has to wait for her paperwork to leave. Suddenly Wells appears with the nurse, who captures Chase with the force field and is about to kill her with an injection. Luckily Wish shows up and orders the guards to stop him, but as Wells is escorted out, he tells Chase she still doesn't know everything. Later the scientists judge Wells, revealing he was the one to put the cannibal on the island too and that the nurse has betrayed him. An offended Wells starts screaming and again tells Chase that they're hiding something from her, so the guards take him away. Afterward Chase finally gets ready to leave and she's approached by Wiss, who finally confesses the last secret as she gives Chase an injection. Suddenly Chase's face changes, revealing she's actually quite old. She's been in prison for 25 years, but when the prisoners enter the simulation, their avatar appears at the age they committed the crime. The illusion is only in the prisoners' minds, everyone else has always seen her as an old woman. Chase realizes Cooper must be old too and demands to see him, but Wiss says it's not possible because he's still on the island. As Chase finally leaves the prison, she sees the city outside and discovers how much the world has changed in almost 3 decades. Meanwhile Wells appears on the island too and Casey and Cooper welcome him to One Land. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can see more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
We gotta look it up. Well, no movie recap.
In the middle of the road, a terrified woman runs to a gas station and begs for help. However, in the middle of the road, a terrified woman runs to a gas station and begs for help. However, the clerk is done for the day and turns off the lights, saying they're closed. Then the woman rushes to the phone booth and calls 911, desperately explaining that both her sons have been taken. She's suddenly interrupted by a bright beam of light that surrounds the booth, making it disappear with her inside. The clerk comes out and finds nothing but the base and some smoke. As he turns around to call the police, the booth falls and crashes on the ground. In the morning, the police come to investigate the scene. While some of the cops call the clerk a liar for the story he's telling, Officer Murphy inspects the remains of the booth and finds the woman's ID, wondering where she is now. Meanwhile in the city, April and her boyfriend Kyle are packing for a weekend trip to a cabin in the woods that belongs to April's family. At the last minute, Kyle announces he's invited 3 friends to come with them without telling her, which makes April a bit angry. Her mood gets better when they get on the road and she finally relaxes. Seth decides to fire a flare for fun, so they end up being pulled over by Murphy. When he hears where they're going, he warns them that there have been unusual disturbances in the area like break-ins and animals being killed, so they should be careful. After letting the group go with just a warning for their behavior, Murphy goes to see the local farmer, who has found a dead pig. He thought that the coyotes did it, but Murphy points out the wound is too exact and clean. It's the same mutilation he's been seeing on all the animals in the area. As soon as the group makes it to the cabin, they start having some fun with alcohol in the pool. After a few hours of fooling around, Mel takes her dog out for a walk and April goes with them. The girls chat while they enjoy the scenery, but suddenly the dog hears something and starts barking as it runs away. The girls follow the barking to an area blocked by a fence with a creepy scarecrow, but they ignore the anti-trespassers signs and cross it anyway. As they look around, they find some tents holding a bunch of Mary Jane plants and Mel gets so excited that she tries stealing some. Soon the dog returns to them only to be followed by the property owner, who threatens them with an axe. The girls try to explain they just were looking for the dog and that they're staying in the cabin. Hearing about the cabin makes the man realize he knows April. His name is Travis and he was a friend of her family, so he met April as a kid. Soon April remembers him too and the girls accept his invitation to the house. They chat for a while and Travis shares some details about the PTSD he's going through since he fought in the war. He also shows them a picture of a mysterious flying object that his motion-activated thermal cameras picked up. He theorizes that it's a secret military aircraft and that the army has been using the area for testing since the Cold War. Travis is big on conspiracy theories and rants about having to live off the grid to avoid being watched. Eventually the girls need to go back, but they make sure to buy some Mary Jane from Travis first. When the girls return to the house, they share the plants and everyone has fun smoking. Suddenly Kyle takes April to another room and says how much she means to him before getting on his knee to propose. However, April answers she can't and reveals that she had gotten a job in New York, she just hadn't found the moment to tell him yet. Hurt, Kyle assumes she's breaking up with him and storms out of the room. Their friends misunderstand and start celebrating, but when they catch on, Mel comforts April. Meanwhile at the police station, Murphy is checking the surveillance footage from the gas station. The phone booth really did disappear under a light, and to Murphy's shock, there appears to be a presence hiding in the glow. Later in the evening, the group gets drunk because they're bored since they don't have TV or cell phone service. Kyle and April try to communicate while everyone watches, but their conversation is interrupted when they see a huge ball of fire coming down in the sky and crashing in the woods with a huge explosion. As Seth films everything with his phone, the group goes to investigate, assuming they saw a plane. However, they're shocked to discover a real spaceship and footprints that indicate aliens are now wandering in the forest. Terrified, the group rushes back to the cabin and argues over what to do while it starts raining. Seth points out the police won't believe them if they call, and April says they should just drive back to the city. Suddenly the power goes out, but April says it's normal because of the storm. They go to the basement to check the breakers, and at that moment they hear the dog barking followed by strange noises. Remembering her father kept a gun in that basement, April quickly grabs it before the group goes back upstairs. The cabin is completely dark, so the group uses flashlights to look around the room, finding a bunch of broken things. When a lightning strike lights up the area, the group discovers an alien standing by the glass door. April immediately opens fire and the alien disappears as the glass shatters. The group rushes outside and notices that the alien has fallen into the pool, so its body is slowly sinking. Freaking out, everyone finally agrees to leave and rush to the car to get away. After just a few minutes of driving, they discover a fallen tree blocking the only road to the city. When they take a closer look, they discover the cut is too clean, so it wasn't the lightning that did it. The rain suddenly stops falling, but when they look back, they discover it's only raining in certain parts of the road. At that moment a red light covers the area and the group looks up to discover an alien spaceship hovering above them. Everyone rushes back to the car, however the spaceship fries all the electronics and now the vehicle won't start. Panicking, Lex gets out of the car, so the aliens use the chance to use their light and kidnap her. Hysteria takes over the group and they start running to the forest. Meanwhile Murphy continues to investigate and finds a camper van in the woods surrounded by a mess. Nobody answers his knocking, so he goes inside and finds a camcorder on the ground, which he picks up to watch the last footage. A family is out camping when they suddenly see a light in the sky. The child runs off to get a better look, only to be beamed up and kidnapped by the aliens. Once the video is over, Murphy looks deeper in the vehicle and sees blood in the bathroom. Then the mother from the video comes out of hiding to attack him. He manages to calm her down and the woman explains the aliens abducted her husband and son, claiming that they conduct experiments to learn everything about humans. Murphy calls an ambulance and before the doctors take her away, the woman urges Murphy to assist the people who are trapped in the spaceship. The aliens bring most people back but there are still hundreds up there, some have even been there for years. Back to April's group, they reach Travis' place and have to calm the guy down as he attacks them for mistaking them for trespassers. They tell him everything and show him Seth's video. Travis then explains that the US government has had a treaty with the extraterrestrials since Roosevelt's term. This treaty states that aliens are allowed to abduct humans for experiments and in return humans can keep on acting as if they own the planet. There's only one very important rule: nobody should attempt to engage with the aliens, which April broke by shooting one of them. At that moment Mel notices something on the radar and Travis confirms that it's the spaceship, which quickly disappears from the screen. Travis says that means it landed. Suddenly the lights go out so everyone starts running except for Travis, who tells them how to get back to their cabin while he stays to
Gotta change this.
From the alien show the presence of DNA from 3 different life forms. The creature's body tissues are human, and the gray flesh shell is organic, which is a kind of protective suit of placenta. It seems the aliens had previously visited Earth and obtained a sample of human DNA, explaining the mountaineer's scar and why the alien could take a human form. Afterward, the group visits the alien, who is speaking perfect English and asks for water. His hand trembles as he brings the glass to his mouth, and he explains that it will take time for him to get used to this body. Regina tries to interrogate the alien, but her questions are ignored. Then Helen asks him to tell her about himself, so the alien introduces himself as Klaatu and says that he is a representative of a group of civilizations. He asks for a special meeting with the UN so he can talk to all the world leaders, but Regina refuses. Seeing as Klaatu won't offer any more details, Regina orders for him to be injected with truth serum and sent to a safer location for interrogation. The scientists believe that Klaatu is the most important discovery in human history and don't want to hand him over to the Secret Service, but Regina thinks this alien is a great danger to humanity and that falls under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of Defense. Michael and Regina get into an argument only to be interrupted by Helen, who assures them that she will personally inject the alien and perform all the necessary tests. Then Helen is given a vial of truth serum, but she sneaks into the pharmacy and secretly takes a vial of regular saline too. Meanwhile, Regina tells Klaatu that he'll be transferred to a more secure location, and when Klaatu says he intends to leave, Regina informs him she won't let him because he has illegally invaded this planet and his huge robot has attacked the military. Klaatu points out that the biorobot is only activated in the presence of violence, but Regina ignores that detail and orders Helen to administer the injection. Helen gives him the saline instead of the serum as she whispers to him that he must run. Afterward, Helen is immediately taken away and Klaatu is tied to a chair before he's taken to a room with a lie detector, where an agent asks him a series of control questions and monitors his readings on a monitor. Klaatu only offers a few vague answers before he uses his power to reprogram the lie detector and electrocute the agent. Then Klaatu takes control of the man's mind and asks him how to get out of the military base. He also orders him to give him the suit. Next, Klaatu uses his powers to take control of the security cameras and learns the location of all the guards so he can stun them all with ultrasound. An alarm goes off, but as everyone panics and runs around, Klaatu leaves the building quietly. In the middle of the chaos, Helen steals a sample of the alien's flesh, and Regina orders the use of all available resources to capture the fugitive. Eventually Klaatu arrives at the train station, where there is also complete chaos because of all the canceled departures.
Have y'all seen Day After Tomorrow?
Because his body is part human, Klaatu feels hunger, so he uses his powers to get a free sandwich from a vending machine while a kid watches in awe. Klaatu uses this chance to watch how society behaves, noticing how aggressive everyone is getting over having to wait. Suddenly he becomes ill and rushes to the bathroom, where he notices that he's bleeding and promptly passes out. Seconds later, Helen gets a call at her house telling her a patient is asking for her at the station. Realizing that it must be the alien, Helen immediately drives to the station and picks him up. Then she takes Klaatu to her car.
I've already seen this, so I don't want to watch this. I'll watch this one.
The film begins by
We want to do movie recaps.
Video game designer Brendan explains that scientists put rats inside mazes to study how organisms use their memory to learn, adapt, and evolve. In the middle of a bridge, a family records with a phone how a blonde woman runs among the cars before reaching the edge and moving to self-delete. Sometime later she wakes up in a hospital and refuses to answer the nurse's questions about her strange scars or her family, saying her name is the OA. The video of her on the bridge soon appears on YouTube and is seen by her adoptive parents Nancy and Abel, who immediately rush to the hospital. As they reunite with their daughter, they reveal her name is Prairie, that she's been missing for 7 years, and that she used to be blind. Something mysterious happened to cure her eyes. The family returns home where they are met by a giant crowd of locals and reporters excited to see the Michigan miracle. Prairie is scared and nervous, so the parents cover her with a blanket before leaving the car. The crowd calls her Prairie, causing her to remind herself that it's not her name. Later 2 FBI agents ask her how she got to the bridge, so Prairie explains she had been wandering around lost until a nice lady found her and took her to a shelter. However, Prairie left and tried to return to the place where she was held captive, only to discover the other captives were gone. The agents assume she means that she tried to self-delete to reunite with them, but Prairie denies this and gets too anxious to continue, so Nancy announces they're done for today. Later that night, Prairie tries using her computer but she doesn't have internet access. She begins searching the house for the password and finds a box filled with cutting objects, only to suddenly be interrupted by Nancy, who takes Prairie out for a walk to distract her. The next day Prairie finds a video recorder and begins recording messages to someone named Homer, explaining how weird she feels to be home and promising to look for him. Then she asks her mother about the internet password, but Nancy explains the doctors recommended she should stay away from the internet for now. Afterward Prairie sneaks out of the house and after crossing the woods, she finds an abandoned home where some students hang out. She asks Alfonso about Wi-Fi and he directs her upstairs, where she finds Steve and Jesse selling hormone medicine to Buck. As soon as Steve sees the camera in Prairie's hands, he freaks out and takes it away, not believing her when she says she isn't recording. Steve tells Prairie to leave and when she tries to take the camera back, he makes his dog attack her. Jesse records with his phone as the dog keeps biting Prairie, who struggles against the beast until she bites and hugs him to calm him down. Then Prairie takes her camera and leaves. The next day at school, Steve approaches a guy from the choir because the girl Steve likes is interested in him. Jealous, Steve punches him in the throat, hurting his trachea. Afterward Steve appears at Prairie's window asking for help. He brings a router to finally connect her computer to the internet and shows her the horrible things that happen in the behavioral military school, where his parents want to send him. Seeing this, Prairie agrees to help him with one condition. She needs 5 brave people in the abandoned house. Steve agrees and takes Prairie to the mall to buy some clothes so she can pretend to be his mom at the teacher conference. While Prairie changes, Steve catches a glimpse of her strange scars. Prairie attends the meeting with teacher Betty, saying she's Steve's stepmother. Betty wants to kick Steve out of the school, so Prairie reminds her that kids in trouble are actually the ones who need help from their teachers the most. Betty asks for her name, and Prairie says she's the OA. Afterward Prairie goes home and starts searching the web for her friend Homer. On YouTube, she learns that in 2007 Homer suffered a near-fatal accident during a football match that left him paralyzed and in a coma. Claiming he had a near-death experience and flatlined, Homer miraculously recovered. Prairie cries for him as she wonders where he is. Later at the supermarket, Betty runs into Steve's real parents and realizes she's been tricked. Soon Steve's parents drag him to Prairie's house, where Nancy and Abel try to defend their daughter because of their trauma. Steve also explains it was his idea, but Prairie hears all this and gets scared, so she records a video asking for help and uploads it to YouTube. After Steve's family leaves, Nancy and Abel take the camera away and remove Prairie's door to keep an eye on her. Later that night, Prairie sneaks out and hides in the abandoned house, where she's found by Steve, Jesse, Buck, Alfonso, and Betty. They all saw her video and want to help. To explain her goal, Prairie decides to share her story. Prairie was born as Nina in 1987 in Russia, but she wasn't born blind. Her father was a very wealthy man and her mother died in childbirth. Because her father was so rich, their family was always watched by the armed forces. As a child, Prairie was haunted by vivid dreams of being trapped in an aquarium-like cage, which made her nose bleed. To put an end to these dreams, her father dug an ice hole in a pond, making her float in the freezing waters to overcome her fear. This stopped the dreams, and for a few months she slept in peace. One day on the school bus, her nose started bleeding when suddenly the bus fell off a bridge because the armed forces shot the driver as a message to all the rich parents of the kids. The driver was already dead and at first the children were surviving in an air pocket, however one by one they started dying too. Desperate, Prairie swam out through a broken window, but she couldn't make it to the surface and died too. However, as her soul tried to move through a starfield, a guardian figure called Khatun reached for her with a warning. If she chose to live, she'd suffer greatly. Prairie chose to go back and woke up in her father's arms, only to discover she was blind. Afterward her dad decided to keep her survival a secret so the army wouldn't target her again, and Prairie was sent to a boarding school for the blind in the USA. One day her aunt came to the school with bad news. Her father died. Since her aunt didn't have much money, Prairie was taken out of school and had to live with her aunt in a house full of people who didn't know how to take care of the blind. The house was always filled with babies because the aunt ran a private adoption agency, and one day Nancy and Abel showed up looking for a baby. However, when they saw Prairie comforting a crying child, they decided to adopt her instead and changed her name to Prairie to protect her. Prairie's life with her new parents was happy and peaceful. One night, she started sleepwalking while talking in Russian, which then began happening every day. While moving, she would grab knives, so her parents had to hide them. Abel recorded the dream so that he could show a doctor, who explained that Prairie believed her father was still alive and sent messages to her in dreams with his location. The doctor thought Prairie was showing early signs of serious mental illness and suggested some medicine. For 13 years Prairie took that medication, which numbed her but didn't stop the premonitions or the nosebleeds. Even when taking a simple bath Prairie would relive the trauma of the accident. On her 21st birthday, she had a dream of climbing the Statue of Liberty and finding her dad with a birthday cake. Thinking that was another message, Prairie traveled to New York and waited all day near the statue, but her father never showed up. After a guard asked her to leave because they were closing, Prairie ended up in the subway and played her violin, hoping her father would follow the sound. Back to the present, the group realizes it's morning now so they must go home. but they agree to meet again. The next day at school,
Pizza's
Alfonso
ready.
receives pictures of a Russian accident from a number who refuses to share their identity. Afterward, a teacher informs him he's won a very important scholarship, and if he doesn't want to lose it, he must stay out of trouble. Meanwhile, Steve and Jesse are investigating Prairie's story, confirming they sent the text. The bus accident is real, but they can't find any evidence of a Nina. Buck offers to help, but Alfonso wants no part of it. In the evening, the group gathers in the abandoned house again so Prairie continues her story. In the subway, she kept on playing her violin while ignoring her need to eat or sleep. One day a man called Hap found her and recognized her music as Russian. He also could tell she had a near-death experience or NDE. Hap took Prairie to dinner and explained he was an anesthesiologist. When one of his patients flatlined, he heard something whoosh out of their body then whoosh back in, and since then he was obsessed with figuring out where that something goes. He spent his life studying people who had NDS and thought Prairie should have never been medicated because it took away what made her special. He also shared a machine that allowed Prairie to hear the heartbeats in the room, including her own. Excited by the fact someone finally understood her, Prairie asked Hap to take her with him and study her as part of his research, so they flew in his private plane, which left no records. At Hap's house, Prairie tried to call her parents but they never picked up, implying the phone line was fake. Afterward, Hap took her to her new room in his basement lab, locking the door behind him when he left. Hearing this, Prairie worried and started touching her so-called room, only to discover she was in a small cell. The man in the cell next to her tried to calm her down with some words, and Prairie learned his name was Homer. In the present, Prairie has a breakdown at the memories and runs back to her house, where she lays in bed in the fetal position for the rest of the night. The next day at the mall, Nancy is harassed by a reporter called Patricia, who wants to write a book about Prairie's story. A furious Nancy immediately tells her off, and before leaving, Patricia gives her a copy of one of her books plus her business card. However, Nancy can't stop thinking about how sharing the story could potentially help Prairie move on, so she ends up inviting Patricia to dinner. Patricia mentions that she's worked with cases like Prairie's before and that finishing telling their stories gave the victims a sense of closure. Prairie gets upset because her story isn't over and runs away. In the evening, she meets with the group to continue her tale. After Hap captured her, Prairie stayed in that cell for 7 years. But back to the beginning, Hap used a hatch to give them food, which was just nutritional pellets. There was also a spring that flowed through all the cells so the prisoners could use it to drink and wash. They had no privacy from each other, and Prairie soon learned there were 3 more people besides her: Rachel, Homer, and Scott. Rachel cried for a friend who had been taken out for experiments and never returned. Prairie complained that she couldn't survive without sunlight and fresh air because of her blindness, so Hap agreed to bring her upstairs to stand in the doorway for a moment. After he closed the door, Prairie stepped back and touched the table, realizing she was in the kitchen. She immediately searched for tools and food and made a sandwich that Hap found delicious. She refused to eat the other half because the other prisoners wouldn't have that privilege, so Hap allowed Prairie to make sandwiches for everyone. This gave Homer an idea. He wanted Prairie to find a utility bill waiting to be mailed and Homer's football championship ring, which Hap took with all his things. They could put the ring in the bill with a note then put it back in the pile to be mailed, and hopefully whoever opened the bill would notify the police. At that moment Hap filled a cell with a sleeping gas, so Prairie learned he would put to sleep whoever he needed for his experiments. Back in the present, story time is over so everyone goes home. On the way out, Steve and Alfonso insult each other and end up in a fight. After some struggle, Alfonso proves that he's stronger and keeps Steve in a hold before letting him go. The next morning, Betty listens to phone messages before going to work. The new messages are about taking care of her brother's will. Then she listens to an old message from her brother over and over, just so she can hear his voice. When she gets into her classroom, someone has drawn a naughty picture of her on the whiteboard. Instead of erasing it, Betty draws a cube around it. In the evening, Prairie continues her story. With the excuse of needing the fresh air, Prairie eventually became Hap's housekeeper. He didn't take her seriously because she was blind, but Prairie learned a lot about him. Hap used sleeping medicine, so she would steal some whenever he couldn't see her and hide it in the pantry. When she had finally saved enough, she made a stew and put the medicine in it. Hap insisted she should have some too, so Prairie ate as little and as slowly as possible. Suddenly Hap had an allergic reaction to the tomatoes in the stew and collapsed, causing Prairie to consider letting him die. However, Hap pointed out that she didn't have the door codes and the others would starve. Then Prairie ran to get Hap's EpiPen from the bathroom, where she also found Homer's ring. When she accidentally dropped it, she reached down to grab it and found Rachel's dead friend in the tub. While Prairie took the ring from the water, Hap showed up and used the EpiPen before sending Prairie back to the basement. On her way out, Prairie found a bill and took it with her. The next morning while Hap was outside burying the body, Prairie passed the bill under the clear barrier between the cells so Homer could write the message. When Homer tried to pass the letter back, unfortunately the current grabbed it and washed it downstream. That night Prairie kept crying and couldn't sleep, so Homer guided her through some exercise to help her calm down. Then everyone bonded by sharing their NDE stories and Rachel sang for them. Sometime later, while Prairie was with Hap near the stairs, she took the chance to shove him down. Then she grabbed a pan, broke the kitchen window, and ran away. She kept running until she came to the edge of a huge canyon, where the sound of wind helped her stop just in time. Suddenly she was hit in the head and she fell unconscious. Later, Prairie woke up on a strange mossy plain. She couldn't feel pain but was able to see, which meant she was dead again. In a house nearby, Prairie found the same Starfield and Katoon waiting for her. Katoon explained that the prisoners would never be able to escape the basement before catching a little bird, offering it to Prairie. This bird represented a way to travel that was unknown to humans, which could help the prisoners to escape. However, it required a sacrifice. At that moment, Prairie saw her father outside the window, but he couldn't hear her. Katoon made Prairie choose between eternity with her father or the knowledge to escape, so Prairie chose the escape method for the sake of the group. Then Katoon revealed her own wing and made Prairie swallow the bird, which was a seed of light. Suddenly Prairie woke up in Hap's house, where Hap told her she was dead for 7 minutes before giving her an injection to put her to sleep. The next time Prairie woke up, she was back in the cell, making hand gestures in her dreams. She immediately told the others everything and they agreed they needed to figure out what Hap was doing during the experiments to take over them. She explained their NDS made them angels and revealed that her ultimate sacrifice gave her back her sight. In the present, Prairie's time is up for the night, so everyone goes home. The next day, Betty finally goes to the lawyer's office and learns that her brother left her everything, including a $50,000 life insurance policy. Meanwhile, Prairie has a session with an FBI therapist. He's very patient and understanding, but Prairie doesn't think he'll believe her story. He can't help her if he doesn't understand the details, so Prairie leaves. In the evening, the group gathers again to hear more of Prairie's story. After her second death, a week passed before they could make a proper plan. Hap took Prairie out of the cell to ask her questions about her recent NDE, using the heartbeat machine to be sure she wasn't lying. Prairie answered his questions in vague ways, managing to avoid mentioning Katoon while fooling the lie detector. Afterward, the group discussed how one of them should stay awake during an experiment to learn more. Scott refused because he was already very sick, so Homer volunteered. The next time Homer's cell was filled with gas, Rachel and Prairie tried to suck it out, but they passed out too quickly and Homer fell asleep anyway. When Prairie woke up, she would do everything Scott said, making them realize the gas wasn't knocking them out, it was making them compliant. For the following year, the group kept practicing until they perfected a way to suck enough gas out of Homer's cell to keep him awake. Hap took him to another part of the lab and Homer did everything Hap asked, pretending to be under the effect of the gas. Then Homer was tied to a machine and his head was put in a cylinder that started to fill with water, causing his heart rate to rise in fear. Noticing this, Hap forced more gas into him. For the next 3 years, Homer kept trying to make it through the entire experiment awake, but it wasn't working. During one session, the other captives made lots of noise to cause Hap to go check on them, giving Homer the chance to search the control room. He played some recordings and learned that Hap worked with people who've survived NDS because they could be brought back during the experiment while people who hadn't already died stayed dead. This meant Hap was killing them over and over again, then bringing them back to prove that death is not the end. Unfortunately, Homer couldn't find out more because he had to run back to the machine before Hap could see him. More years passed with Homer never giving up trying to get through the entire experiment awake. Prairie told him that once he made it, if he saw anything that was alive, he should eat it. After tons of failed tries, Homer finally managed to stay awake while Hap killed him. He woke up inside a ceiling crawl space and started to move toward the light at the end. When he saw a spider, he tried to catch it, only to fall through the ceiling tiles into a bathroom flooding from overflowing urinals. Suddenly he started hearing voices, so he grabbed a spare robe and ran away. After going down a hallway, he found a room with an aquarium, so he grabbed a fish and swallowed it. At that moment, Hap brought him back and took him back to the cell. Later, Homer told Prairie that he didn't feel any different. However, Prairie told him that the thing inside her was waiting for something, so Homer's thing must be waiting too. She also said that the thing called her with a name truer than Prairie, which sounded like away or OA. Then Homer fell asleep and started making gestures with his hands like the ones that Prairie learned from the bird. Later, Hap flew to Cuba and listened to Renata play guitar. After the performance, he approached her to chat and confirmed that she was an NDE survivor. Hap made his usual offer as he did with Prairie, but Renata turned him down. Meanwhile, Prairie and Homer were practicing their movements from Katoon. Rachel was still passed out from Hap's last experiment and wouldn't wake up even when Scott hit the cell walls with a bucket, making him think Hap may have made the gas stronger. When Hap came back, he noticed the captives doing those strange movements, but they refused to answer his questions, only saying they made the movements up. Suddenly Rachel went crazy and started asking for help because she saw on the security camera that the sheriff was approaching the house. Hap immediately played music to cover their screams and ran through the door to meet with the sheriff outside. The sheriff explained his wife had ALS and couldn't speak anymore, so he wanted to hear some hope from the doctor. Unfortunately, Hap told him that the disease was incurable, but he'd look into new research. Afterward, Hap kept watching the prisoners through the cameras and got jealous of how closer Homer and Prairie were becoming. In the present, Prairie runs out of time and everyone goes home. The next day Alfonso has a wonderful scholarship dinner, impressing the VIPs. Then he goes to check on his mother and discovers she's been drinking and flirting with a married man. Alfonso tries to bring her back inside but only causes her to start yelling at him for ruining his life. At that moment Buck finds them and helps Alfonso take his mom home before they leave together to meet Prairie. The story continues with Hap deciding he had to break up the power that the captives were developing. He didn't understand it, but he knew it was dangerous. The next time Homer woke up after being gassed, he was inside Hap's private plane on the way to Cuba. Hap told Homer that if he tried anything, the other captives would starve in the lab. Later at the hotel, Homer felt nervous and numb, but some pain helped him regain clarity. While Hap was distracted, Homer removed the hidden microphone from his clothes and ran to the reception to ask for help, but Hap had already warned them about his brain-damaged son. Homer ran outside but unfortunately Hap caught up to him and brought him back to the hotel. In the evening, they watched Renata perform and Hap forced Homer to flirt with her to bring her to their room. While they did the dirty, Hap spied on them through the hidden microphones and played the sounds back in the prisoners' cells. However, Prairie was just happy to hear that Homer was alive and she was understanding of the situation. After years of imprisonment, it was natural for a man to be craving another person's touch. Afterward, Renata was locked up with the others. Suddenly the gas started coming out in Scott's cell but the dispense broke and didn't throw enough, so Scott was still awake for the experiment. Since he was so sick, he knew he wouldn't survive this, so he tried to bribe Hap with information. However, Hap didn't believe the angel's story and put Scott inside the water cylinder. At that moment Scott told him that Prairie could see, and Hap was so shocked that he forgot to reverse the process, causing Scott to die. Then Hap took Scott's bleeding body back to his cell and dropped him on the floor while blaming Prairie. After Hap left, Prairie and Homer began doing their cartoon movements, which were filled with more emotions than usual. In the morning, Scott's blood flowed back into his body and his injuries healed, allowing him to wake up. Laughing, Scott told the others that there were 5 movements and he learned the third. The 5 movements together could open a tunnel to another dimension of freedom. Hap saw this and was happy too, thinking his experiments were working. In the present, Prairie tells the others that she will teach them the 5 movements so they can open a portal to rescue her friends. Afterward everyone goes home and Buck already starts practicing the movements in his room until it's time to meet again to continue the story. 2 more years passed with the group always practicing the movements in their cells. Eventually Renata found the 4th one and her guardian told her that a potential side effect of dimensional travel is amnesia. The captives invented symbols to represent the movements, then Prairie and Homer added them to their skin. This explained Prairie's weird scars. She had the 1st and 3rd movements while Homer had the 2nd and 4th. Unfortunately this meant Hap was also learning the movements, so whenever they finally got the 5th, they had to be bad fast enough to escape before Hap could catch up to them. A year after Renata had been given the 4th movement, Hap met with his mentor Leon, who was doing very similar experiments in the morgue of an abandoned hospital wing and didn't keep his subjects alive for long. Hap told Leon a bit about his group's movements but refused to share details for now, so Leon took out a gun to make him confess what he knew. When Hap refused, Leon shot near Hap's head, so Hap jumped on him to fight him for the gun. After some struggle, Leon grabbed Hap by the neck and tried to choke him, but Hap pushed him off and drowned him in a drawer full of liquid. Afterward Hap left and told a nurse that there were people in danger in the old morgue. When Hap got home, he took Prairie to the machine and told her he wanted to run away with her to set up a clinic where they'd use the first 2 movements to heal wealthy people. Prairie asked what would happen to the other captives and Hap called them a detail he'd take care of, so Prairie turned down his offer. Then Prairie died again in the machine and emerged into the starfield, however Khatun wasn't there. Before Prairie could search the area, she was brought back by the machine. Afterward Hap played some sounds to her and she reacted to a recording of the rings of Saturn. Hap thought that was where they went in their NDEs. After taking Hap back to the cell, Hap listened in repeat to the sound of the rings and didn't hear the sheriff coming in. The sheriff saw the captives on the surveillance monitors and pulled out his gun, pointing it at Hap's head. In the present, it's time for everyone to go home. The next day the therapist tells Abel and Nancy it may be a good idea to medicate Prairie again, and when the parents refuse, he advises the family to do something they enjoy together. When the group meets again, Prairie coaches the others through practicing the movements. They all cooperate and practice with tough determination, wanting with all their hearts to get it right. Afterward Steve goes home and his father is furious because a bill arrived with the expenses of the treatment for the choir boy. Steve has grown and is ready to take responsibility, however 2 soldiers from the military school are waiting to drag him away. At that moment Betty drives by Steve's house and sees the boy being taken away, so she follows the van while calling the principal to complain, accidentally mentioning the group's meetings. Night falls and the van eventually stops at a gas station, where the soldiers let Steve choose something. Betty uses the chance to approach him and shares her plan. When the soldiers take Steve away, he says he needs to pee, so a soldier takes him to the back. Betty comes closer and starts yelling, saying Steve was being molested by the soldiers. Unfortunately nobody hears her and the soldiers get ready to go away, so Betty decides to use her brother's check to bribe the guys, convincing them to let Steve leave with her. Meanwhile Prairie, Nancy, and Abel go out to dinner. They're having a nice time until a young woman comes over and takes a picture of herself with Prairie before they can stop her. The things she says about Prairie shatter the mood, and thinking about the town's crazy rumors upsets Nancy. Prairie decides to tell her a little of the story and mentions the movements, saying she's the original angel or OA. Nancy can't take it and slaps Prairie, which is seen by Alfonso because he's the waiter. Alfonso immediately takes Prairie away in his car and goes to the abandoned house. There they meet with Steve, who is so overwhelmed with fear that he accuses Prairie of using them as slaves. Prairie hugs him to calm him down and Steve stabs her leg with a pencil, but Prairie doesn't let go. Once Steve regains his sanity, Prairie shares the end of her story. When Hap felt the gun on his head, he immediately confessed everything and offered to use the captives to heal the sheriff's wife. At first the sheriff refused and arrested Hap, taking him away in his car. However, Hap's manipulative words eventually changed his mind and the sheriff turned the car around to pick up his wife. Later at the lab, Hap took Homer and Prairie upstairs while the sheriff kept everyone at gunpoint. Hap asked them to cure the sheriff's wife, then both men left to watch everything on the cameras. Homer wanted to let the woman die because it would make the sheriff mad enough to arrest Hap, but Prairie refused to pay for their escape with an innocent's life. As the duo started moving, the lights went out and suddenly the woman grabbed Prairie's hand to make a confession. She also had an NDE when she was a child and a vision told her that she would help 2 captive angels, so she had to stay alive until then. The vision also made her swallow a moth, and now that she could move again, she finally taught them the 5th and final movement. After she was done, the sheriff entered the room and hugged his wife, so Hap used the chance to shoot them both together. Then he pushed Prairie out and locked the room, leaving Homer with the bodies. Later Prairie woke up in the back of Hap's car, which eventually stopped near the woods. Hap threatened Prairie with a blade while explaining that he didn't need her anymore because Homer had all the movements and Hap himself could be the 5th person. Then he abandoned her there, and Prairie couldn't catch up to the car no matter how fast she ran. In the present, Prairie uses Buck's knife to cut her clothes as a symbol of her desperation back then. At that moment they're interrupted by the principal and everyone's families. Nancy immediately covers Prairie up and takes her away, seeing a police car passing by on their way out. Later Abel and Nancy go to the house where the other families are meeting, but they're kicked out. Suddenly Alfonso runs outside and tells them he believes Prairie's story, which he's determined to prove. Soon Prairie's house is surrounded by reporters again, so they have to escape and hide in a hotel for now. That night, Prairie finally shares the whole story with her parents. The next day Alfonso and Steve look online for proof that Prairie's story is real and find a video of her playing the violin in the subway. In the evening, Alfonso breaks into Prairie's house and in her room, he's devastated to find a box with books about angels, near-death experiences, the Odyssey, and the Russian oligarchs. Then Alfonso goes into the bathroom to splash water on his face and think, only to suddenly see Homer's face in the mirror. Upset, Alfonso takes the books and tries to leave, but he bumps into Prairie's therapist instead. The guy hugs Alfonso and says he and the group did well in helping Prairie through her trauma. Afterward Alfonso shows the others the box and they think Prairie made everything up by taking elements from each book, which disappoints them. Sometime later, Prairie is feeling better thanks to a new medicine and having a calm life with her parents in a new home. One day while taking a relaxing bath, she falls asleep and has another dream that makes her nose bleed. Finally understanding the meaning, she runs out of the house. In the school, Betty is fired from her job, and each kid hangs out with her old friends again instead of each other. Suddenly a shooter approaches the building and opens fire, causing everyone to run and hide in panic around the cafeteria.
What the fuck is this
The principal
movie?
tells Betty to leave with him, but Betty is worried about the kids and runs back to them. When the kids see Betty arrive, they all share a look and nod with a plan in mind. They come out and start performing the 5 moments together, confusing the shooter and causing him to freeze. A cafeteria worker uses the chance to jump on the shooter and causes the gun to accidentally fire, causing a bullet to go through the window and reach Prairie, who has been outside moving along the group. Soon an ambulance takes Prairie away and the group tries running after it to no avail. Darkness takes over Prairie and her voice suddenly whispers Homer's name. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
So what the fuck would just happen?
In the near future, eugenics rules society and most people are perfectly engineered in labs. Everyone is registered in a genetic database and those who were made in labs are classified.
We're gonna watch, gotta let these dogs out. Let my pups out. Ooh. Oh, the Gattaca. We already watched that. Go. Outside, go.
In Illinois,
Go.
there's a chicken infected with a mysterious virus that goes unnoticed by the workers, but still ends up being used to make nuggets. The infected food is sent to the local elementary school and Shelley soon takes a bite. Meanwhile, aspiring novelist Clint has left New York and returned to his childhood home in Illinois. He's been working hard on a novel, but when he shows his mom she doesn't think it's good. Then Clint goes to his old elementary school, where he's taken a job as a substitute teacher. The security guard Rick thinks Clint is his dealer but lets him pass when he confirms his identity. Then Clint parks his car, only for gym teacher Wade to put his huge vehicle next to him, trapping him without a care. Clint has to climb over the back seat and leave through the trunk, noticing someone wrote dirty words on his nasty window. As he makes his way inside, he notices that this school has lots of wild children that misbehave and swear a lot. Clint meets with Vice Principal Sims, who makes him sit on a ball and takes Clint's phone, explaining the no phone policy applies to both teachers and students. Next, Clint stops at the teacher's lounge, where he notices all the other educators are weird and awkward, so he has trouble communicating with them. Thankfully he finds Lucy, a childhood friend who also became a teacher. They're very happy to see each other again and start chatting and laughing, which makes Wade jealous because Lucy is his girlfriend. When Clint tells them his novel is about a man who buys a possessed boat, Wade immediately points out it sounds like a ripoff of Stephen King. At that moment each teacher goes to their corresponding classrooms. In Clint's, Patriot and Dink are making fun of Shelly because her face has a bunch of blisters, consequence of the nuggets. She doesn't react, she just stares ahead looking sick. Clint sends everyone back to their seats and writes his name on the board, only for Patriot to start mocking him. Patriot also reveals he still has his phone, and when Clint tries to take it, Patriot threatens to accuse Clint of doing naughty things to him. Realizing that Patriot was the one who wrote on his car, Clint decides to ignore him for now and makes Calvin read his novel draft to the class. While everyone is distracted, Patriot goes back to mocking Shelly. However, when he pulls her pigtail, he rips it off together with some skin. A furious Shelly jumps on Patriot and bites his face, so Clint has to come closer to break the fight. Shelly immediately scratches him and runs away, then Clint takes Patriot to the nurse's office. Meanwhile outside, Rick finally gets in contact with his dealer and hides in his van to eat some mushrooms. Moments later during recess, Clint shares what happened with Lucy, who laughs at the story and makes Wade more jealous. In the playground, Dink approaches Shelly to insult her for hurting Patriot, only for Shelly to attack him too. Soon Patriot starts changing too and runs through the playground, spreading the infected blood to make the other kids change as well. When a teacher comes to check on them, the now zombified children jump on him and start eating him. A second teacher tries to help but she's overpowered and eaten as well. Nearby, Wade is playing with a ball while ranting about Clint's bond with Lucy, so he doesn't notice anything. From his van, Rick does see the carnage and isn't sure if it's real or a hallucination caused by the mushrooms. He still uses his radio to warn Sims, who immediately comes out and tries scolding the children for getting violent. However, the kids just jump on him and eat him too. Inside, Patriot finally transforms too and rushes to the principal's office. Meanwhile at the teacher's lounge, the adults see what's happening and start panicking. A teacher even presses her emergency button. At that moment Wade finally turns around and notices the infected children, so he tries to communicate with them. Obviously the kids don't take him seriously, so Wade starts running and knocks down any child that tries to stop him as if it was a football game. He manages to get back into the building and locks the door, leaving all the children outside. The teachers try to use the phone to call 911, but Patriot has found all the cables in the principal's office and destroyed the phone lines. Wade joins the others in the lounge and they watch the kids pound on the windows, hungry for more human flesh. At that moment the sheriff arrives, and Rick swallows the rest of the mushrooms in fear of getting arrested. However, as soon as the sheriff gets closer the children bite his fingers through the fence. Horrified, the sheriff gets back in his car and drives away, only for a kid to come out of hiding in the back seat and attack him, making him crash. Back in the lounge, Wade decides they need to do something, but when he opens the door Patriot jumps into the room. Wade pushes him away and Patriot tackles Clint, so a teacher uses the chance to throw pepper spray at him. Patriot just moves to attack a different teacher, and the sudden push causes them to end up stuck in the closet. The other adults use the opportunity to run away. One of the teachers tries to leave through a back door, but the kids are waiting there too and kill him. The group runs to the library, where they find Calvin. At first they panic but soon they realize he isn't infected because he's been hidden in the library reading all morning. In the meantime, Patriot opens the doors for the rest of the zombies to get inside. Wade guides the group to the upper floors and they manage to hide in the music classroom, closing the door right before Shelly can reach them. She keeps her face against the glass and Calvin says that all the children have cooties. Health education teacher Doug thinks he may be onto something and tries to take a closer look at Shelly's blisters through the glass, but she runs away. Then Wade suggests that they should run outside to reach their cars and defend themselves with the instruments. Clint disagrees and thinks they should go to the principal's office to get their phones and call for help. While the two men argue like children, Patriot starts breaking all the cell phones one by one. Lucy finally gets tired of the fight and proposes to wait until the parents come to pick up their kids, which everyone agrees to. Outside, Rick stays safe in his van and watches the massacre get worse by the second. He turns on the radio to cover the noises of death and even hallucinates a giraffe next to him. Unfortunately, the music is cut off by an emergency broadcast. It turns out kids all over the city are transforming and attacking their parents. While they wait, Lucy notices Clint's scratch from Shelly. Fearing that Clint may be infected, Wade immediately locks him up in the adjacent room. Doug is desperate for answers, so he follows Clint and makes a very thorough examination that leaves his hands covered in body fluids. Then Doug informs the rest of the group that Clint does have symptoms, but it's something similar to the flu and not what the kids have. Hours pass and the kids entertain themselves with the body parts of their victims. When it's finally 3 o'clock, the teachers release Clint and go together to the roof to wait for the parents. However, when a mother finally arrives, she has earphones on and is in the middle of a call, so she doesn't hear the teachers and Calvin yelling for help. Her child soon gets in the car and proceeds to eat the baby in the back seat while the mother just keeps on chatting. She doesn't react until the kid turns to eat her as well. At that moment a teacher's leg gets grabbed by Tamara and everyone panics, but it turns out she isn't infected and joins the group. The other kids finally hear them and start climbing the wall, so the group gets back inside and runs to hide in a stage room. Wade pushes the door to keep the kids out, but Dink manages to sneak in and grabs Doug, so Wade takes a fire extinguisher and beats him up to death. Lucy tries to keep the two healthy kids distracted from the violence and Doug takes a closer look at the body, discovering the blood is black. He drags Dink into the bathroom and starts dissecting him while Tamara discovers she was scratched, so Lucy sends her to wash the wound. Then she approaches Wade to discuss his jealousy. Wade had been planning to propose to Lucy, however he started to have doubts when he saw her with Clint because she never smiled like that for Wade. He insults her and asks to be left alone. Minutes later, Doug finishes his dissection and shares his conclusions while showing off the kid's brain. Most of the cells are dead and decomposing, so the children can only do basic things like jump and eat, nothing else, meaning they aren't really human anymore. He's sure that this is caused by a virus, and when Lucy points out that Clint and Tamara didn't get infected, Doug asks Tamara if she got her monthlies and wears a bra. Tamara says yes, which confirms Doug's theory: the virus only affects those who haven't gone through puberty. Suddenly, Patriot turns off all the lights and triggers an alarm. As the teachers panic, they notice that Calvin is unconscious. It turns out he has diabetes and needs to eat something as soon as possible. At that moment they hear noises through the walls and worry that the children may be getting closer. Someone starts shaking the door and in a moment of fear, Lucy admits she can't marry Wade. The door then opens, but it's just the janitor. Unfortunately the kids soon break in as well, so the group starts running again and the janitor guides them to hide in the boiler room. He doesn't have any food, but he has a radio and they learn that the city is evacuating, meaning nobody will come to help them. As everyone loses hope, Clint comes up with a plan. Using the ducks, they could reach the teacher's room to get some food for Calvin and Wade's truck keys. The only adult small enough to get through the ducks is Clint, and before he leaves Tamara gives him the cootie shot. He takes the janitor's walkie-talkie with him, and as he moves, he keeps getting messages from Wade insulting him. This childish behavior causes the usually nice Lucy to snap and she angrily shouts at everyone, saying she wants to achieve something before dying. Then she says she hates every teacher and gets in the ducks too to help Clint. As the duo crawls through the ducks, they see a child in a corridor, so they freeze to avoid detection. The kid still hears something and takes a closer look, but thankfully it's too dark to see anything and the child goes back to playing. Eventually they make it to the lounge and Clint tries using the vending machine, but it won't take his dollar. Lucy finds Wade's keys and gets back in the ducks to quickly reach the principal's office. She tries getting a good phone but they're all broken, so she returns to the ducks without noticing that Patriot saw her. At that moment the kid from the corridor enters the lounge and Clint hides behind the vending machine. Unfortunately the machine suddenly decides to work and makes noise, causing the child to start screaming. Patriot hears this and starts making his way to the lounge, but thankfully Clint manages to finally push his dollar in and get a snack from the machine before jumping back into the ducks. Lucy and Clint crawl as fast as possible, but soon Patriot starts following them along with more kids, so Clint throws the snack into the boiling room before taking a new path. The duo makes it to a different room and immediately moves some furniture to block the ducks so the children can't follow them. Then they look around and find the body of another teacher behind her desk. Suddenly they hear the kids moving away and realize they're going to the lounge, so they warn the group through the walkie-talkie. The teachers immediately throw a bunch of things into the ducts to create a barricade, then they strap the lid to keep it closed. One of the teachers still panics, so Doug has to slap him. Back to Clint, he comforts Lucy when she finally has a breakdown. Then he makes a confession. He came back to Illinois to see her and he already knew she worked at school, he only pretended to be surprised to see her. He had been teaching first grade in New York for 2 years and became depressed because he couldn't start a career as a writer since teaching doesn't give them much free time. They laugh at the absurdity of the situation and suddenly kiss, but break it off when they remember Wade. At that moment Clint gets an idea and starts searching the room for the medicine they use to keep kids calm. Meanwhile Wade calls Lucy on the walkie-talkie and apologizes for his behavior, admitting he was jealous because he felt inferior to some fancy writer from New York. Feeling guilty, Clint takes over the walkie-talkie and admits he's a loser, giving his blessing to Wade's and Lucy's relationship. Then both groups agree on a plan, and their walkie-talkie signals are picked up by Rick's van radio. Lucy and Clint open the door enough to throw the medicine at the kids, who immediately take it. Meanwhile, Wade offers an empowering speech and the group uses any object they can find around to put together some rough weapons and protection. Once the kids have fallen asleep, both groups come out and reunite in a hallway. As they make their way through the dark with a few flashlights, some awake kids try to get them, but they bring them down by shooting baseballs at them. After a bunch of perfectly shot attacks, Wade runs out of balls, so the janitor stays behind to fight with his amazing martial arts skills while the group runs outside. The front yard is full of creepy children, so the group starts hitting them with a variety of sport gear and instruments to make their way to Wade's vehicle. The fight is fierce, but their teamwork is stronger, and after a few close calls they reach the truck. Unfortunately, Wade is stuck with the horde, so he throws his keys at Clint and tells him to protect Lucy. Then he continues to fight the kids so the others can escape. Lucy doesn't want to leave him, but Clint drags her into the vehicle. As they drive away, they don't notice that Patriot has climbed on top of the truck. When Clint notices that they're almost out of gas, Patriot reaches through the window and tries to kill Clint, causing him to slam the brakes and throw the kid on the road. Hungry for revenge, Clint doesn't hesitate to drive toward Patriot and crush him against a tree. Eventually the group reaches Danville and the truck finally runs out of gas. The town is empty and there are plenty of bodies on the streets. When the group checks the windows at a shop, they learn that the virus has already spread all over the country and it's been tracked to a chicken factory in Illinois. Doug says he might be able to make a vaccine if he can put his hands on a nugget. At that moment a bunch of zombie kids appear behind them, so the group runs inside the nearest building, which turns out to be a children's playground. After locking the doors, they notice an abandoned party and Doug gets to salvage a nugget. There are also the bodies of the employees on the floor. They move into another room and suddenly a light comes on to reveal a whole horde of monster children waiting for them inside the climbing game. The group is about to lose hope, but to their shock a few kids fall dead. They were killed by Wade and the janitor, who managed to escape. Wade tells everyone to run outside, where Rick is waiting in the van. On their way out, the group blocks the game with a giant ball to trap the kids. Then Wade sprays gasoline all over the place and throws a match to start a fire, leaving all the zombies to burn down while he escapes in the van with his co-workers. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. The universe has been conquered by an evil empire known as the Mother World. Their leader is Belisarius, who took over after the royal family was assassinated. There are some rebel groups forming on various planets, so the empire is sending out soldiers all over to crush them down. A few weeks ago, Admiral Atticus landed on Velt and asked the farmers to prepare all their grain for his army, promising to come back for it in 10 weeks. Giving all their harvest to the soldiers would leave the village with no food, so former Empire soldier Cora and her boyfriend Gunnar traveled around to gather a group of warriors that would help them fight the soldiers. During their trip, they had the chance to find Atticus at a trading post and a battle ensued during which Cora brought the admiral down. Unfortunately, the Empire recovers Atticus' body and puts him in a machine to heal him up. As soon as he's feeling better, Atticus announces he wants revenge. Meanwhile on Velt, Cora and Velt return to their village with the team of warriors they've gathered. A robot called Jimmy, who used to belong to the Empire, watches from afar while waiting for his moment. Former soldier Aris has also betrayed the Empire, so when his commander calls to check on the harvest progress, Aris pretends his team is fine and working when actually Cora killed them all. Aris is on the village's side now and informs the others that the Empire will be arriving in 5 days. General Titus gathers all the villagers and the team to offer an empowering speech. He has an idea: since the grain is so important for the soldiers, they'll use it as protection for their houses. That way the Empire can't bomb the village without destroying the loot in the process. Titus also announces the warriors will train the villagers in the art of military warfare so they can stand their ground when the time comes. Afterward, Gunnar and Cora meet in private and finally have their first time together. Once they're done, Cora shares why she's a wanted criminal. Cora is Belisarius' adopted daughter and she used to work for the Empire. She was such a great sister that she eventually became the prince's bodyguard. One day, the king decided he was tired of all the war and that he would start taking a more peaceful approach in politics. Belisarius hated this because it would take power away from him and his army, so he and the other lords arranged a meeting with the royal family to ambush them. While Belisarius stabbed the king and queen, Cora followed her father's orders and shot all the royal guards, then she turned her gun on the princess. She hesitated to kill such a young girl, who looked at Cora in the eye and said, "I forgive you." At that moment Belisarius yelled at Cora to make her react and Cora fired her gun, killing the princess. However, instead of being grateful for Cora's help, Belisarius used her as a scapegoat and announced she killed the whole royal family, ordering other soldiers to arrest her. Devastated by this betrayal, Cora shot her teammates to break free, but she couldn't bring herself to shoot her own father. Instead she ran away, changed her name, and hid in the Velt farm while pretending to be a regular war orphan. Back to the present, Atticus is throwing a tantrum in the medical bay because the doctors won't release him and he's tired of waiting. After lots of yelling, he ends up killing a doctor and is finally allowed to go back to work. Another soldier notices the medical team left a scar on Atticus' chest, But he decides not to heal it because it's a reminder of his need for revenge. That mark is where Cora hurt him during the last fight, and for this Atticus begins calling her the Scargiver. For the following 5 days all the villagers and the team of warriors wake up incredibly early to take care of the harvest. Working side by side allows them to bond and improve their teamwork, which is part of the training too. The group harvests the grain through reaping, gathering, threshing, and finally turning the grain into flour. During these days, Nemesis gets to bond with the local children too, which helps her heal after having lost her own kids. Titus makes sure to only drink water to avoid falling back into his old addiction. Aris continues to get calls from his commander, who thinks it's weird the other soldiers never appear on the screen. Without hesitation, Aris says the others are keeping an eye on the harvest so the villagers won't scam them and that he got stuck on phone duty for being the newbie. However, after the last call, Atticus can tell Aris is lying and guesses Cora is behind it. When the harvest is finally over, the village gathers for a celebration and Sam gives each warrior a homemade banner with an emblem that represents their personalities. Then the crowd finally celebrates the end of the harvest with lots of dancing and drinking. Titus even sings for everyone a soothing, nostalgic tune that is heard by Jimmy on the hills. The next day, the actual training begins, starting by moving all the grain from the barns into the actual village and putting it around every house. They also dig a hidden trench across the fields, hoping it'll help them gain the element of surprise. Aris brings out all the weapons his former team left behind, and the villagers search for any hunting rifles and knives they may have around. Cora and Titus teach the locals how to shoot the guns, and while some still prefer to stick to blades because it's similar to farming, others like Sam prove to be natural shooters. The ship Cora escaped in is still in the mountains, so the villagers work together to drag it out and fix it in case they need it. After Aris takes care of any issues the ship could have acquired during the long time it's been abandoned, Cora gives it a test drive and confirms it's working just fine. The night before the enemy's arrival, Titus points out they should share why each of them wants to bring down the Empire, that way they can strengthen their bond. He volunteers to go first and explains he used to be a general for the Empire. One day, a colonized realm voted to leave and gain independence from the Empire. However, Belisarius wouldn't respect their wishes and sent Titus with his team to open fire on the capital. Titus refused to follow such orders and his ship was shot down, but his team still supported him. Together they fought against the Empire, yet they were easily overpowered, so Titus offered a deal: his surrender in exchange for his men's lives. His plea was ignored and his entire team was executed in front of him. Since then, Titus feels guilty for causing all those deaths and swears to never surrender to the Empire again. Inspired by Titus' story, the other warriors share theirs as well. Melius is also from a humble farm, but her people refused to fight and gave the soldiers everything. The farmers were captured and sent to labor camps all over the universe, causing Melius to end up in a mining operation. One day the resistance arrived, killed all the Empire soldiers, and freed the slaves. Since then Melius has been fighting with them. Next, Nemesis shares that she comes from a small fishing village which was unfortunately destroyed by the Empire. All the locals were slaughtered and Nemesis had to watch her family die. After a terrible breakdown, Nemesis was hungry for revenge, so she searched for the hidden weapons that the village kept from the old days when they weren't pacifists. She had never spilled blood before, so she used the molten metal blades to start with her own. This was part of an ancient rite of passage that allowed her to replace her arms with mechanical gauntlets. When it's Tarek's turn, he confesses he used to be the prince of his planet. His father the king tried presenting his own terms to the Empire, who answered by sending back his body and promising an invasion. Soon the enemy ships appeared on Tarek's home and destroyed the entire place without hesitation. His mother the queen couldn't take it and Tarek had to watch herself delete. Tarek escaped by hiding in a refugee transport, hoping to preserve his bloodline in the future. After everyone is done sharing, Titus asks Cora for her own story, but she only says she's a war orphan and that she also used to be an Empire soldier. Titus gets suspicious when she doesn't add more, but he doesn't press. The next morning, Cora gets on her ship and flies to the mountains, where she crosses a waterfall to enter a cave and meet with Jimmy. They bond over the fact they both used to work for the Empire and now have found a new purpose in protecting the innocent. However, Jimmy thinks their chances of winning the battle are low. In the village, the locals finish hiding a bunch of bombs in the trench just in time for the arrival of the enemy ships. As everyone rushes to their positions, Atticus and their men use a radar to investigate the situation. They discover the grain is being used as a shield so they can't open fire, but they also notice all the women and children are being kept in the longhouse. Atticus announces he'll pretend to negotiate with Cora while sending men there. Soon a bunch of smaller ships land on Belt and Atticus meets with Cora, who offers the soldiers to take the grain and leave without a fight so they can avoid a bloodshed. However, Atticus wants a bigger reward now, thus he explains his men are already surrounding the longhouse. He won't open fire if Cora agrees to go with him. Wanting to protect the locals, Cora signals her friends to step back and agrees to leave with Atticus. First she says goodbye to Gunnar, who refuses to lose her and steals her gun to shoot at the town bell, which is the signal to start the battle. The fighters come out of hiding and immediately open fire, blowing up an enemy ship and forcing the soldiers to scatter. This pushes Gunnar and Cora in the water, a chance they use to escape on a mount for an alternate plan. The explosion gives the villagers the upper hand and soon Empire soldiers are falling all over the place.
Jewish.
Furious, Atticus jumps into the trenches and starts killing villagers up close to try to disturb their organization. Some surviving soldiers try to escape in their ships, but the villagers throw bombs at them to quickly bring them down. In the longhouse, the soldiers burst in and Nemesis fights them with her blades while Aris and Sam provide backup with their guns. Nemesis is an amazing warrior and she manages to bring down several soldiers on her own, but they just keep coming. Eventually Atticus manages to leave the trenches, which he's been using as protection, and makes it to the ship near the longhouse. As he gets aboard, a villager jumps in and tries to kill him with his knife, however Atticus easily overpowers him with a few moves. After killing the man with his own blade, Atticus pushes the body off the ship. At the same time, Cora and Gunnar get on her old ship and use a smoke bomb to pretend it's been shot. Since it's an Empire ship, the enemy thinks they're soldiers and let them enter the main vessel. The duo hides their faces with Empire gear and pretend to be unconscious so they're taken to the infirmary. Back in the village, Titus and Tarek give their respective teams powerful speeches to inspire them to fight. They meet the soldiers without fear and launch a fearsome attack. In the longhouse, Nemesis continues to fight, however the numbers of enemies keep going up and soon her mechanical arm gets cut off. Sam is also overpowered and her gun destroyed, but before she can get killed, Aris jumps on the soldier to bring him down. Nemesis refuses to give up and keeps fighting with one hand, but she's soon knocked down and stabbed. Furious, one of the children comes out of hiding and stabs the soldier, who grabs the kid by the neck. This allows Nemesis to strike back and finally kill the last of the enemies in the longhouse. The child hugs Nemesis, who says goodbye and then dies. In the trenches, most of that team is dead so a villager activates the bombs to bring as many soldiers down as possible. In 1904, the New York Fire Department arrived. The universe has been conquered by an evil empire.
Gosh dang it.
His knife. However, Atticus easily overpowers him with a few moves. After killing the man with his own blade, Atticus pushes the body off the ship. At the same time, Cora and Gunnar get on her old ship and use a smoke bomb to pretend it's been shot. Since it's an Empire ship, the enemy thinks they're soldiers and let them enter the main vessel. The duo hides their faces with Empire gear and pretend to be unconscious so they're taken to the infirmary. Back in the village, Titus and Tarek give their respective teams powerful speeches to inspire them to fight. They meet the soldiers without fear and launch a fearsome attack. In the longhouse, Nemesis continues to fight, however the numbers of enemies keep going up and soon her mechanical arm gets cut off. Sam is also overpowered and her gun destroyed, but before she can get killed, Aris jumps on the soldier to bring him down. Nemesis refuses to give up and keeps fighting with one hand, but she's soon knocked down and stabbed. Furious, one of the children comes out of hiding and stabs the soldier, who grabs the kid by the neck. This allows Nemesis to strike back and finally kill the last of the enemies in the longhouse. The child hugs Nemesis, who says goodbye and then dies. In the trenches, most of that team is dead so a villager activates the bombs to bring as many soldiers down as possible. Unfortunately the cavalry continues to pour in, making it difficult for Tarek's and Titus teams to defend the village no matter how hard they fight. Soon the soldiers bring multiple automatons, which open fire faster than any human can keep up with. While the villagers continue to open fire, Milia sneaks around in the smoke and kills a few soldiers with a blade. This allows her to come close enough to the automatons and shoot them in their weak areas to bring them down and give the villagers a chance. In the main vessel, Cora and Gunnar wait for the right moment to take out their weapons and kill all the soldiers that surround them. Then they share a kiss before taking different corridors to set up a bunch of bombs. Because of their uniforms, at first they move unnoticed, but soon a soldier finds Cora in the power core room. She immediately shoots him and jumps into the lower floor, where she continues to fight any guard that gets in her way. One of the soldiers sends a message about this attack, and Atticus gets happy that Cora is technically captured. Since she's his ticket to success, he orders his men to open fire on the village, not caring about the grain or the soldiers they may lose in the process. In the village, another automaton arrives with even more soldiers, and the locals are starting to lose hope. Suddenly Jimmy appears on the battlefield and starts moving at an outstanding speed. He kills a bunch of enemies and gets inside the automaton to blow it up, which gives the villagers a fighting chance again. Back in the vessel, Gunnar is waiting for Cora to escape. However, Cora keeps on encountering enemies and can't stop fighting every 2 steps. She steals a blade from a soldier and meets with Atticus while his men get the cannons ready. However, at that moment the bombs explode and shake the vessel, causing the cannons to miss and hit the hills instead of the village. As the vessel starts going down, Gunnar comes in and tries to show Atticus, only to be shot first. Then Atticus and Cora start a sword fight that has them sliding all over the room as the vessel continues to fall. Cora kicks Atticus off but he manages to hold on at the last second and attacks again. Both warriors lose their blades in the process and Atticus jumps on top of Cora, trying to choke her. However, he's interrupted by Gunnar, who stabs him with a blade. Now Cora can push Atticus off, capture him in a door, and finally cut his head off. Cora and Gunnar return to her old ship and manage to escape just in time before the vessel crashes on the planet with a huge explosion. Cora's ship does a rough landing too and she rushes to help Gunnar, but it's too late and he dies in her arms. At that moment the resistance arrives with their ships and they help the villagers finish the battle, effectively defeating the enemy while everyone on the ground celebrates. That evening, everyone gathers to say goodbye to Gunnar, Nemesis, and all the fallen villagers, burning their banners along with their bodies. Feeling guilty, Cora finally shares her backstory with everyone, but Titus drops a big secret. The princess isn't actually dead because she holds great power. Cora wants to find her and continue to fight the Empire to free all the other planets, and the rest of the warriors including Jimmy promise to help. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1904, the New York Fire Department arrives at the Manhattan Adventurers Society because of a room that is expelling a lot of smoke. However, when the firefighters arrive, the smoke is sucked back inside. One of the men touches the door and his hand begins to freeze, so his partners have to pull him away. Then the firefighters break the door down and are shocked to find dozens of frozen corpses and ice everywhere while an unknown language plays from a phonograph. Among the ice spikes, a mysterious figure in armor holds an orb containing an ancient evil. When the firefighters try to grab it, the orb opens and causes all the bodies to shatter. Inside the orb, a pair of eyes glow with malice. In the present, Callie, her boyfriend Gary, and her children Phoebe and Trevor have moved to New York from Somerville to become full-time Ghostbusters. Callie is the daughter of one of the old Ghostbuster team members, so it's become a family business. A terrifying ghost has escaped from the sewer and is causing trouble all over Manhattan, so the new team starts chasing it in the car as it hits other vehicles with manhole covers. A special seat is pulled out so Phoebe can shoot the proton blaster at the ghost, but the driving causes her to miss a lot and her shots end up damaging various buildings. Once they're close enough, Trevor releases a remote-controlled trap, but this is still not enough to catch the ghost, so a drone trap comes out next. Callie guides the drone toward the ghost and successfully captures it. The family celebrates and Gary gets distracted, causing him to lose control of the car and crash into a rack of city bicycles. People on the streets record everything with their phones and soon the team appears on the news. The damage they've caused is seen in a negative light, so Mayor Peck calls the team to his office to scold them for what they've done to the city and for bringing along Phoebe, who is still a minor. Afterward the team returns to headquarters, which is the same office the old Ghostbusters used to work in. Remembering the mayor's threats, Callie and Gary decide that Phoebe should have a normal life and is kicked out of the team. Phoebe doesn't take it well but her complaints are ignored. Then Gary and Callie put the ghost in their containment unit, which takes more effort than usual but they don't know why. Thankfully the light turns green, meaning the ghost is successfully contained. Meanwhile Ray from the old Ghostbuster team and podcast have an online show. Using an horoscope, they measure the spiritual energy of everyday objects to try to find a connection to the afterlife. A woman brings a watch from her late husband, but Ray gets no readings and podcast just smashes it with a hammer. Later when Phoebe comes to visit, she discovers that their shop has a bunch of little entities known as marshmallow men running around his room. She thinks they're cute, but podcast smashes one down as he explains they're a plague. Suddenly Nadim enters the shop and the mere sight of his box sends all the marshmallow man running to hide in fear. The box has a bunch of family antiques that Nadim wants to sell and Ray is immediately curious about the orb, noticing the glyphs on it. He uses the horoscope on it, but the energy emitted by the orb causes a surge that breaks the device and triggers a short earthquake. A freezing energy can be seen moving through the street and eventually hitting the wall of the ghost container. Ray immediately buys the orb and Nadim leaves with the money as fast as possible, noticing the flame on a food cart outside suddenly growing larger than usual for no reason. At the Ghostbusters headquarters, Gary finds the damage on the wall and calls Janine, the secretary of the previous team, who promises to send an expert to check on this. Upstairs, Trevor notices some green slime leaking through the roof and goes to the attic to investigate. He finds a pile of empty food packaging that moves as something naps underneath, so he takes a closer look and is shocked to find Slimer, who jumps out, flies through Trevor, and escapes by passing through the wall. Sometime later, the team gets a ghost alert and leaves on a mission, but they refuse to take Phoebe. She ends up going to the park to play chess by herself, but suddenly the pieces start moving on their own. A ghost named Melody appears, and her shape looks flamey because she died in a fire. While they play, Melody admits she has very low chances of crossing over because she has unfinished business. The next day, parabiologist Lars comes to check on the damaged wall, and when the unit shakes they confirm the ghosts are trying to get out. Former Ghostbuster Winston brings the original design of the containment unit, which was created by Callie's late father. They conclude the unit is running out of space after 40 years of compiling spiritual waste. Winston also informs them that the blast that caused the earthquake created a rift which could potentially act as a gateway to the other side. Since obviously this building won't hold for long, Winston takes the team to a secret lab where he's keeping the Paranormal Research Center. All kinds of scientists gather here to study supernatural phenomena. Trevor gets to reunite with his friend Lucky, who is working there as well. Whenever Ray finds an item with supernatural energy, he sends it to the lab, and Lars puts them in a machine that separates the ghost from the object. Using the original design as a guide, they've also built a bigger container unit, so they'll have to start moving the ghost from headquarters by bringing them with traps. Not all the ghosts are kept in the unit, some of them are in special cells for further study. Phoebe is freaked out by a skull while Gary and Callie step back when a ghost pukes at the glass. There's also a possessor that likes jumping from device to device. Later in the evening, the team gets another mission and leaves without Phoebe again. At that moment a second emergency call comes in, so Phoebe and Pod go to take care of it behind the adults' backs. They make it to a restaurant and discover the ghost is Melody, so Phoebe doesn't dare to shoot.
Alright, we gotta start this over. I wanna watch this. I'm gonna watch this.
In 1904,
then we're gonna
the
jump
New
into
York
Harry
Fire
Potter.
Department arrives at the
How about
Manhattan
that,
Adventurers Society because of a room that is expelling a lot of smoke. However, when the firefighters arrive, the smoke is sucked back inside. One of the men touches the door and his hand begins to freeze, so his partners have to pull him away. Then the firefighters break the door down and are shocked to find dozens of frozen corpses and ice everywhere while an unknown language plays from a phonograph. Among the ice spikes, a mysterious figure in armor holds an orb containing an ancient evil. When the firefighters try to grab it, the orb opens and causes all the bodies to shatter. Inside the orb, a pair of eyes glow with malice. In the present, Callie, her boyfriend Gary, and her children Phoebe and Trevor have moved to New York from Somerville to become full-time Ghostbusters. Callie is the daughter of one of the old Ghostbuster team members, so it's become a family business. A terrifying ghost has escaped from the sewer and is causing trouble all over Manhattan, so the new team starts chasing it in the car as it hits other vehicles with manhole covers. A special seat is pulled out so Phoebe can shoot the proton blaster at the ghost, but the driving causes her to miss a lot and her shots end up damaging various buildings. Once they're close enough, Trevor releases a remote-controlled trap, but this is still not enough to catch the ghost, so a drone trap comes out next. Callie guides the drone toward the ghost and successfully captures it. The family celebrates and Gary gets distracted, causing him to lose control of the car and crash into a rack of city bicycles. People on the streets record everything with their phones and soon the team appears on the news. The damage they've caused is seen in a negative light, so Mayor Peck calls the team to his office to scold them for what they've done to the city and for bringing along Phoebe, who is still a minor. Afterward the team returns to headquarters, which is the same office the old Ghostbusters used to work in. Remembering the mayor's threats, Callie and Gary decide that Phoebe should have a normal life and is kicked out of the team. Phoebe doesn't take it well but her complaints are ignored. Then Gary and Callie put the ghost in their containment unit, which takes more effort than usual but they don't know why. Thankfully the light turns green, meaning the ghost is successfully contained. Meanwhile Ray from the old Ghostbuster team and podcast have an online show. Using an horoscope, they measure the spiritual energy of everyday objects to try to find a connection to the afterlife. A woman brings a watch from her late husband, but Ray gets no readings and podcast just smashes it with a hammer. Later when Phoebe comes to visit, she discovers that their shop has a bunch of little entities known as marshmallow men running around his room. She thinks they're cute, but podcast smashes one down as he explains they're a plague. Suddenly Nadim enters the shop and the mere sight of his box sends all the marshmallow man running to hide in fear. The box has a bunch of family antiques that Nadim wants to sell and Ray is immediately curious about the orb, noticing the glyphs on it. He uses the horoscope on it, but the energy emitted by the orb causes a surge that breaks the device and triggers a short earthquake. A freezing energy can be seen moving through the street and eventually hitting the wall with the ghost container. Ray immediately buys the orb and Nadim leaves with the money as fast as possible, noticing the flame on a food cart outside suddenly growing larger than usual for no reason. At the Ghostbusters headquarters, Gary finds the damage on the wall and calls Janine, the secretary of the previous team, who promises to send an expert to check on this. Upstairs, Trevor notices some green slime leaking through the roof and goes to the attic to investigate. He finds a pile of empty food packaging that moves as something naps underneath, so he takes a closer look and is shocked to find Slimer, who jumps out, flies through Trevor, and escapes by passing through the wall. Sometime later, the team gets a ghost alert and leaves on a mission, but they refuse to take Phoebe. She ends up going to the park to play chess by herself, but suddenly the pieces start moving on their own. A ghost named Melody appears, and her shape looks flamey because she died in a fire. While they play, Melody admits she has very low chances of crossing over because she has unfinished business. The next day, parabiologist Lars comes to check on the damaged wall, and when the unit shakes they confirm the ghosts are trying to get out. Former Ghostbuster Winston brings the original design of the containment unit, which was created by Kelly's late father. They conclude the unit is running out of space after 40 years of compiling spiritual waste. Winston also informs them that the blast that caused the earthquake created a rift which could potentially act as a gateway to the other side. Since obviously this building won't hold for long, Winston takes the team to a secret lab where he's keeping the Paranormal Research Center. All kinds of scientists gather here to study supernatural phenomena. Trevor gets to reunite with his friend Lucky, who is working there as well. Whenever Ray finds an item with supernatural energy, he He sends it to the lab, and Lars puts them in a machine that separates the ghost from the object. Using the original design as a guide, they've also built a bigger container unit, so they'll have to start moving the ghost from headquarters by bringing them with traps. Not all the ghosts are kept in the unit, some of them are in special cells for further study. Phoebe is freaked out by a skull while Gary and Kelly step back when a ghost pukes at the glass. There's also a possessor that likes jumping from device to device. Later in the evening, the team gets another mission and leaves without Phoebe again. At that moment a second emergency call comes in, so Phoebe and Podcast go to take care of it behind the adults' backs. They make it to a restaurant and discover the ghost is Melody, so Phoebe doesn't dare to shoot. Melody immediately escapes and Phoebe reacts too late, causing the windows to break. Meanwhile in the lab, Lars and Lucky are working with Ray's objects. When it's the orb's turn, all the ghosts in the cells feel rather disturbed. The machine fails to remove the spirit and suddenly the lab goes through a power surge. Some cell windows break and the ghosts start moving to escape, but at that moment Lars fixes the power and everything goes back to normal. Then he grabs the orb, only for his hand to start freezing. Lars drops the orb right before he can lose his arm. Moments later, Melody visits Phoebe in her room. Phoebe shows her around and Melody almost touches the containment unit but stops just in time. Melody also keeps playing with some matches, so Phoebe explains that's the object that's anchoring her to this world. It turns out these matches started the fire that killed her family. In the lab, the orb sends out a freezing blast that hits the unit again and shuts down the power in the city. The blast moves near Melody, who says she's working as fast as she can but sounds hesitant about having to use Phoebe for the plan. The following day, Trevor puts down a trap in the attic and covers it with junk food before hiding with a proton blaster ready. Slimer comes out to eat, but before Trevor can shoot it, another earthquake hits the city. The team rushes to the containment unit and finds a huge hole in the wall plus frost all over the place. Afterward the team returns to the lab and learns that the orb is also freezing. Grabbing it with a tool, Lars shows the orb to the Marshmallow Men, who feel so attracted to it that they splash against the window. Apparently the orb can mind control ghosts, it also freezes certain devices when it gets too close. Desperate for more information, Lucky, Trevor, and Lars go to see Nadim, who shows them his grandmother's special room. There are lots of antiques there, like some weird horns and the armor from the beginning. Lars realizes that everything in the room is made out of brass, which can trap ghosts. When the trio uses the oroscope on Nadim, there's a strong reaction, so they bring him to the lab with them. After connecting Nadim to a machine, former Ghostbuster Peter starts asking some strange questions. Suddenly he throws a pen at Nadim, who gets angry and causes a nearby flame to grow bigger. As an argument ensues and Peter throws more pens, Nadim's anger grows and so does the flame, which means he has the power to manipulate fire. In the meantime, Podcast is reviewing the video he took at the lab and discovers a weird ancient language coming out of the orb. He, Phoebe, and Ray decide to consult an expert and leave on Ray's old bike. They go to the New York Public Library and talk to a scientist who translates the words from the video while showing them a carving on an old book. Centuries earlier, a power-mad king sought help from a powerful entity called Garaka, who had his own plans to bring a new ice age. Nadim's ancestors were a team known as the Fire Masters, who used their abilities to imprison Garaka in the orb and steal the horns that gave him his power. If Garaka becomes free, New York would experience the death chill, which kills people with a cold formed from chilling fear. The scientist also shows them some wax cylinders with old recordings, including one from the Manhattan Adventurers Society. That group used to love stealing relics and many years ago tried opening the orb, which killed them all. The group hears the recording and finds the same words from the video. Suddenly the cylinder starts shaking and jumps out of the machine to land in a trash bag, which starts going crazy around the library. The team starts following it and when Ray walks among the shelves, he's blocked by the same library ghost from the 80s. The group follows the ghost outside and finds it resting on the lion statue. Ray tries to reach for it, but suddenly the lion starts moving because the ghost left the bag to possess the statue instead. As people run away in panic, Phoebe gets a proton blaster from the bike and shoots the lion, causing it to explode. Moments later, Peck announces that he's shutting down the Ghostbusters, which has been his wish since the old days.
Man, all these
Phoebe
guys
tries
is
to protest,
old.
but Peck says it's either this or going to prison. In the evening, the team returns to headquarters and discovers all their equipment has been taken by the police. While Phoebe argues with her parents, Ray shows Nadim the damage on the containment room and tells him he's the next Fire Master, so he needs to start training to save the world. The first exercise is to move a flame from a lighter to a candle. As Nadim moves his hand, the flame moves as well, but it doesn't do much yet. Meanwhile, Phoebe goes to the park again and meets with Melody. The girls chat and get to bond, so Phoebe admits she would like to be a ghost, giving her an idea. They go to the lab and Phoebe enters the machine, then Melody activates it to temporarily separate her soul from her body. The procedure works, but Melody apologizes and looks sad. It turns out she's working for Garaka, who can't control living beings, only ghosts. Since he needs a living person to open the orb, now he can control Phoebe's ghost to make her say the words. The ghost is still connected to her body, So it repeats the words as well, and the orb begins opening while Melody explains she had to do this because it's her only chance to see her family again. Soon the orb comes apart and a deep darkness takes over the room. Garaka appears and says he'll destroy the world while his power forces Phoebe's ghost back into her body. At that moment Lucky shows up and tries to fire a proton blast at Garaka, but he quickly freezes and shatters the stream before disappearing. While the rest of the team comes to free Phoebe, Garaka enters the shop in Nadim's building and freezes the clerk to death. Then he makes his way to Nadim's apartment, where he retrieves his horns. As soon as he puts them on, he regains his true form and all his power. Soon a dark cloud appears over the city and starts freezing the whole area, causing ice spikes to appear to destroy property and kill people without mercy. Both the old and new teams gather at headquarters to discuss ideas, and Nadim shows off his training, but he still can only do the basics. Fortunately, Lars has some equipment in his van, so the team starts getting ready to fight while Lucky points out their weapons won't be enough considering what happened in the lab. Phoebe remembers that brass can trap ghosts and the orb was made with it, so she starts melting some brass to reinforce her blaster. On the roof, Trevor and Lucky see a tricycle rolling on its own on the deserted street, so they guess it's the possessor ghost that escaped from the lab and rush back inside. As the storm outside gets worse, the tricycle hits the door, causing it to blow out of its hinges. A red light that represents the possessor hits the Ghostbusters sign and makes it fall before going inside and possessing the car. The vehicle moves back and everyone jumps out of the way just in time. Lars goes into another room because he heard a noise, but it's one of the little ghosts from the lab, who shoots goo at his face. The red light soon leaves the car by possessing a paper plane, then it jumps into Lucky's proton pack. It raises the blaster and tries to shoot Trevor, but Gary pushes him away and Nadim uses his power to redirect the blast out the window. Podcast smashes the pack with his hammer and the ghost jumps out to possess a pizza, only to end up devoured by Slimer. At that moment the ice starts covering the headquarters building. Phoebe goes to the unit room and finds Melody, who swears she didn't want to hurt anybody and only wanted to see her family. Furious, Phoebe makes her see that nobody can help her move on. Melody has to find it in herself. Then Garaka finally arrives and blocks the front door with more ice spikes. As the building starts shaking and coming apart, the Ghostbusters shoot all their proton blasters at the same time, but Garaka freezes all the streams in seconds. Suddenly Nadim appears wearing the Fire Master armor and tries to use the lighter to summon a flame, but it's not working because he used all the fluid in training. Garaka grabs the lighter and destroys it before shooting a blast that creates a chasm in the floor and traps everyone with more ice spikes. Then Garaka says an incantation to release all the ghosts from the unit, which makes a huge energy blast to shoot up into the sky. All the ghosts from the unit escape and start terrorizing the city, but Phoebe can't see Melody anymore. She rushes upstairs and fires her blaster at Garaka, who can't freeze this reinforced energy, so he shoots frost at Phoebe instead. The girl instantly freezes and Garaka tries to extract her soul, but at that moment Melody reappears and lights her last match. Now Nadim can create a fireball that he shoots at Garaka, and the strong heat melts the ice in the room, releasing everyone. Phoebe shoots her blaster again and has trouble standing still with so much power in her hands, so her family helps her hold it. While the combined effort of the reinforced blast and Nadim's fireball overpower Garaka, Podcast rushes to the car and releases the drone trap. However, the Marshmallow Men have also escaped the lab and mess with him, causing him to lose control of the trap and allowing Garaka to knock it down. The older Ghostbusters realize that since Garaka released all the ghosts, the containment unit is now empty. They run to the basement to activate it, and thanks to everyone working together, Garaka is dragged into the unit and the light turns green, confirming the bad guy has been successfully sealed. Afterward, Melody gives Phoebe her matchbox and says goodbye before finally moving on. The team comes out and discovers all the ice is melted. Perk appears to try to scold them again, but all the locals are showing their support and Perk has no choice but to play along, allowing the Ghostbusters to function for now. Now all the ghosts that Garaka released are loose in the city, so the team jumps back into action to start cleaning. On their way out, Phoebe calls Gary Dad.
They just did that on purpose because they were losing money.
When a truck driver stops at a gas station, the Marshmallow Men use the chance to steal away his vehicle. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like.
I had to give them a lawsuit because I'd be like, they just did that because they were losing money. Unfortunately. This is the one I wanted to watch.
In 2015, Lacey calls 911 because nobody is answering at her neighbor Dee Dee's house and she's worried because her Facebook page had some really disturbing posts. While the police get on their way, Lacey's mother Mel enters Dee Dee's house through a window and finds a disturbing sight. Minutes later the detectives come in and find Dee Dee dead on a bed, but the daughter is nowhere to be found. This all started 7 years ago. Dee Dee lives with her sick daughter Gypsy, who is wheelchair-bound. After the devastation caused by Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Habitat for Humanity gets them a new home in Missouri in 2008 and they get interviewed for it. Gypsy tells the camera that her mom is her best friend. Because of Gypsy's condition, they have a very strict routine, DD regularly shaves Gypsy's head and prepares dinner by blending it and injecting it into Gypsy's stomach through a tube. When it's time for bed, Gypsy uses a sleep apnea machine, and once the girl is asleep, DD takes a medicine called Sleepy Baby from a closet full of meds. They also sleep on the same bed. The next day, their neighbor Lacey visits Gypsy and offers her a makeover. While they have fun together, the girls bond, but DD is always spying on them. Gypsy shares that her father used to make fun of her walking before she got the wheelchair, although she doesn't really remember it. After Lacey leaves, DD forces Gypsy to remove all the makeup. The next day, they go out for a walk and meet the other neighbors. DD chats with Mel and keeps on mentioning how hard it's to take care of Gypsy because she has paraplegia, epilepsy, anemia, and a heart murmur. At that moment, Lacey offers Gypsy some soda, but DD rushes to stop her, informing everyone that Gypsy is allergic to sugar. Sometime later at the mall, Gypsy asks her mom for a necklace and DD steals it for her. At the last moment, she notices Mel saw everything. Later, DD tries to explain herself to Mel, but she doesn't take her seriously. While DD is away, Gypsy uses her mom's laptop to look for things like boyfriend kiss, making sure to delete the browser history when she's done. DD worries about her reputation if Mel decides to talk, so she decides to throw a party for all the neighbors. Gypsy gets to meet other teenagers and DD talks to every single neighbor to befriend them, but Mel still doesn't buy her friendly act. While DD tries to win Mel over, Gypsy grabs a cupcake and eats it, but DD sees her and rushes to inject her with an EpiPen before leaving for the hospital. Moments later, Gypsy overhears DD having a strange talk with the doctor. When they leave the hospital, Mel shows up to give DD her forgotten wallet and finally understands the terrible circumstances that her neighbors are in, so they agree to leave bad decisions in the past and have a fresh start. That night, while DD is asleep, Gypsy leaves the bed, revealing she can actually walk. Remembering the conversation with the doctor, she goes to the kitchen and eats some whipped cream with an EpiPen ready, but nothing happens. She isn't allergic to sugar at all and her mother has been lying about it. Gypsy then returns to bed and an awake DD scolds her for walking instead of asking her for help. As months pass, Gypsy gets more daring and starts sneaking out of bed to secretly watch YouTube on the laptop while eating sweets and drinking soda. One night she feels pain in her teeth, caused by all the sugar she's consumed in secret. The next morning, DD wakes Gypsy up to inform her she's been named the community's Child of the Year. At that moment, DD notices Gypsy's teeth issues and gets excited over the possibility of another underlying condition. They go to see Gypsy's pediatrician Dr. Harley and DD says Gypsy's acid reflux has returned, causing the teeth decay. While Harley calls a gastroenterologist Chandra for a consult, DD steals his prescription pad. Dr. Chandra comes over to check on Gypsy and asks her to make an urgent dentist appointment. However, DD wants to treat the acid reflux first. Getting suspicious, Chandra asks for Gypsy's medical records, but DD informs her that they were destroyed during Hurricane Katrina. Before Chandra can say more, DD hurries to take her daughter away. Afterward, Chandra asks Harley if he's confirmed Gypsy's medical history, which he didn't. Meanwhile, D uses the pad to forge some prescriptions and get more medicine from a pharmacy. Sometime later, Gypsy is brushing her teeth when a rotten tooth comes out, causing her to bleed all over the sink. After this incident, DD starts giving her the triple amount of medicine. Eventually, DD allows Gypsy to spend some time with Lacey, who introduces her to her friends. At first, the girls finds her a bit weird, but soon they accept her in the group. Gypsy explains her mouth is ugly because she's been eating sweets in secret, and the girls sympathize with escaping from parents' rules. Meanwhile, Chandra starts calling several hospitals to learn more about Gypsy's medical history, but she doesn't get clear answers, so she calls Child Protection Services. When DD sees the car at her doorstep, she immediately forces Gypsy to take Sleepy Baby to make her seem slow-witted. Agent Allison takes a look around the house while DD explains her daughter has the mental capacity of a 7-year-old. Then Allison asks to speak with Gypsy alone, yet DD still spies from the doorway. Allison tries asking Gypsy questions about her home situation, and since Gypsy is dizzy and disoriented, her lack of understanding proves DD's story. Next, Allison asks about some questionable paperwork, so DD uses the hurricane excuse again. In the end, Allison leaves without taking any actions because she hasn't found anything suspicious in this home. Afterward, DD covers the house's windows to make them blurry. Later, Gypsy is taken to the dentist, and when she hears the word extraction, she says she doesn't want to do it, but DD forces her. When Gypsy wakes up from the anesthesia, she's at home and she discovers most of her teeth have been removed, causing her to cry in front of the mirror. During lunch, DD starts making exciting plans for the Child of the Year event. Gypsy doesn't want to go because she feels ugly, but a furious DD yells that she's going anyway. On the day of the event, DD surprises Gypsy with some dentures. Gypsy loves them, but finds it weird that her mother didn't give them to her earlier. When they're called to the stage, they receive a check for $5,000 in financial assistance. DD says Gypsy is shy and speaks in her behalf, then they sing together. Sometime later, Chandra calls DD to bring Gypsy to do a checkup, and a reluctant DD must accept to avoid suspicions. While DD is taken to the front desk to do the paperwork, Chandra talks to Gypsy in private and tries to convince her that she isn't allergic to sugar. She even offers a can of Coke, but Gypsy refuses to drink. Months pass and it's now 2011. DD has become an expert at collecting donations both through traditional mail and a GoFundMe page. She also keeps receiving some mysterious checks. At night, Gypsy continues to sneak out of bed to use the computer.
Man, it's something my
She
mama
learns about
did.
Fantastic and cosplay, so she convinces her mother to take her to the event. While getting the tickets, DD says Gypsy was born in 1995, which confuses the girl because she thought she was born in 1993. Gypsy has a lot of fun and even runs into some of the neighbors. A man named Russ tries to flirt with DD, but she feels uncomfortable and rushes to the bathroom. Now that she's finally alone, Gypsy uses the chance to chat with a guy called Scott while pretending she's 18. They end up chatting a lot and Scott even picks her up so she can sit in the DeLorean for a picture. Unfortunately, their fun time is interrupted by DD, who announces they're going home. Before they leave, Russ shows up again and tries to get DD's attention by saying he also had a son in a wheelchair who died, but DD turns him down once more. While DD is distracted, Scott asks Gypsy for her Facebook account and finds it weird that an 18-year-old only has a shared account with her mother. That night Gypsy decides to open her own Facebook account in secret, but she doesn't know what birth year to choose. She checks her mother's purse and is shocked to see she was born in 1991, meaning she's actually 19. Angry, she decides to steal some donation money. The next day at a gas station, she buys a cell phone, which she keeps hidden from her mom. Sometime later, DD receives a call from Russ and wonders how he got her number, but he's so nice that she lets him call him regularly and they grow close. At the same time Gypsy starts chatting with Scott through her new phone and they also grow close. Gypsy tells him about her friends, who are the hospital staff, and Scott shares about his work with the elderly. One day Scott even sends her a wig through mail and Gypsy gets to the mailman before her mother could see it. Now she can privately pretend she has beautiful hair. After a whole month of friendly conversations, Russ offers to help DD around the house and with Gypsy. DD doesn't take it well and immediately hangs up. Meanwhile Gypsy goes outside to use the phone and is seen by Lacey, who agrees to keep her secret. Gypsy shares her secret Facebook username and tells Lacey she met Prince Charming, so Lacey believes Gypsy may be just playing around. That night, Gypsy receives a message from Scott informing her that he's in the emergency room and won't be able to text. Worried about him, Gypsy puts on the wig and leaves the wheelchair behind to visit him. At the hospital not even Harley recognizes her. Scott is shocked to see her walk and after Gypsy asks her to keep the secret, she starts talking to him like her mom does, which is very
I don't
infantilizing.
like this actor.
When she hears they haven't
Show
given
his
him
face
medicine
like
because he's
cringy
been drinking,
roles.
she says he doesn't have to tell the truth if he's sick. At home, DD wakes up and freaks out when she notices Gypsy is gone. She finds a note in which Gypsy says she ran away with her Prince Charming and signs with her real age. When Scott is released, he goes home and Gypsy comes along. She keeps saying she'll take care of him and they share a kiss. At that moment someone knocks on the door. It's DD, who has come to pick Gypsy up. At first Gypsy refuses to go, but when DD starts saying she's having an anxiety attack, Gypsy agrees to leave. On her way out, DD tells Scott that Gypsy is 14. As soon as they get home, DD gets rid of the wig and forces Gypsy back on the wheelchair. More time passes and it's 2013. At the hospital, a doctor tells DD she has type 2 diabetes and must receive daily shots. DD asks the doctor to reach Gypsy how to help her with the shots, that way she's making her health dependent on Gypsy staying home. When Gypsy's birthday comes, DD insists Gypsy was born in 1995 and that 1991 was a printing error. As a gift, Gypsy receives a pair of guinea pigs. Later Lacey visits Gypsy and mentions she met a guy on a Christian dating site. Curious, Gypsy asks her to show her the website. Meanwhile DD gets a call from Gypsy's father, who wants to wish his daughter a happy birthday. He seems a sweet guy, which proves DD's stories about him being uncaring and having abandoned them are another lie. DD tells him that Gypsy is very ill and doesn't have much time to live, then she hangs up on him. Another call comes from the hospital to inform DD that since Gypsy is now 18, any invasive procedures require her consent. DD tells the nurse she'll talk to her lawyer, then she goes to kick Lacey out. Once they're back inside, DD yells at Gypsy for leaving the house and forbids her from seeing Lacey again. That night, Gypsy steals $1 from the donation bag, and it's revealed she's been doing this for a while. By stealing a little money at the time, DD doesn't notice and Gypsy gets to save in secret. The next day they go to see a lawyer because DD wants to obtain legal guardianship of her daughter. Gypsy answers the lawyer's questions the way her mom taught her, and since she sounds competent enough, the lawyer announces that DD will have to convince a judge that Gypsy can't take care of herself. Later at the mall, DD needs to sit down because she feels dizzy and her ankles are swelling, consequence of her diabetes. Gypsy volunteers to go to the pharmacy to get some medicine, but first she stops at a tech store to buy her own laptop with the money she saved, which she then hides in the car. Afterward they go home and DD forces Gypsy to give her the injection. That night, Gypsy joins the dating site that Lacey told her about, making sure to wear a wig for the profile picture. The next day, Dee Dee scolds Lacey for putting ideas in Gypsy's head. Suddenly Dee Dee faints and must be taken back to the house, where Gypsy takes care of her. They watch Twilight together and Dee Dee covers Gypsy's eyes when the main couple has their first time. Later at night, Gypsy discovers she has messages from 10 men on the dating website and freaks out a bit when she sees a guy sent her a dirty eggplant picture. Then she starts chatting with a guy named Nick, who calls her beautiful. Sometime later Dee Dee contacts her lawyer to ask about a power of attorney. The lawyer explains such a document would only give Dee Dee power over Gypsy if she becomes incapacitated and that Gypsy must sign her consent as well. Knowing she can manipulate her into it, Dee Dee agrees. Days pass and Gypsy continues to chat with Nick in secret. Eventually they meet on webcam and Gypsy tells him about her health problems. In return, Nick confesses he has multiple personality disorder and says his other side is darker. The next day Dee Dee receives the power of attorney documents in the mail and starts planning. She pretends to feel really sick and makes Gypsy take care of her. While she's fake suffering in bed, Dee Dee tells Gypsy horrible stories about the world and scares her into signing the documents, claiming it's a way to protect them both. Afterward she calls Nick and has a breakdown as she tells him the truth about her situation, saying she's been trapped all her life.
Then
To
what
distract
the
her,
fuck are you
Nick
signing
shows her a
shit
very
for? That's
dirty
what I'm
drawing.
saying.
At first Gypsy freaks out, but then she hears him out. The next morning Dee Dee wakes up and sees Gypsy is gone, only to find her in another room sleeping with her laptop. Furious, Dee Dee takes the computer and smashes it with a hammer. Then she screams at Gypsy, who says she'll just get another one. This makes Dee Dee angrier and drags Gypsy to their common bed, where she ties her daughter's hands. A struggling Gypsy spits on her mother's face, causing Dee Dee to pull away as she has a breakdown. Then Gypsy tries to leave, but she hears Dee Dee's pleading words and decides to stay. That night Gypsy texts Nick sharing what happened. He promises to always protect her and teaches her how to use her hand for pleasure. The story then jumps to 2015, revealing that Gypsy has indeed gotten a new computer and uses it to have dirty meetups with Nick online that include costumes. Nick complains that they've been together for 2 years and never met in person, so Gypsy makes a plan. In the morning, Gypsy tries to convince Dee Dee to take her to Disney.
He's on
However,
that
Dee Dee's
Christian
health has been getting
dating
worse
site.
because she refuses to take insulin or exercise. She snaps at Gypsy and tells her to be happy with what they have, which is ironic because the house is currently full of random hoarding and trash bags. Meanwhile in Wisconsin, Nick is starting a new job. His boss shows him how to make a pizza, but Nick accidentally drops the food twice and the boss ends up sending him to be a walking advertisement by the road. When he returns home, he calls Gypsy and they share another dirty game. They pretend to be characters that want to kill an evil stepmother, but it's clear they're implying this is about Dee Dee and that helps them finish faster. The next day, Dee Dee offers Gypsy to take her see the new Cinderella movie.
What the
Gypsy
fuck?
is excited and immediately sends Nick a bus ticket plus a fancy shirt, that way he can join them on the premiere and cause a good impression. She even teaches him what to say, which he has to write down. When the day comes, Dee Dee makes Gypsy wear her Cinderella costume. At the theater, Gypsy and Nick are excited to see each other in person for the first time, but when Nick approaches her he fails his opening words and Dee Dee thinks he's a creep stranger, so she takes Gypsy away from him. When they finally sit to watch the movie, Nick tries to sit behind them, however Dee Dee sees him and drags Gypsy to sit somewhere else.
He is a creep.
Then Nick tries again, but Dee Dee repeats the same process, so Nick ends up leaving. Worried, Gypsy pretends to need the restroom and finds Nick in the corridor, so they rush to hide in the bathroom and share their first kiss. Then they lay on the floor and do the naughty really quickly before Gypsy returns to her mother's side. Once the movie is over, Nick tries to approach them again on the way out, causing Dee Dee to yell at him before dragging Gypsy away. When they arrive home, Nick calls Dee Dee and tells her everything, hanging up before she has the chance to speak. Dee Dee looks calm after the call, however she sends Gypsy to bed and ties her up as punishment. In the evening, Dee Dee releases Gypsy for dinner and she uses the chance to text Nick, asking him to bring out his darker side out. Nick gets on a bus and reads the texts as he imagines Gypsy is there with him, asking him to kill her mother. The next day at the mall, Dee Dee needs to sit again because of the pain in her feet. Using the bathroom excuse, Gypsy goes to a store and pretends she needs a gift for her dad, who is a hunter. The clerk advises her on what knife to choose. Dee Dee realizes Gypsy is taking too long and goes looking for her, but she's at the toy stand and the knife is hidden. That night, Gypsy calls Nick and plays with the knife while they agree on a plan. The following night, Gypsy leaves the bed as soon as Dee Dee falls asleep and packs her suitcase. Soon Nick arrives and Dee Dee gets killed in her own bed. Then Gypsy and Nick escape in a cab and go to hide in a motel. Gypsy feels an anxiety attack coming, so she takes some medicine before getting her costume and the camera so she can record their naughty time together. When they're done, they cuddle and discuss their future. However, Nick isn't very good at chatting in person and Gypsy starts realizing he may not be the guy she thought he was. Then a flashback takes the story to 1991, showing Dee Dee giving birth to Gypsy. Her mother Emma soon enters the room and takes the baby from her arms, already giving her instructions on how to do things. Later at home, Emma keeps on criticizing Dee Dee's motherhood skills, especially when Dee Dee insists Gypsy may be sick. Emma is sure the baby is fine, but they go to the hospital anyway. The doctor informs them that Gypsy is smaller than she should be at 2 months old, but it's very common. She only needs some supplements and for Dee Dee to feed her more. Even while the doctor talks, Emma tries to control the conversation. In 1993, the cops come looking for Dee Dee and arrest her for check fraud. Emma brings Gypsy over so she can watch her mother be taken away. Later in court, Dee Dee gets sentenced to 6 months in prison. She tries to say goodbye to Gypsy, but Emma doesn't let her. In prison, Dee Dee sends letters to her daughter, but never receives anything in return. When Dee Dee is finally released, she rushes home but Gypsy starts crying when she sees her. It's clear that Emma hasn't been following Dee Dee's instructions and she even says Gypsy has been happier with her. Later Dee Dee insists Gypsy is sick, but Emma assures her the baby is fine and proves it with a thermometer. However, Dee Dee thinks Emma wants to make her look like a bad mother and secretly gives her some medicine. In 1997, Emma's health is deteriorating. She's wheelchair-bounded and depends on Dee Dee for most things, yet she refuses to go to the hospital. Eventually a doctor comes to see her and informs Dee Dee that her mother's pain tolerance has failed, so she only has a few days to live. The doctor calls Dee Dee a saint for taking care of an old person and a child at the same time, which Dee Dee really appreciates. Afterward Emma calls for Dee Dee, but instead of helping, Dee Dee turns up the volume on the TV and watches a movie with Gypsy. Later Emma starts to struggle to breathe, so she tells Dee Dee that she made it impossible for her to live, then she dies. Hurt by such words, Dee Dee runs to Gypsy and promises she does love her. Sometime later, Gypsy wants to play on the trampoline with her cousins, but her mom doesn't let her. As soon as Dee Dee is distracted, Gypsy runs outside and plays on the trampoline anyway. Unfortunately she slips and falls on the ground, where she doesn't move. Dee Dee runs to her side while her sister calls the ambulance. When Gypsy is released from the hospital, she's on a wheelchair, and Dee Dee makes her stay on it even though Gypsy is better now. A few days later, Dee Dee announces she can't buy her mother's house, so they have no choice but to leave. Back to Gypsy and Nick, they check out of the motel and go to have breakfast. When 2 cops enter the diner, Gypsy begins to panic because they still have the knife. She tries to take the anxiety medicine and accidentally drops the bottle, so a cop picks it up for her and reads Dee Dee's name on the label. Then the couple decides to mail the knife to themselves in Wisconsin to avoid security checks. When the couple makes it to the bus station, they discover that Nick didn't reserve a seat for Gypsy too. This bus is full, so they have no choice but to book tickets for the next one, which leaves in 2 days. They return to the same motel but their room is now taken, so they end up in one with twin beds. Nick watches a very violent movie and Gypsy hates it. That night when they do the dirty, she doesn't have a good time either. Afterward Gypsy goes to the vending machine for a snack and sees a mother with her child, which makes her feel so guilty that she runs back to her room in tears. Eventually the couple makes it to Wisconsin and are picked up by Nick's mom.
This movie's already making me fucking
On the
mad.
ride home,
I'm glad
Gypsy learns that Nick told his
shit.
family that she and her mother were homeless. Kathy begins to ask about Dee Dee, causing Gypsy to experience flashbacks full of guilt. At Nick's home, Gypsy meets Kathy's boyfriend and is given a tour. Soon she realizes that this isn't anything like Nick promised. His room is a creepy mess, there's no food in the fridge, and his parents are always rude. Later the couple goes to the supermarket and Gypsy pretends her leg is hurt so they can have an electric cart. While Nick distracts the employees, Gypsy steals food like her mother taught her, but this causes her to see her in every corner. When they return home, Kathy asks about Dee Dee again and the guilt is so strong that Gypsy rushes out of the room. She asks Nick for medicine, but they don't have any. Gypsy cries as she reveals she wants to go back, saying they could live in her mother's house after the body is taken away. First they need to make it look like someone else killed Dee Dee, thus Nick makes Gypsy post some disturbing messages on Dee Dee's family Facebook so people could believe they had a violent stalker. In Missouri, Lacey sees the posts, so she and Mel go to check the house. When nobody answers, they call the police, who soon find the body. In just a few minutes, they trace the Facebook posts to Wisconsin. Back to the couple, they receive the envelope with the knife and Gypsy asks Nick to show her where the lake is so they can get rid of it. However, Nick says it's too dark to go now, causing an argument. Their fight is interrupted by Kathy, who forces them to join dinner. That night, Gypsy finds a note in Nick's room with instructions on how to treat a girl right, confirming everything she saw online wasn't the real Nick. At that moment the cops surround the house and Gypsy panics, so she hides with Nick in the closet and they agree to tell the truth because they didn't do anything wrong. A SWAT quickly comes in and arrests them both. Later at the station, Gypsy pretends she didn't know her mother was dead and starts to cry, although the detective doesn't buy it. In another room, Nick tells another detective that he did stab Dee Dee so he could run away with Gypsy, clarifying it was her idea. Kathy is also talking to the cops, explaining Nick has a history of mental illness and that Gypsy probably manipulated him. In the end both Gypsy and Nick are sent to jail until it's time for the trial. In the neighborhood, Mel and Lacey gather with the neighbors to light some candles for Dee Dee and say goodbye. On the day of the trial, Mel and Lacey watch it on TV and are shocked to see Gypsy walk. In court, Gypsy continues to say she didn't do anything and that she loved her mom, but her lawyer advises her to change the story or she'll be executed. She thinks they can prove Gypsy was abused by presenting Dee Dee's false medical records, but because of the power of attorney, only Gypsy's father can access them. Gypsy refuses to call the man, still thinking he's a bad person. Afterward, the prison's doctor removes her stomach tube and announces Gypsy is the healthiest person in the building. Later, Gypsy calls Lacey and asks her to visit her, saying she needs a friend. Lacey says she'll think about it and hangs up. Feeling desperate, Gypsy finally calls her dad and leaves a message. Eventually, Gypsy does get a visitor and is shocked to see her father Rod with the medical records. Rod shows her all the medical conditions Dee Dee invented through the years, then he explains he tried to visit Gypsy but Dee Dee wouldn't let him and kept moving around. He could only send some checks, which Dee Dee cashed in secret. Gypsy doesn't believe him, so Rod shows her some pictures of him with little Gypsy before Dee Dee took her away, causing her to have a breakdown.
Why wouldn't you believe
now they have the
him
medical
that your
records.
mom, you're
Gypsy's
fucking,
lawyer tells the
yeah,
judge the
go
girl
to,
had
if
been
this is
abused
about
and
this
Dee Dee's
bitch
death had been
Gypsy
self-defense.
Rose,
She also asks for Gypsy and Nick to be judged separately since their circumstances are different. However, the lawyer tells Gypsy in private that she'll have to admit she did it so they can ask for a deal. Lacey sees the lawyer's interview on TV and feels guilty for not seeing the signs of abuse, yet she doesn't pick Gypsy's calls.
Nope.
Mel sees her daughter's attitude and ends up going to visit Gypsy herself. She tells Gypsy that sometimes the only way out is through. After Mel leaves, Gypsy thinks about her last conversation with her mother and their shared love, feeling guilty again. A flashback shows Nick's arrival and how Gypsy gave him the knife. Then she pointed at the room and hid in the bathroom, where she could still hear her mother's screams. Nick came to find her with the knife and kissed her, so Gypsy had to wash blood off the weapon and Nick's skin. For a moment she was in shock, but then she hugged Nick and forced excitement about their future adventure. They went to her room and did the dirty on her bed with the plushies, which didn't last much. Before leaving, Gypsy freed the guinea pigs and took her grandmother's ring. In the present, Gypsy is sent back to her jail and imagines Dee Dee is there with her. This story is based on a real crime. After a year of incarceration, Gypsy pled guilty and was given a sentence of 10 years. Nick was also found guilty and was given a life sentence without a chance of parole. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch
she
more
should
videos
be in there
like
for at
this.
least 25.
Thanks for watching.
She should still be in there. That's ass. That's so ass. What the fuck?
After escaping a planet with an alien nest, the spacecraft Silico drifts through space while its crew is frozen in hypersleep. Unfortunately, there's a stowaway alien egg on the ship that soon hatches and causes an electrical fire. While the alien attaches itself to one of the crew members, the automated systems send all the cryotubes into an escape pod and eject it into outer space. The vehicle's navigation system takes it to the nearest planet called Fiorina 161, an all-male exile colony populated by only the most dangerous criminals and owned by the same company behind the ship. The inmates find the pod and discover Ripley is still alive, so they take her to the infirmary. Dr. Clemens takes care of her and gives her an injection that helps her with the pain. He also shares bad news: she's the only survivor from the crash. The other two humans died and the android was damaged beyond repair. Meanwhile, the inmates use a crane to take the destroyed ship into the building. Their dog Spike takes the chance to look inside and begins barking when he sees the alien, which has gone unnoticed by the locals. Afterward, Warden Andrews announces to the prisoners that they now have a woman in the building. Some of the men point out this will bring trouble, but Andrew assures them he's already talked to the company and asked for a rescue ship. Ripley is left under the care of Clemens with strict orders of not leaving the infirmary until the ship comes for her. Meanwhile, Murphy checks on Spike and is shocked to see the poor dog has a bunch of wounds on his head, which is strange because none of the prisoners would dare hurt him. Once Ripley is feeling better, she demands to see the wreckage, so Clemens takes her there while explaining how each person died. The little girl died in her sleep, but Ripley notices a scorching mark on the side of the cryotube. Remembering the aliens have acid for blood, she gets suspicious and asks to see the girl's body. Next they go to the morgue and Ripley begins inspecting the little girl's body, wanting to be sure she doesn't have an alien inside. Then she demands an autopsy under the excuse of a possible infection, so a suspicious Clemens opens the body up. To Ripley's relief, the girl did die of drowning and there are no signs of alien life. At that moment Andrews comes in and scolds Ripley for leaving the infirmary, but Ripley distracts him by asking him to burn the bodies using the infection excuse. Moments later, the bodies from the ship are cremated and inmate Dylan offers a very heartfelt eulogy. At the same time, in another room, Spike starts convulsing and suddenly explodes as an alien comes out of his body to then run and hide somewhere in the building. Afterward, Ripley washes up and shaves her head because it's prison policy. Then she goes to the mess hall and tries to thank Dylan for his eulogy, but Dylan warns her not to befriend him because he's done horrible things to women in the past. Ripley sits down and has lunch with him anyway. Later Ripley asks Clemens how he ended up being a prison doctor and if he committed a crime because he also has a barcode on his skin like the inmates. Clemens dodges the question and in return asks about the real reason for the autopsy. To distract him, Ripley flirts with him and they end up doing the dirty. In the meantime, Murphy is working in an isolated tunnel when he finds a shed skin. Suddenly he hears a noise and thinks it's Spike, but when he takes a closer look he's shocked to see the alien. The creature attacks by throwing acid at his face, causing Murphy to stumble back and fall into a gigantic fan that immediately destroys him. Soon Clemens is called to investigate Murphy's remains. Andrews thinks Murphy was distracted and came too close to the sucking fan, but Clemens concludes that the fan was blowing in Murphy's direction. He also finds a burn mark like the one Ripley saw on the hypersleep pod. Wanting answers, Clemens goes looking for Ripley and finds her searching the ship wreckage for the flight recorder. When he tells her about Murphy, Ripley begins to suspect there's an alien around and Clemens demands to hear the whole story. But before sharing that information, Ripley wants to recover the remains of the android. Clemens tells her to go to the garbage dump, but he can't escort her because he has a meeting with Andrews. When Clemens meets with Andrews, he immediately gets scolded for letting Ripley wander alone. He also shares that they've received high-level communication from the company regarding Ripley, who apparently is extremely important for the higher-ups, but Andrews doesn't know why. An argument ensues on how to proceed and Andrews tells Clemens to behave or he'll tell Ripley about his dark past. Meanwhile Boggs, Rains, and Golik are on a survey assignment that has them placing candles to measure various tunnels and rooms in the building. However, some candles in the distance keep getting blown out. Assuming it's the wind, Rains goes to relight them only to find the now fully grown alien, which grabs Rains and begins biting him. Boggs and Golik hear screaming and run to check on their friend, but as soon as they see the creature they run back to the entrance. There they find Rains' dead body. Suddenly Boggs is attacked from above by the alien, which rips out his throat. The blood sprays on Golik, who after a moment of frozen shock runs away in panic. Back to Ripley, she searches the garbage dump and finds the remains of the android. When she tries to leave she's cornered by 3 prisoners, who quickly jump on her and bend her over, intending to take advantage of her. At that moment Dylan comes in and beats the inmates up with a piece of steel, threatening to re-educate them. Before leaving, Ripley punches one of her attackers in the face. Afterward, Ripley connects what's left of the android to a power supply in the infirmary and reactivates him. Using the android's system, she accesses the ship's flight recorder and learns that a fire caused their ejection from the ship and an alien traveled with them when they escaped the planet. This information has been shared with the network, so the company knows about it. The android is in great pain and asks for mercy, so Ripley permanently disconnects him. At that moment, Golik is dragged into the infirmary as he swears that he didn't kill anyone, a dragon did. Andrews and the others dismiss him as insane, but Dylan defends him, saying that Golik has never been a liar. Ripley overhears everything and comes out to confirm the story, but Andrews is still skeptical. They end up having a meeting in his office and Ripley shares everything she knows about the aliens. Unfortunately, Andrews reveals that aside from some knives and fire axes, there are no weapons in the prison. He also confines her to the infirmary until the rescue ship arrives, still not believing her story. Later in the infirmary, Ripley isn't feeling well and Clemens gives her another injection. Golik hears her and says she'll also die soon. To distract her, Clemens finally admits that he used to be a prisoner too, sentenced after a medicine addiction caused him to take a bad medical decision and several deaths. When the prison was turned into a lead shielding factory and the population reduced, he decided to stay with the inmates, knowing no one else would hire him as a doctor ever again. Suddenly a shadow appears behind the curtain and the alien reveals itself, killing Clemens in seconds. Then it approaches Ripley and corners her against a wall, but after taking a close look, the alien steps back and leaves through the ceiling, taking Clemens' body with it. Ripley rushes to the mess hall, where Andrews is trying to form a search party for Boggs and Rains. She tells them the alien is here and Andrews doesn't believe her, but when he tries to shut her up, he's snatched from above by the alien, leaving the vent dripping with blood afterwards. After some initial panic, the prisoners gather in the assembly area and argue over who should take over as a leader. Ripley interrupts them to tell them what she knows about the aliens, although this one moves a little differently. The lack of weapons or a surveillance system makes planning difficult and Morse gets furious, blaming Ripley for bringing the alien to the prison. Dylan shuts him up and the group agrees to hear her out. Ripley asks for a floor plan and notices a large system of tunnels plus a toxic waste containment unit that can be completely sealed off. There are also barrels of highly combustible material behind a thick steel door. They decide to use that material to burn the alien out of the tunnels and force it into the containment unit to trap it indefinitely. Soon the inmates start making preparations by mopping the tunnel with the fuel. They also search for working batteries for the flashlight that will give the signal. Smoking is forbidden because even a small spark can trigger an explosion. While they work in the tunnels, they find areas with holes caused by the alien's acid. One of the inmates is taking a ladder and accidentally drops his flare, but he retrieves it before it can cause an accident. Unfortunately, this distraction gives the alien the chance to attack him by surprise. The flare falls and ignites the fuel, causing a huge explosion that starts a fire and kills various prisoners. Some men try to run away, but the flames get on them anyway and burn them down. Ripley and Dylan save as many people as they can, and eventually someone manages to start the sprinklers, but although the fire is gone now, the group is severely smaller. Afterward, the survivors move through the tunnels to collect the bodies. While the prisoners argue over what to do, Ripley begins feeling unwell, so she goes back to the wrecked ship to use the biomedical scanner. Aaron helps her handle the machine, and after a quick scan, they're shocked to discover Ripley was impregnated by the alien. This explains why the alien didn't attack her, it's protecting its offspring. Then Ripley asks Aaron to send a message to the company, stating that the whole base has gone toxic and they should stay away.
Impregnated or not,
Aaron
like
is confused because
the
the
other ones they
rescue
give
ship
them
is
like
their only
eggs
hope.
inside,
So
so they're
Ripley
like
explains
baby.
that the company will
Now,
take
this
the
one's
alien
a
to Earth to
fucking
make
different
weapons.
one.
When Aaron refuses to send the message, Ripley furiously shakes him, but she doesn't change his mind and decides to leave to search for the alien. At that moment, Aaron receives a message from the rescue ship saying they'll arrive in 2 hours and that the highest priority is to keep Ripley quarantined. With a flashlight in hand, Ripley looks for the alien through dark corridors, following any strange noises. When she finally sees the creature, she attacks it with a rod, only to discover she mistook a rusty pipe for the alien's head and the noise came from the bugs inside. Suddenly, the alien appears right behind Ripley. Moments later, Dylan is startled by a presence, but it's just Ripley. She explains she searched for the alien and didn't attack her because of her pregnancy. She also realizes that the shape she saw on the scan is a queen, meaning her alien baby can make thousands more. Ripley asks Dylan to end things for her since she won't survive the birth anyway, so Dylan gets ready to kill her. However, at the last second he changes his mind and points out that Ripley's immunity can be used to their advantage. Ripley agrees to fight but makes Dylan promise he'll end things after they defeat the alien. Afterward, Dylan gathers the inmates and Ripley explains the company thought her old crew and even Marines were expendable, so the chance they'll let criminals live is zero. Everyone agrees to fight and come up with a plan. Some men will serve as bait and guide the alien to the corridors of the lead works, closing off all the entrances until the alien is forced into the mold. While everyone gets the doors and switches ready, Aaron sneaks away. Dylan explains to Ripley the structure is old and hasn't been used for 5 years, so some parts may not work. This means they only have one chance to do this right. Morse tries to close the last door but it isn't working, and soon the alien attacks an inmate to kill him. Another prisoner sees this and gets the creature's attention to trigger the chase. As they run through the corridors, the others close the doors to force the alien into the right path. However, the maze-like design of the area confuses everyone and they aren't sure what doors to close anymore, not to mention the alien breaking the window of one of them. After they lose track of the creature, an inmate goes looking for it and gets its attention again with a flare. The chase restarts and although they keep on closing doors, 2 more guys get killed. A guy panics and almost activates the piston too soon, but Ripley stops him just in time. Outside, the ship with the company workers finally lands and Aaron receives them, telling them that Ripley is in the furnace area. The group makes their way inside while carrying a huge steel cage. Then Dylan enters the tunnels and finds the alien killing another prisoner, so he drags the body away from the creature's clutches and drops him near the mold as bait. The alien comes closer and a prisoner activates the piston, however the alien realizes it's a trap and drags the body back into the tunnels without stepping into the mold. Now they have 5 minutes to bait the alien again before the piston shuts the mold off. The team runs through the corridors in different directions, trying to find the alien. While Ripley keeps on finding bodies, an inmate runs as fast as he can only for the alien to grab and kill him before he can enter the mold. In another corridor, Morse bumps into a prisoner and they both fall. While they laugh at the false scare, the alien uses the chance to kill the other man. Morse moves away from the alien while Ripley arrives with a flare and starts struggling with the alien, trying to force it to attack her. At that moment Dylan arrives and drags her away as she screams, so the alien follows them to protect its offspring. This finally makes the creature enter the mold and Morse closes the door to trap it. While Morse runs to the lead platform, Ripley tries to stay in the mold too, but Dylan pulls her away and promises to kill her later. The duo starts to climb out only to notice the alien is following them, so Dylan decides to stay in the mold to keep the alien there. While the alien attacks Dylan, Ripley climbs out and tells Morse to pour the hot lead into the mold, completely covering both the alien and Dylan. Thinking it's finally over, Morse celebrates, however the alien comes out of the mold and starts chasing after Ripley. She starts climbing a series of chains, but the alien climbs after her at great speed. At that moment Morse shouts to Ripley to remind her of the sprinkler system, so she jumps to activate it. The water falls on the alien and the sudden cooling causes cracks all over its body until it finally explodes. Then Ripley joins Morse on the platform, only to be suddenly surrounded by Aaron and the company employees. To Ripley's shock, she can see the same android from her last crew, but this guy is actually human and the designer that gave the androids his face. He swears they'll destroy the fetus after removing it from Ripley's body, but she doesn't believe him and closes the fence between the platform and the group. Morse tries to move away, but one of the guard soldiers immediately shoots him in the leg. Seeing Ripley was right, Aaron hits the designer in the back with a pipe, causing the soldiers to shoot him and kill him. Meanwhile, Ripley asks Morse to help her one last time, and he moves the platform over the boiling furnace. Determined to end it all, Ripley falls off the platform. At that moment, the alien bursts out of her chest, but Ripley holds tightly onto it and they both die as soon as they land in the flames. In the end, the scientists bandage Morse and take him with them. In the wreckage of the ship, Ripley's recording from her first adventure can be heard saying she's the last survivor. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
That's a good movie right there. See, he didn't even do Alien Resurrection.
In 2077 in the United States.
Oh, there we go. That's what I was gonna watch. We should just watch this. Should I just watch this one? It's 30 minutes long. Now we're actually gonna hold on. Hold on. Get a glow. Get a glow. Glorilla. Oh, I don't even have the razor on, is there? Oh, no, there is. What's up, people? I don't know if it's probably just me watching me. Huh. Why can you hear me? Oh, there we go. I know why you can't hear me. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Get glow. Get a glow. Get a glow. Hogwarts Legacy. You already know. Doing that thing. Man, dealing with some narcissists. It's crazy. But get it glow. 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 Hell yeah. Let's do it. Let's do a hit. Good smoke stream. Smoke cam. But but we switched over to Harry Potter. Harry Potter. And we might turn this light out so we can get a little bit more ambiance. How about that? What's that talk about? Is that good ambience? Good ambience right now. Good. I don't got the Itachi on, but I know what I need to do though. Message of the day. Here we go. Let's get on it. Let's get on it. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, it don't matter about the razor. Gotta make sure the gato's working. It's like the first time it's ever been like running seamlessly, and I think it's my laptop. So here we go. So last night I was trying to get these demiguise statues so I can unlock locks, but I did that for like 3 hours last night. So tonight I'm gonna do something different. Hell yeah, this looks cool as shit. That's cool. What did gas go? Gas go cracker. Hold on.
Revelio.
had to get on a phone call with my baby girl, Fose Jowler. Fose Fasuzel. The sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Let's see what's in the year 2. Imperial Defendo. Now I gotta change the gloves up. And then we gotta change the appearance. Cause there we go. There we go. There we go. Let's see if there's any other cool ones. Seek dueling glove. Nah, we don't look like a hobo in here. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Nipple mask. I need to actually go unlock this stuff and upgrade them. Let me upgrade you. Let me upgrade you. Yeah, that's kind of cool. We'll wear that for now. We'll wear that. We'll wear that. It's kind of hot. I think I got another one too. Let me upgrade you. So we need to go to the room of requirement first. Yeah, know what I mean. You couldn't have your red put in with that. Secret rooms. Secret lover. We riding finished. My baby said she's riding finished. Oh, 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 oh. It don't stop. oh. Yeah, don't stop. Right, it's finished. Let's see, here we go. Yeah. That's what I thought. We riding spinners. Graph horn. Okay. Stinger dueling gloves. Solar protection spectacles. So purple. Robes. All right. Here we go. What is this right? Yeah, about to see me some upgrades and shit. We were doing some upgrades, baby. Phoenix feather on that bitch. Some more Phoenix feather. Let's go see my pets real fast. No. Who's there? Humble juice. Hort lump juice. I like hort lump juice. Yeah, I like hort lump juice. Ooh, give me these sidewinder eggs. Hell yeah. Do I look cool? Do I look cool? Havana Kedavra!
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course. What sort of overall look most appeals to you?
Actually, perhaps another time.
Yo, Dobby wannabe, get out of here. I ain't talk to you. My boy gonna die in this series. Dobby, no! Hippogriff. Got this dang sneasel. Let me talk to this thing. There we go. I'll see y'all boys later. We gotta go back to Supposed to go back to Hogsmeade. We gotta go back to Hogsmeade. Hoo-doo! Why is this taking forever? Oh, we gotta turn up the. We gotta turn up the air cool.
Tips in the hat, if you please.
Simply pretended that Mom had used Expelliarmus. Oh, really? I've forgotten to bring it out. If something threatens
Yeah,
you,
turn up the air cool system on my Xbox.
you'd think knowing spells would simplify things. Never seems to work that way for me.
Who you talking to, homie?
Only a hairy-hearted fox
Stingy.
cast a finger on a cat.
Revelio.
Revelio. Revelio. There's nothing in here. Get out of here. Let me get on out of here.
Come in. Sorry if there's a smell. New batch of toad-hide.
Yeah. What is this? Grafhorn horn. Yeah, let me get one of these.
You could never go wrong with those. Good choice, I'd say.
All right. We're out here poaching animals.
I'll not mind seeing you here again.
Yeah.
Consider yourself welcome.
I will. Thanks for taking me animals.
Revelio.
It's a kitty. It's a kitty. It's a kitty. Look at this. Oh, it's a cute kitty. Unfortunately, you have stuff I need. It's a cute kitty. That's it. That's all you have for me. Oh, look at this one, little tabby. Oh, it's a cute kitty. I wish I could have a cat. Oh, it's the cat that's saying meow. I thought it was she saying hey. I was about to hit it with some. You want some? You want some?
That was most uncalled for.
Was it?
How very rude.
Who are you talking to, homie? I'm on my way to become the Dark Prince, homie. What the fuck? Trying to talk to me all crazy? Are you crazy? Where the freak am I? Where the freak am I? No. Okay. What is this one? Where you at? Don't scare me. Where you at? Why is it making that kind of music like that? Africa Bombada. Africa Bombada. Africa Bombada. Nah, not right now, homie. I'll be back out. Think so? I thought I was kind of being rude a little bit, you know? Because I thought we had like this, like I thought we were trying to like be friends, you know? Alright, we'll get some of that. Sell you. Looking kind of messed up, but oh well. I will, baby girl. Just want to see what you got. You got anything back here that I need? What's up there? What's up there? Let's go check that out. Nah, girl. We got some investigations to do. We got some investigations to do. Levioso. Imperio. Imperio. Okay. I'm now gonna sneak up on this one chest. Broke his ass. Broke his ass. He thought. Who's that, homie? Oh yeah, I know who you are. I know you. I heard about you. Booba Troobas. What is that? Booba Chubas. Booba Trubas. Booba Trubas. Oh shit. Trammies. Oh, it's in. Gotta change that. That's kind of trash. That's gonna get me killed. Y'all see this? Look at this glitch. Oh, we making it out of here. Stream. Yeah. Oh shit. Ugh. Ugh. Get the fuck out of here, boy. Get the fuck out of here, troll. There's some other people in here that died to you. Force Troll got their ass. Spider eggs. I don't want to fuck with the spider eggs. Hey, baby. She made it to Blanchard. Oh, you want to see my Niffler mask? Look at this. Oh. Hold on. Let me get somewhere where... Niffler mask. I love you. Revelio. 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 I'm a Revelio. Oh, that dude's dead. That dude's dead. They killed him. I need to get this plant. Where's this plant at? I mean, I could fight them. Revelio. I'm just doing a stealth mission right now, though. I don't need to fight him. Where you at? You're around here somewhere. Don't tell me over here by the troll. I'm pissed. Where's this last one at? Got a huggle lump juice. Getting that huggle lump juice. Everybody wants that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is it now? What's it doing? It's trying to show me the way. Show me the way to huggle lump juice. It was trying to show me the way. This ain't the way to hug a lump juice. Oh, she got in. Watch me for a second. It's cool. Hug a lump juice. Gotta get that hug a lump juice. Hug a lump juice. Hug a lump. It's not hug a lump juice. It's called this Bobo tubers. This Bobo tubers. The fuck? There's like rocks over here. Oh, I already fucked them off. Oh, killed the babies. Those Bobo tubers. You gotta be up there. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Oh look, it's right here. I'm tripping. Bobo tubers. Revelio. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's walking horse. Oh shit. I better watch out. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. What's up? You gonna get up? Where you at? You gotta return to charcuterie. You get a unicorn though. I wanna go get a unicorn. Where's this unicorn patch at? it's a unicorn. Look at the unicorns. I'm here to save y'all. I'm here to save y'all, unicorns. I'm trying to take you to a better place. Unicorns. Unicorns. I'm trying to take you to a better place, unicorns. These unicorns don't let me catch. Oh, there we go. Ooh, got me a unicorn! Yeah, unicorn! It's cool. Unicorn! Do we got any more here? Keep doing it because I'm trying to find these unicorns. I saved one. I think there was one more. There it is. I can hear it. I heard it. Where's it at? I was kind of scared to see some of those, what are those, centaurs? Let me talk to y'all. Let me talk to y'all. What's up? So what happens if I shoot this thing? He's still alive. He's okay. He's okay. Now we gotta go fight these poachers, though. Arrgh, these poachers. I'm trying to hunt these unicorns. Too easy. Somebody's behind me. Who want it? Who want it? I'm on a bloodlust. Who else? Somebody chasing me? Yep. What's up, homie? What's up, Carissa? Actually was. Actually was. Bitch, you're a bitch. I know you. What's up? Dog bog. Dog bog. That's a good old dog bog. Bitch. Why are you walking in the graveyard? Open up, you bitch. What is that sound? Like I shouldn't be here. Come on in, I'm already... You're outside. Sure, we'll take that one. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go rob you now. You're what? You'll be with me. You're sitting here. No one's with you. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Ooh, y'all didn't see that, did y'all? Revelio. Give me some of this butterbeer, baby. Give me some of that butterbeer, baby. What y'all eating? Hell no. Get up. Get up. Definitely let me in this bitch. What you got in here? What the fuck? Why is it smoke in here? Any special brooms? Nah, they just regular old brooms. Who's gonna walk down the street now? Nope. Nope. Shit locked. You better be locked, cause I'm coming in that. I don't trust anybody no more. Yeah, I'm learning how to unlock doors and shit. Hell yeah. Nah, y'all can't hide shit from me. Revelio. Clap her ass for fast. Oh. Clap. Tagging me the cat. No, wait, he wasn't. Official Ministry of Magic business right now. Mind your business. Official Ministry of Magic business. Revelio. Acuro. This man was fucking breeding basilisks. The fuck? Revelio. Can you talk to me? What's up? You just gonna look at me? What the fuck is the point? Alright, let me get out of here. Ministry of Magic business. Official. I could use some gold. My wife. Revelio. What did that give me? Revelio. Hold on, let's have to set this door. The fuck is... Who to say get the fuck out of here? Revelio. Revelio. Flu game. Cool. Oh, we go up there. I'm just a simple man. Alright, there's a butterfly somewhere. Wag. Revelio. Revelio. Accio. Accio. Revelio. Aloha more. There we go, baby. There we go, baby. Okay. See, now we lost the sound. That's what I like about this. So we go to the properties. Big chop. Screen lane. Screen lane. There we go. Now we're in here. Let's go ahead and wait till night and see what happens. Alright, let me get to this. I need to just
quest. Or should I go drop the unicorn off? Yeah, I gotta do this quest first. Hogwarts map, world map. Full game. Have I not been here? You definitely know where I'm from. It's a fucking dragon. What the fuck is this dragon doing? Maybe you know where I'm from. The sky is the limit. Upgrade your gear, what? Look at the gear, look at the gear. Look at the gear. Look at the gear, look at the gear. Maybe you know where I'm from. Maybe you know where I'm from. In Russ, we trust. I'm trying to get to 30, damn. Alright. Clear that. Oh, fuck. Ooh. See what the Crimson Winter Coat looks like. Nah. Maybe you know where I'm from. Slytherin. plants a thing. We're missing one. Sneasel. The fuck is this at? What the freak? I haven't even been here yet. What? This hasn't even been here yet. Time to do the regular quest. Regular quiz. Fraggle Rock. Puff skin. Some puff skin. What is this? Purple toad. Hogsmeade. So I need to go to Hogwarts. Oh yeah. You don't play Siege. You don't play Siege. This man doesn't play Siege. Nailed. Oh, he's playing ranked. I don't want to play with him if he's playing ranked. Not saying that I'm garbage or anything. It's just he's playing ranked. That man's good. He's a good gamer. Good competitive gamer. I don't wanna make his skills go down. You know what I'm saying? He said, Dabsensei, you could be good too. Yeah, I mean I know, but it's just more or less it's like he's legit. I'm over here playing with fucking animals. nibbler. It's a nibbler. What? And he's playing. Is he on? Give me a zip. Oh, that's what's his name? It's his friend. The fuck? Oh, we knew habits. Anybody want to know where I'm from? Let's see, species. Return to wild. What's the other choice? I want to summon.
so. There. I'm not going to hurt you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I'll look after you.
I'll look after you. No, you won't.
Levioso. Settle yourself. I mean you no harm. Professor Howard will never believe this.
What the fuck? There we go. Let's get to this breeding machine.
Cool game.
Yeah, I should be tracking something. What the fuck?
Revelio.
Let me in, jeez.
Revelio.
Fills our stone hearts with joy to be in the presence.
Revelio.
Revelio.
And not the 3 broomsticks. You'll never become an aura at this rate.
Did you hear about the new spell we're learning in
Out of your
Jobs?
butterbeer and into a blasted wizarding
You
book,
know it's going to
for
be a
merlin's
laugh with
sake.
Ronan.
Professor Anai has fascinating stories about growing up in Uganda. Wish she'd teach us how to do wandless magic like they do at Wagadu.
Professor Hecat is intimidating, but then she has a serious subject to teach. Can't afford to coddle students when it comes to defense against the dark arts.
I'm convinced that behind her rather stodgy exterior, Professor Weasley's had some rather marvelous adventures.
And have you seen how these professors look at your clothes? Black looks at me like I'm a pauper. I swear the man thinks I have flea.
If I had to pick a professor to race against, it would be her.
Revelio.
The fuck? Spider. Crab. Too easy.
Frankly, I'd rather limit the risk.
In the map chamber, that's where I need to go. Come on. Alright, we're gonna do the main quest.
Revelio.
Revelio.
Welcome back.
Who are you?
Hello, Professor. I have news. The goblins are looking for something. Another repository. They've built drills to help with their search.
Most troubling.
Are these repositories like the broken container I found at Rookwood Castle?
They are. I fear we have no time to lose. Have a look at the map. Fortunately, the next trial is fairly nearby.
It's Hogwarts.
As you know, I was headmistress in my time. My portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. In fact, I witnessed Professor Black learn of your arrival. And I'll confess that I wondered about you.
Wait, is the next trial in the headmaster's office?
It is. I had hoped that when the time came, the occupant of that office would be of help to us. Unfortunately, this headmaster seems wildly unconcerned with anything but himself. You'll need to access the office while he's away.
I understand. Very well. I'll find some way to get in.
Good. I shall meet you in my portrait there. Until then.
Until then. Alright, bitch. We gotta talk to this Professor Fig real fast. Fig mine. I know I'm not supposed to stream for a long time, but
Revelio.
this is my wife.
I hope I look. Professor Fig, the Keepers have shown me where the next trial is.
Has something changed?
Lodgok and I have learned that the goblins are searching for another repository, like the one we saw at Rookwood Castle. And I discovered that they're building massive drills to help in their search. Professor Fitzgerald seemed very concerned.
I see. Ranrock clearly knows even more than we suspected.
And sir, there's something else. Lodgok knew Miriam.
He knew Miriam?
They encountered each other at Rookwood Castle. She was doing research. That's where she found the container with the port key. He liked her so much that he let her leave with it, despite orders from Ranrock.
I don't know what to say. She could win over almost anyone. I want to hear more of this. And, in fact, I'd like to speak with Lodgok directly. But we've no time now. Where is the next trial?
Believe it or not, it's in the headmaster's office.
Incredible. All right. You'll need the password to get past the stone gargoyle. The headmaster's house elf will know it.
I've actually met Scrope, but I'm not sure he'll tell me.
Scrotum?
He's rather devoted to the Black family.
He is. So you'll need a disguise.
His name's
I
Scrotum.
have just the thing. A polyjuice potion. You'll look and sound like Professor Black.
Wait, doesn't Polyjuice Potion require a bit of the person you want to change into? And take ages to brew?
It does.
So how do you already have Polyjuice Potion to change into Professor Black?
One never knows when such a thing may come in handy. Let's just say I felt the need to be prepared for anything after my fruitless trip to the Ministry on his behalf. Now, time is of the essence. Drink up and I shall explain more.
He's shitting himself. He's shitting himself. He shit himself. Real bad.
How do you feel?
Incredible. I won't forget that taste anytime soon. How do I sound?
Convincing. I've taken the liberty of transfiguring your robes. As we discussed, you'll need the password from Scrope, who could be anywhere in the castle.
Scrotum.
You might look for Professor Kagawa. She's taken to badgering the poor elf about Quidditch in the hopes that he can convince Black to change his mind. Thus far, unsuccessfully.
I see. But what if Professor Black sees me?
Leave him to me. I shall tell him where to meet a liaison from the Ministry in
I gotta go
Hogsmeade.
find Scrotum.
That should give you plenty of time.
Thank you, Professor. I suppose we'll meet again in the map chamber.
It's rather strange to hear gratitude coming from Professor Black. I'll see you there.
Now to find the headmaster's house elf.
You're fucking kidding me, right? Glorilla.
Professor, a moment of your time, please. Professor, I was hoping to catch you.
Places to be, Professor Sharp. Places to be.
Of course, sir. Only... you'd asked me about a particular potion, and I
did? I did, yes. Well, spit it out, Sharp. I don't have all day.
Probably best not to discuss it here, sir.
I assure you, Sharp, you may speak freely.
Very well. I've brewed the cure for boils you wanted. I can drop it by your office when it's convenient.
Of course, yes. No need for all the cloak and dagger. Simply have a student deliver it.
A student. Very well, sir, if you insist.
I do. And thank you, Sharp. I just hope you've brewed enough for all my boils.
Now, to determine which student gets this rather unenviable task.
I wonder almost daily why I accepted this appointment from the Ministry. Greetings!
I thought I heard the head.
Gareth! Mr. Weasley! What are you doing here? You have, somewhere to be?
Oh, Professor. Yes, of course. All sorts of places I'd rather be right now. Do you need something from me?
I'm looking for my house elf. Surely you've seen him?
Ah, the little one-eared fellow. I saw him heading to the Great Hall moments ago, muttering on about your, sterling graces, sir.
I am watching you, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Redding, who owns Honeydukes, tells me some of his billywig stings recently went missing. Prime potion ingredient. And I know you fancy yourself a skilled potioneer.
What? But, sir, I haven't been anywhere near Honeydukes.
Bah! That's enough from you. Just know that I have eyes and ears everywhere. On your way, Mr. Weasley. I haven't time for any of you at the moment. None. None at all. Move aside.
Headmaster, here, what could he want?
Mr. Gaunt, where do you think you're going?
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm simply on my way outside.
Taking the day off, eh? Typical student, wasting the hours away.
I have to write 20 inches on Dittany and its uses. Was heading to the greenhouse.
Ah, yes! Mixed with, bubo tuber pus makes a fine, mustache paste. Yes, mustache paste. I find.
Are you feeling all right, sir? You don't seem yourself.
I assure you, I am quite healthy, Gaunt. If I need a medical diagnosis, I shall head to St. Mungo's.
Something is very wrong with Professor Black.
Stand proud, pureblood.
Professor, a word? I should like to speak with you, Professor. Professor Black, again, it is not too late to reconsider your decision regarding Quidditch. We could still have trials and a somewhat shortened season. It would be better than none at all.
But the injury, Madam Kogawa.
Professor, more than one student has taken a bludger to the head on our pitch. I dare say it knocked some sense into them. And they're fine now. The fact that it happened to be a pureblood, well, that's no reason to...
What nonsense! That you would trivialize the health of a student over a silly game.
A silly game? You are quite impossible sometimes. Sir, I've a good mind to write to the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry about you.
I should think you'd have better things to do with your time. Now, where's my elf?
Good day, Professor. And I spotted Scrope in the Great Hall. Seems to be avoiding me.
I wonder why. Good day, Madam Kagawa.
What did we do to deserve him as a headmaster?
Oh, what, bitch? Havana Kedavra!
Chewing with your mouth open? Where are your manners?
Take that hat off. What the fuck you doing? Take that hat off. Now. I'm gonna report you.
Miss Broom, a word.
Oh, Professor, this is an interesting surprise. It's Bloom, by the way.
Remind me of your area of affinity, Broom. OWLs are swift approaching.
Charms, sir. Non-verbal spells. Might work on one that makes me disappear.
Well, keep at it, Broom. And before you know it, you'll be as invisible as that new fifth year seems to be.
Well, they're as good as invisible to me, sir. Rotten little extortionist holding my diary hostage.
What was that, Broom?
Nothing, sir.
Speaking of invisible, where's my blasted house elf?
Something seems a little off with the headmaster.
I'm about to go talk to Scrotum.
Sorry, his name's Scope.
If you must speak with me, consult my secretaries or what have you. Now move along.
Professor, a word, please. Hello, Professor Black.
Ah, Professor Weasley. How delightful to see you.
Sir?
Since I have you here, I wonder if I might, speak with you about Professor Fig.
Oh, very well.
I've decided to give him a bit more, leeway with his time.
Leeway, Professor? Are you sure that's wise? I confess, I do worry for his students. He's rarely here as it is.
I realize that, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I see. But, sir, if I may, I am wary of how much time the new fifth year seems to be spending away from the castle, supposedly on Professor Fig's behalf. I've heard unsettling rumors of their escapades. Everything from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to confronting Ranrock's loyalists and Rookwood's lot.
What? Goodness. You cannot believe everything you hear, Professor. No, you cannot. I mean, I shall keep an eye on Fig. You simply keep doing the wonderful job that you're doing. Simply wonderful.
Thank you. But I'm happy to look into...
Good. That'll be all, Weasley. I mean, Professor Weasley. Good day.
A wonderful job. Leeway for Professor Fig? I shall never understand that man.
That ought to give Professor Fig some breathing room.
Maybe.
Scope's as hard a worker as any herself.
Scrope!
Oh, greetings, Master.
Remind me of the password to my office.
Oh, but Master made Scrope swear never to tell anyone, even Master himself.
And now I'm telling you that you can tell me.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Scrope begs forgiveness. It is the Black family motto, Master.
Right. Of course.
Master does remember it.
It's pure bloods forever, isn't it?
Close, Master. Scrope thinks Master is indeed testing Scrope. It is always pure.
Obviously.
And, of course, as Master knows, in French.
Yes, of course. I order you to pronounce it for me.
Oh, Master knows that Scrope's French is most pitiful. Oh, very well. Toujours pure.
There is another matter, Scrope. I confiscated this filthy diary from a student. It smells of squid and seawater.
Oh, Apollonia's diary. That is quite a surprise, Master. What do you wish Scrope to do with this treasure? Rubbish.
Whatever you wish, Scrope. It's your treasure. Now, off with you. The Polyjuice... Ahem! Attention, students! I hereby decree that the Great Hall be forthwith decorated in the stunning banners of Slytherin. I shall be taking no questions at this time. Or ever. Made it just in time. It's wearing off.
Fig was right. I can't believe it worked. Now to speak the password to the gargoyle.
Revelio.
Aloha Mora.
Bombarda. Confrigo. Revelio. 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 Revelio.
Revelio. Confringo. Levioso.
Leviosa. Levioso.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Hydra. Hydra. Squid thing? And then 15. Wizard.
Confringo. Revelio.
Revelio. Damn it. Missed it. Who wore that? Who wore this armor? Damn. Damn, that's a Big Daddy's armor. I'm still tripping. Big Daddy.
Revelio.
Revelius, Cantus Revelius.
The gargoyle. That's where I need to speak the password.
Bambada.
Lumos. Levioso. Levioso. Lumos. Revelio.
What's the password? Up your butt.
Toujours pure. wonder if all the elite wizarding families have a motto.
Revelio.
Revelio.
It's a 3. Damn it.
It's good to see you.
All thanks to Professor Figg's quick thinking. Now what?
Approach the pedestal in the antechamber and read the book that appears.
What can I expect to find in the book?
A story. I cannot say more. You may recognize some elements of it, as I was inspired by a tale with which many wizarding children are familiar.
I suspect there will be more to this than reading a book.
Your suspicions are correct. We shall speak when you are finished.
Has this been under the headmaster's nose all this time?
Revelio.
That must be the pedestal.
Shut me down soon. Alright, we're gonna do this trial and then we're gonna shut it down.
Where am I?
Professor Fitzgerald, can you hear me?
I am here. In this place, you may call me Eve. You shall be witness to a fable. Pay attention. Things are not always as they seem. You must move swiftly and cautiously. Use the tools you encounter to find me. The first you will need is a cloak.
Everyone in Upper Hogsfield shudders when they see me come. Concentrate. Can't let anyone get past me this time.
In this place, as in life, death takes many forms. Avoid each of them at all costs.
this one? The fuck? Scary. Oh, my heart. This is cool graphics, though.
I should have run when I could. I'd be free by now.
Best move while I can. Neve must be here somewhere. I need to time this just right.
Damn, I should have went. What the freak?
I see. A staircase straight ahead.
Oh, I see. found a cadabra.
A ladder. Perhaps they won't be able to find me if I go up there.
So I don't know what the dog does. I'm gonna go see. Collections. Quest. No. What is that? What is that? What is that? Okay, we got this. That shadow, these there. Alright. That's cool.
gone. For now. I need to get out of here. Where could Neve be? Too many. I must cross this road as fast as I can. That's where I need to go, but I need to find a way past them.
Man, Druids gets loud. Can you line a pan of foil with me and turn the oven to 375 for me, please? Huh? What is what? For the, I guess the weed eater. I'm hungry. Huh? I'm hungry. I fell down earlier, so this doesn't make me food. I didn't hurt my leg. I had to fall back. I fell back right there. But can you hit the oven on for me? I'm okay, so I'm not hurt, but just hungry. 375, and then I need a pan with foil on it and a foil to go over it so when it bakes.
Nothing this way. No danger. There must be another way to find you. I need to turn back. There's no getting past them that way. That doorway looks like the only safe way forward. Closed tight. No way but forward, I suppose.
asleep. Put that on the table, please. 2 things, and I guess put that where you're gonna remember that tomorrow. And little paper towels, like, yeah, I'm still gonna use those. I'm trying to do this mission, and I'm done. I love you. You don't go into 11, babe.
That's the way forward. Can this be? I think I'm invisible. They can't see me at all. I can get closer to them. This is the way forward. Finally free. Now where are you, Neve?
You have had one death thus far, but have yet to find me. Keep searching, but this time you will be unable to hide. Wield the wand you see before you. Do not squander its extraordinary power.
I've never felt such power.
Descendo! Depulso! Descendo! Defendo! Bombardo! Descendo! Depulso! Revelio! Protego! Depulso! Protego! Depulso! 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 Defender! Bombardo!
He's being a butt.
Defender! Descendo! Bombardo! Depulso! Defender! Defender! Depulso! Descendo! Depulso! Defender! Protego! Depulso! Defender! Depulso! Descendo! Defender! Depulso! Bomb Protego! Depulso! Descendo! Defender! Depulso! Bombardo! Depulso! Protego! Depulso! Depulso! Defender! Descendo!
Where's my health at?
Revelio!
Bombarder. Defender. Depulso. Defender. Bombarder. Depulso. Defender. Bombarder. Descender. Protego.
Defender! Defender! Depulsor! Bombarder! Depulsor! Bombarder! Defender!
Fucking on him. Probably took all my dang healing potions too.
Simple stone. This must be for me.
Sorcerer's Stone.
You are far from finished. Pass through the mourners ahead. Nothing is what it seems.
She's gone. Neve's dead.
Oh, poor Neve. Gone so young.
Let us always honor her memory.
We won't be the same without her.
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done. The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my former self. But there is no light without shadow, as there is no shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should. Remember that as you witness my memory.
Isidore, what
Get it,
you did
glow?
for your father was remarkable, wasn't it? And Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this magic leaves. I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin Silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't worry, he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isidore.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong
You
hands,
saw
it can...
what I did for my father. Only imagine the good we could do. Everyone is in some kind of pain.
What are you doing?
Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
Oh, Isadora. This must stop. All of it.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
Get him, Glow.
Revelio.
Get him, Glow. Gorilla.
Revelio.
Is it true? Has someone completed the first 3 trials?
It is, and I have.
But you are so...
Young? I know. You must be Professor Bakar.
I am.
Pleased to meet you. The pensive memory I just witnessed, was Isadora inhaling painful emotions?
She was.
I found it disturbing. But how did she gain power from it? How did she harness it?
It was disturbing. Although, I wonder that you are asking about her power. I hesitate to reveal the location of my pensive to someone who, perhaps, has yet to understand the responsibility of power.
I can assure you, Professor, I do. In fact, what you don't yet know is that a dangerous goblin called Ranrock has accessed the repository at Rookwood Castle. He has learned to harness the contents of it as a source of immense power. He plans to use that power against wizardkind. We have no time to waste.
I see. Nonetheless, the knowledge you shall gain after you witness my memories is too valuable to share without further consideration. I shall require time to confer with the other keepers.
It seems we have no choice but to wait, frustrating as it is. I heard what you told Professor Bakar. Isadora was inhaling emotions to gain power?
She was. And she pulled emotions, as she did from her father, from Professor Fitzgerald, without permission.
Monstrous.
What's more, she said that she found a way to store the traces of magic she extracted in goblin silver.
The repositories?
Possibly. There's something I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Ranrock has been digging at locations tied to the 5 names he found in the journals of a goblin metalworker named Bragball.
5 names? The Keepers, and who else? Isadora Morganac?
Precisely. That's how he's been one step ahead of us. Gringotts, the Tower, Rookwood Castle.
If the Keepers won't tell you where the next trial is yet, I say we at least maintain a watch on Ranrock. Perhaps he'll lead us to more information.
Perhaps. I hope to hear from Lodgok soon. I haven't heard anything since I learned of the drills. Oh, and as you've probably guessed by now, your Polyjuice plan worked like a charm.
I knew it would. I may have done too good a job distracting Black. I had no idea he can't hold his fire whiskey.
I shouldn't have reacted so bitterly about your goblin friend. I apologize. I hope we can finish what we started with the triptych. Please meet me at the southern...
Shut the fuck up. Action. Yeah, have a good one.
actual smoke. Big can. So recap. Stream for a good minute. Play some Harry Potter. Did some quests this time. Did some movie recap. That's always fun to do the movie recap. I like watching the movies. With that, like, directly. That Gypsy one. That girl manipulated him. I mean, it was all which way. She should have got at least 25 years. Not no 10. She manipulated and she knew, like, the movie made, she knew that she needed to go, so that was all premeditated. Because she didn't, like, kill her mom. She killed her mom. So that's what I think. In shadow. Absconder. Sleep with Deke. What's Deke talking about? KC. Come on, room requirements. Anyway. Smoke a ball. Bong in a blitz. Good night, people.